Introducing the Brawl Stars Championship 2021. We're here to give you the latest scoop on the tournament, which comprises 8 seasons, each with 3 stages every month. Each season begins with the Championship Challenge, a global event where those who win 15 games before 3 losses advance to the next stage. The second stage of each season is the monthly qualifier, where players form organized teams and battle it out for points and glory within each region. And you guessed it, the third stage is the regional monthly final, where the top 8 teams from each qualifier play in broadcasted matches for even more points towards the World Finals. Now listen here, folks. Each region has allocated World Final slots. Here to help us take a regional tour is none other than our friend Spike. This year, we have 7 amazing regions competing in the tournament. Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. Latin America, South. Mainland China. North America and Latin America, North. East Asia, Eastern Europe and Central Asia, and of course, Southeast and South Asia, Australia and New Zealand. Winners take home cash from a stash of over $1 million. We can't wait to see you there.
Let's go indeed, Teddy. We have got one of the most anticipated days of the Brawl Stars Monthly Finals coming up. 3 teams fighting for 2 qualification spots, and it all gets decided today. My name is Falcone, this is Teddy. We have got Ark waiting to hop on a little bit later. And my goodness, Teddy, what a day we've got coming up.
Man, the hype is absolutely unreal today, as we will finally know which teams will be attending the World Finals. It's been a long time coming, man. I feel like it's been a grind for all of those teams. A couple of spots already decided, but there's still a little bit of room for some more teams.
Well, before we jump too deep into that, there might be some of you joining us for the first time, and if so, hello, welcome. Where have you been for the last 7 months? Let's take a little look at the tournament format and see what's going down this year with the Brawl Stars Championship. Of course, we have got a top 8 single elimination bracket coming up. It is do or die, win and qualify, or lose and go home. Our players will be playing best out of 3 for the quarterfinals, and then moving on to best out of 5 once we get into the semifinals and the finals. And of course, this year, you're used to it by now, each team gets to ban 2 brawlers. They ban 2 brawlers each. These bans are global, which means if you ban a brawler, you also can't play it. So, you know, there's a lot of strategy going on here. And today, more than any day, for a few of these teams, they are going to be taking this exceptionally seriously. Don't forget, this year with the Brawl Stars Championships, teams are competing for over $1 million in prizing, and very soon we're going to be knowing who those teams are that will be competing for the lion's share of the money in World Finals next month. Teddy, there is so much excitement surrounding today. What are you looking forward to?
I just want to know who is going to make it. I just want to know who's going to make it all the way to those World Finals. Obviously, I still expect to see some great matches all around this monthly final, but there's a couple of teams particularly that it's a big day for them.
There are indeed. Shall we take a look at just who those teams are as we have our standings now? SK Gaming have qualified. AC Milan Qlash have qualified. Tribe Gaming EU have qualified. But those last 2 spots, 4th and 5th, these teams are sitting on a knife edge. Bunkerock, Reply Totem, and EXO Free Agents are competing for those final 2 spots, because it is possible for EXO Free Agents to catch up and take that 5th spot today, which would potentially knock one of those other 2 teams out. Teddy, talk us through that.
Yeah, they're only 14 points behind, so basically if they manage to perform well enough today, they absolutely can make it. They're just a little bit behind, have some catching up to do, so it's going to be a big day for them. They definitely have to show their best gameplay, but in all of those 3 teams, we have some World Finals material, some players that went to the World Finals last year. We're talking about YDE and Cursed, for example, as well as Sun Bentley and EXO, but for Bunkerock, Shield also attended, so those guys definitely have what it takes. The question, which out of those 3 teams are going to be able to make it?
The whole of the last year of competition, Teddy, it comes down to this moment. The teams that, or the team that doesn't make it today is going to be devastated, and with good reason. They've been fighting for this all year long. There are some funny stories for some of the teams, which we'll get into a little bit later. But before we jump into that, we have got Tribe Gaming up against SK. 2 teams who have already qualified. You will definitely be seeing these teams in the World Finals next month. We've got Tom, Drage, and Spen up against Semantic, Skyrix, and Jeton, 2 of the great teams of Brawl Stars. Granted, SK throughout the year have been a little bit more consistent than Tribe, but still, 2 fantastic teams, and honestly, this could go either way.
Yeah, I feel like Tribe kind of followed the same pattern as they did last year, where they started off slow, took their time to warm up, but got better and better throughout the year. Last year wasn't enough to make it to Worlds, but this year they already qualified. Now, the question is to gain as much confidence as they can and show that they are one of the best teams of the region coming into Worlds.
Now, I guess it's worth also mentioning that the competitive map pool has changed since the last month of competition. So we're going to be jumping into Pinball Dreams for a little bit of Brawl Ball. Teddy, what do you think of this mix-up?
I mean, it's always very refreshing to see some of those maps either come back or just straight up, you know, be completely new to the Brawl Stars Championship. And the players definitely have to adapt. Mortis and Poco ban
We're in for an interesting day here, Teddy.
Sprout
Bell and Sprout.
Bell.
Okay, not necessarily who you'd expect, but I am okay with this. We got some Brawl Ball, we got Pit Stop Heist coming up a little bit later, which may have impacted some of these bans potentially. And then obviously potentially Bounty a little bit later on if we get that far. But these best out of 3 quarterfinals, I want to just say this, they don't always get to that third set.
It's really tough. I feel like momentum can just transfer really easily between the first and the second set. You can make it a quick 2-0 sweep, and I think a lot of teams are going to be counting on that, especially for a tough matchup like this one. SK and Tribe, really, really solid teams right now. You guys saw on the leaderboards, number 1 in the leaderboards for EU, for EMEA, SK Gaming, Tribe Gaming number 3. They're really, really closely matched together here. Yeah. 2 very, very close teams. I'm excited for this. This is going to be a great way to kick off the day. Obviously, stakes aren't quite as high for this one. As I said, both teams have qualified. You know, they're competing for prize money this month. Don't get me wrong. And of course, they want to win, because if you're playing on a competitive game streamed in front of thousands of people, you want to win. But they don't necessarily need to win quite as much as the teams we'll be seeing a little bit later do. Yeah, I mean, there's, no need to get points for the World Finals anymore for those guys, but getting some extra confidence and showing off, just showing off that they are the best team in the region for this 8th and final monthly final, that just, gives you that extra confidence and just makes you look better to the other regions. I think the bans are fairly interesting, especially Sprout, which I feel like has always been a pretty decent brawler. I think that Mortis is just in a really good place right now, so that makes sense. Poco has been strong for a long time as well, and Bell, ever since release, has been up there too. I just feel like Sprout is more interesting.
I've just had a bit of an update. It sounds like there might be a last-second substitute coming from SK Gaming here, as it's looking like we may have Pedro coming in to step in for Jetton for SK Gaming. Now, I don't think that this is like a disaster for SK by any means. Obviously, Pedro is going to be used to playing with these players. He is their coach. But coach coming in, stepping in for a player, that's not the kind of thing that happens every day.
No, I mean, Pedro has definitely done it before whenever he needed to. He's actually registered as their 4th player in the roster as well.
Yeah, so have to be.
Exactly. He's done it a couple of times before, mainly in qualifiers and in third-party events. Usually, those were not the best performances from SK Gaming, but you could understand why. I think for Tribe, it's going to be trying to exploit that and just, push his lane as much as they can, try to just exploit that hole that is going to be in their roster. And for SK, it's going to be about protecting their Pedro.
Protecting them, right? Okay, sure. No, I just thought that was an interesting update, and that is potentially why we're having to wait just a few more moments before jumping into the game. So apologies to everyone watching at home. We will be getting into this game as quickly as we possibly can. I'm excited. Teddy's excited. Let's just change what we're chatting about just a little bit. Teddy, get a little bit sidetracked, because obviously there's a new brawler available for competition this month. That brawler is Ash. Do you think we'll be seeing much Ash?
I think we might. I honestly think we might, especially with Byron or with Poco. It can be really strong, and something like Brawl Ball, you can just push forward. Just like Poco double tank or something along those lines. It's a very versatile brawler to that extent, and it just fills some sort of a hole in that aggressiveness that some of those brawlers can lack. So it definitely has a lot of potential to be shown. We saw in ECA yesterday, but also in Sessa and Ans, that it was played or banned a lot. It was actually banned almost every match yesterday.
Well, not today. Not today so far. So maybe that means that we will be seeing Ash jumping in just a few moments, which is always very exciting. I personally always love it when the new brawlers come out and they make a splash in competitive straight away. Whether that splash is getting banned over and over and over and over again, or whether it means getting to see them with some gameplay. That's obviously very exciting as well. I'm keeping an eye out for updates at the moment regarding what's going on with this game. It doesn't look like anything else has happened recently, so hopefully we'll be jumping in just a few moments. Teddy, Mortis has been banned more and more over the last few months. Do you think that's a trend that's going to continue now? It seems that he's in a very dominant position in the meta.
Yeah, it's just a really, really strong brawler now. You know, ever since he got buffed and they basically merged his star powers in a way, it's just really, really solid. It's really, really solid. It's a lot more versatile than before. It just has a much more complete kit, because before that, you would have to make decisions that were real trade-offs, whereas now it just feels like you got the whole package at once, and it just really, really solid. You can't take him down.
Just for anyone who wasn't aware of that change, I believe it was Coil Snake, wasn't it? Just became like default.
It's like his passive, basically.
Yes, Mortis already, like, you know, his first big swing after he's been charging up for a long time will go a little bit further than everything else. Do you think the Poco ban has something to do with Ashe then? Because Poco's a great brawler, don't get me wrong. He's had his ups, he's had his downs. I wouldn't necessarily look at him as one of the strongest at the moment.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I mean, Poco might be a little bit more of a versatile ban than just going straight up for the Ashe, because it's also going to limit the usage of tanks in general. But I'm not sure. I feel like Ashe might be a little underestimated in this region. I feel like EMEA does tend to usually underestimate some of those tankier brawlers that can go very aggressive. I'm thinking of Buzz, for example, that was so dominant in every region, and just a little bit less in the EMEA. It took a little longer before we started seeing it here. I feel like in the EMEA, we do like to stick to our guns and, you know, take a little longer to adapt to some of those new brawlers, especially when they're, you know, very tanky and very aggressive.
Yeah, no, that's fair. It is really interesting how the different regions sort of have their different opinions on what's good and what's not. And of course, that's one of the most exciting things about Worlds next month, is that we'll be seeing these regions up against each other. Let's flip things over to the other side of the ban then, as I think we've still got a little bit of time to talk this through. Bell and Sprout. So Bell is a ban that we have seen a lot of recently. Bell has been incredibly powerful ever since release. This ban just sort of generally just makes sense, right?
Yeah, there's not all that much to say about it. It's just really strong pretty much everywhere. You just can't really go wrong with Bell. It just works against so many different matchups. Something pretty tanky where other sharpshooters would struggle more. It does well. You mark it up. Suddenly all your teammates are going to be dealing more damage to them, and it just makes a great way to find openings. The traps really strong too, and overall the bounce mechanics just make sure that, you know, they can't stay clumped up together.
Yeah, exactly that. And then lastly, the final ban is Sprout, which I feel like if you take the last like 2 years of competitive Brawl Stars, in my eyes, Sprout is one of the most frequently banned brawlers. Just like full stop.
Yeah, it's interesting. I feel like it's been a while since Sprout has been extremely strong as it was for a bit, but it's always been good, and it's also always been annoying in a way. It's a very different brawler, you know, just being able to place those walls and the shot mechanics are very unique, and it just some teams just don't want to bother with it. They just don't want to face it, and it's definitely not one of the best brawlers right now. But SK Gaming, if they just don't want to play Sprout and they find playing some of the other stronger brawlers, I don't mind it at all. I can totally understand it as well. And on Pinball Dreams and Dry Season, I can definitely see it coming in play. So it's definitely not a bad ban.
No, absolutely not. I mean, Sprout's toolkit is just so varied, right? It's like one of the reasons I used to say that I thought Jean was one of the best brawlers in the game, because Sprout can just do so much. Sprout can heal, Sprout can be tanky with the extra shield, you know, Sprout can stop brawlers in their tracks, can stop siege bots, redirect siege bots. Like there's a lot that Sprout can do. Sorry, I'm talking about siege bots. There's no siege coming up. I just really love that game mode, Teddy. I want to see a little bit of Lou on siege. You know me. Right, guys. Don't worry, because I have it on really good authority that the first game of the day is loading up now. It's about to start. Tribe Gaming EU up against SK Gaming. It's Brawl Ball. It's Pinball Dreams. Let's get into it.
All right, off the bat, we'll have a lot of range on the sides of Tribe Gaming. SK going to be bringing in the Ashe as well as the Baron. Just a combination we see a lot, as you need to close the gap, and healing will keep you alive in the process. Look at that positioning from SK, very aggressive off the bat. Is that going to be enough to score? It should be.
Oh my god!
And they're moving forward. Yep, it is.
That was just so many things rushing towards Tribe. They literally just couldn't do anything to stop all of that. It's cool that we are seeing Ashe in action straight away. Like you correctly predicted, Ashe with the Byron is a fantastic combo. Stu goes down immediately though this time, and Tribe up, pushing up. Griff dealing, or just about missing the Byron there as Kajaro manages to do a pretty good job of dodging and is keeping his teammates alive. There you go, Pedro as the coach, keeping his team alive. You love to see it.
Yeah, and you know, it's the kind of brawlers that he can just play pretty well, and it's his best solution. You know, it is definitely going to be a compromising situation. A nice defense, though, from the sides of SK. They're able to keep that ball in the corner, and they're going to be looking to defend it from now on.
Yeah, of course. They would prefer to just take a 3v3 brawler fight without having to worry about that ball getting in the way. They don't need it. They don't need to score. They're already ahead. They just need to keep Tribe away from that ball for 1 more minute. But Tribe are pushing up the map. Byron is weak, as Pedro is able to back off and stay alive and hit Spen with a really nice super there. But Pedro goes down, and now SK are starting to flounder a little bit. Symantec goes down as well. Drage grabs that ball, but oh, he's so low on health.
Yeah, Pedro does come in clutch. We'll take him down. And so far, SK were able to deal with those pushes from Tribe. And they decide to corner the ball up on the other side, where there is still cover and where they can more easily hold on to that position. 25 more seconds here for Tribe Gaming to make a move. It's not looking too good so far.
It's not looking good. Skyrex is doing a fantastic job of just staying alive and pushing Griff back. Spen falls down, another super. And these supers have just been irritating Tribe so much, as a brawler like B just cannot do anything, can only deal with one of those little things at a time. And there you go. Game number 1 is going to go to SK Gaming. Clearly not suffering too much, even with their little last-minute substitute.
Yeah, it's not the ideal conditions, but they're winning games. At least they won one, and the first one so far. Strong push off the bat, and that's something you're going to see a lot when you have either Poco double tanks or Poco and Byron, or sorry, Byron and Ash, because you spawn a lot closer to the goal than, you know, when you're fighting for a long time and you respawn all the way in your own goal. So the gap is a little closer, and that means that you can heal through it much more easily, and that's the most difficult moment when you're facing something like an Ash and Byron. It's the early moment, either right after a goal or right after the start of the game.
Honestly, that just felt like a very well played game by SK Gaming. It just felt like they outcomped. Like, I don't know how a B is supposed to keep up with an Ash that's using that's using that super, that's swarming the battlefield. Like, what can Tribe do about that?
Yeah, I just don't think they really had the comp to deal with it. They had a lot of, you know, single target damage, which is not ideal. They need more AoE, more zone damage, which they just didn't have at hand here with their comp. So it was not the ideal conditions to be facing an Ash. And I do feel like when you're in Brawl Ball and you leave both Byron and Ash playable, it's something you should be kind of ready for. And you should at least have one brawler that can deal with that super. If you have something like a Sandy, one shot, and that super is completely useless.
Well, exactly. This is very true. It'll be interesting to see how these compositions change up in the next game. Do you think that Tribe are going to change things up to try and counter?
I think they have to.
Sure, they don't really have much choice. But then again, do SK keep playing Ash? We're going to find out now. Yes, SK actually haven't changed their comp at all. Wait, and have Tribe even changed theirs?
Stu on Drage is coming
right,
in
Drage
now.
was B before. Now Spen has swapped in to play the B. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, they have a very versatile brawler pool that they can just pick off and decide to play the brawlers they're the most comfortable with. And if that means swapping between players, they're fine with it. And that's one of the great assets of any top-tier team, and specifically Tribe.
Well, Tribe are doing a great job of just eliminating the enemy brawlers. But look at Skyrex just storming down and smashing Tom up through Drage. It's not going to matter because Spen crept up the back and was able to get that goal in on the left. Good start for Tribe this time.
Yeah, Stu is just providing a lot more mobility to their comp. And you can get to dodge those shots from Ash a lot better. Some decent burst damage as well. Does end up going down. A nice 2-tap from Skyrix, but Pedro goes down in the backline, and that's the ball as well. So that push will be slowing down. Nice honey molasses from Spen to slow things down as well near that goal area. And that should be calming that push down, but never mind, Spen falls. Semantic goes aggressive, and that should be the goal from SK, tying things up.
Very nice from SK, but now Tribe have lost their lead. 2 supers available for Tribe, 1 available for SK. Well, I don't know if you can really count Stu's. I mean, it's basically always available. Although, look at the position Tribe are in. Spen should be able to score this, and easily does. Semantic tried to predict where Spen was going to kick it, dashed in that direction, but Spen didn't kick it in that direction. He kicked it straight towards Stu. Very well played. Tribe even out this set. We have a game on our hands here, Teddy.
Man, I love that play from Spen. He just read Semantic like a book. He shot exactly where he was standing before, and then he dashed, obviously, to try to catch the ball where there was a big opening in that goal. And yeah, Spen just didn't fall for it. Just shot it straight, got it straight in the net. And now we are all tied down.
Sometimes it's the simple things, you know, Teddy? Sometimes it is the simple things like that. At the end of the day, didn't matter what brawler... Well, I mean, I guess the Stu mattered. But, like, it didn't matter what brawler...
Don't do it against your randoms, though. Like, when you're playing some ladder, don't just shoot at the guy that's in front of the goal. Shoot where it's open. Trust me, it's going to work out much better 9 times out of 10. Know
your enemy and don't try and do next level tactics against someone with 220 trophies, you know, trying to get to Power League. Anyways, let's move on. We have Game 3 of Brawl Ball coming up. Tribe, SK Gaming, both sitting on 1 goal each. So far, historically this year, SK Gaming have gotten the better of Tribe consistently, but they are 1 player down. Jeton is not able to play. Pedro has stepped in, and this feels like it might be Tribe's chance to get that win.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, things are lining up very nicely for Tribe, and any team that has to face SK with a coach, it's definitely a big disadvantage. I would have to say that as a stand-in, Pedro is probably the best coach that can play and stand in as a player in the game right now. It still doesn't make it any easier because, you know, you're getting used to some setups and to that team synergy, which he knows well from watching it, but they don't usually play with Pedro. So the teammates are going to be, you know, in an unknown territory as well. But here we go off the bat, Drake going aggressive, breaking that left wall. Won't find too much value off it just yet. What is very interesting here is that Bo pick. Bo, a brawler that did get buffed pretty recently as well, that we've been seeing more and more in competitive. Not always with successful results, but SK going to be trying to prove that different.
That ball is getting closer and closer to Tribe's goal. But Drage and Spen able to make a nice little push on the left. Tom now this time playing Ashe on that side. It's actually getting eliminated by Skyrim from the Ashe. And here come the... What are they called?
I'm not sure. I actually am not sure. I mean, you called them things earlier. That's usually how I refer to them as well, to be honest.
Little annoying things.
They go so fast. You don't have time to look at them, you know? They're just running at you.
It's where different brawlers with different attack styles, you know, some that have attacks that go through, you know, through enemies, like Amber, for example, can really shine. Whereas, again, brawlers like B in particular are gonna struggle against that kind of thing. Anyway, Tom and Skyrix on the right there are having a proper Ashe face-off there. Neither of them are dealing much damage to the other, but they're both sort of standing their ground. Spen moves forwards into the Bo mine and is going to get punished and taken out. This could be SK's opportunity for a push. Tom is getting weak. Oh, there's things everywhere!
Apparently they're called rats bots, or rats, which is pretty fitting. And tank champ. But we got a push from SK. Can they maybe turn this into an opportunity as they are pushing forward? Rage going to be getting healed up. And now Tribe regaining some center control, trying to make a move. So far, a pretty passive fight between the Ashes.
Yeah, there's really not all that much happening here. I guess because Ashe's range is so sort of limited, it's quite easy to sort of just stay away from the other one. There go the rats. Rats everywhere. But it's not going to make much of a difference. However, with that timer ticking down, with Skyrix being eliminated, if SK fall now, which it looks like they are, it is going to be Tribe with a slight upper hand, sort of, as overtime starts. Drage is going to presumably go and grab that ball. Super ready. Tom's super is ready. Can they get in the position where one super kick will be a goal? We're about to find out.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good so far. They will be losing Tom as Semantic takes him down, and that could actually be enough to push back to that middle area. SK Gaming definitely looking to capitalize off Semantic to maybe find a charge shot using his super pass forward. No one is there to catch the ball, so missed opportunity for now. Only 20 seconds left. It might end up being a draw unless one of the teams are able to find an opening.
There looks like there's an opening up there for Pedro, who grabs the ball, kicks it, and it does go in. SK Gaming take Brawl Ball. I don't know exactly how that happened, Teddy. You know when you're like staring at the screen, trying to see this opening, and you can't see it, and then suddenly the bow just kicks the ball in, and there you go.
Yeah, I mean, good mind placement as well. That limited the movement near that goal area, which meant that they couldn't just stand there and block any goals from coming true. So great stuff there. And honestly, who else but Pedro to score it here? The man we're all having doubts about, at least as a competitive player, which he is not. But he's done his job so far. He's done his job, and SK Gaming, they win the Brawl Ball set.
Really, really great stuff indeed from SK, who were able to just about get it done. Wow, look at these stats. Hang on a second.
Those are very different stats.
Those are very, very different stats. I think a certain someone has played a little bit more Ashe than a certain someone else in this matchup. I don't know, like, that's a lot of kills from Tom, and not so many Skyrigs.
No, I mean, 6 times more, to be fair. That's interesting. I mean, they do end up losing that game and set, but in the end, it is a team game. So you need to play together. Plus, you need to capitalize off those skills. Getting kills is nice, but if it doesn't convert into a proper push and into, you know, an opportunity to score, then they're just kills and they don't matter quite as much. We're going to be moving on to Pit Stomp, though, making its way back into the competitive map pool as well. An OG map, a fun map, to be honest, and it plays very differently. I feel like usually there's not that much cover just in front of the safe. Here there really is, and there's a lot of cover.
It's like, you know, it really reminds me of GG Mortuary. GG Mortuary originally was a map with sort of ludicrous amounts of cover, and then I feel like everything changed when Brock's second gadget came out, and suddenly nobody really cared about the cover anymore because you just get rid of it at the start of every game. This sort of reminds me of GG Mortuary after bits of cover have been blown up already, you know, because there's still quite a lot there, a lot to think about, a lot of strategy that needs to come into it. I'm excited to see this in action again.
Yeah, I mean, good that you mentioned Brock, because it is a really strong brawler right now, and Heist is definitely one of its best modes, just because of that incendiary star power. Being able to deal with that extra damage on safe is just really insane how much value you can find. Plus, the destruction is always useful in Heist, getting easier access to the safe. It's not the easiest to play on this particular map, just because early on there's a lot of cover you have to deal with, and Brock is not exactly the best against that cover. And we won't be seeing it just now. We'll have a very aggressive comp on both sides, going for an Edgar on Tom, a brawler that's also been shining a bit more recently, but so far has yet to use his super to go aggressive. And Ems is definitely an interesting matchup, not something I expected to see too much here.
Oh, Tom able to get a lot of damage in there, managing to deal a lot of damage to the Ashe and also to the Ems. Ems is going to get that finishing blow eventually, but Drage, oh, all right. They just go ahead and trade. All right, sure thing. Sort of a reset then. Spen is going to try and hold the middle with Ems, but Semantic making some good progress down the left lane.
Tom going for the jump in. Should be able to find Skyrix. Takes a while. Takes a little bit of damage there as well. Will end up going down to Pedro in the end, as SK are able to deal with this push. So far, it's only a 3% lead in favor of Tribe, but SK with a couple of kills creates some better positioning and will be able to take the lead for now.
Yeah, Semantic going to start to break the walls. There goes the Rats, dealing a ton of damage to the safe as well. And now look at this. SK Gaming are all over Tribe's safe, down to 67%. That's a significant amount of damage.
Yeah, Tom.
And it's still coming in.
Tom might be jumping in on that save, though. It's not just yet. but the Su is guarding it. Yeah, he's going to go for the Ems instead. Just a really good matchup because Ems obviously up close is not exactly where you want to be playing that brawler. Drage will be able to get that kill to survive with 3 HP after, and that Gazo heal kicking in. Pedro falls once more to Tom, and although SK have a pretty nice lead right now, almost 40%, the positioning is a little bit better for Tribe, but now it's going to be time to capitalize as there's only 35 seconds left on that clock.
Yeah, it does feel like Edgar was a very good pick from Tom matchup-wise, but that's not a good position to be in. Jumping into the corner where you're still getting hit by M's super and can't do any healing. That was a little bit unfortunate from Tom. That being said, Tribe is still making some moves here. Semantic and Drage are just having a little dance together, and it doesn't look like Drage is going to go down, but Tom rushes in again as Edgar. Isn't going to deal enough damage, though, and I don't think they're going to be able to get to the enemy safe in time to make a difference here.
Yeah, there's no more time left, not even enough time to get there, and we're not even taking into account the almost 50% lead in favor of SK. That's match point already, and man, this is a little worrying for Tribe because, I mean, sure, as we mentioned earlier, they're going to Worlds, right? This is not going to impact any of that. The seeding won't be impacted either, but we have to take into account that Tribe, they looked phenomenal during the monthly qualifiers last week. They played really well, ended up 8-0 at the end of the session, and now they might be going out first round playing against SK, and SK is playing with their coach.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, we can't expect SK to drop drastically in sort of quality as a team just because they've got their coach substituting in, right? We're talking, like you said, it's their 4th registered player. It's a player that's been coaching them and playing with them for you know, all year long now. It's just not going to make that much of an impact. Tribe still have a shot, but obviously, like you said, you're on there at much point. If they're going to pick things up, they need to start picking things up now. I'm almost surprised that Tribe lost that game to the extent that they did, because it looked like on the sort of individual fight standpoint, it really to me looked like Tribe were holding their own. Tom on the Edgar felt like a pretty good pick, you know, jumping in, able to pretty swiftly dispatch both Ems and even the enemy Ashe. He was doing pretty good against the Ashe as well. So I'm just sort of wondering how the result ended up being that way, you know? I felt as though Tribe had a good position there.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I feel like there was definitely a little bit of hesitation between everyone in Tribe, but notably Tom, not always knowing necessarily who to jump on and kind of going in between and changing his mind mid-course, and that it just didn't feel super confident, and it didn't seem like he was entirely sure what to do. So it might be some miscommunication that led him to not be sure who he should be targeting. But the fact is that now SK Gaming, they are at match point. I do like that spike coming in from Tom. I feel like it can do really, really well against the Ashe. Just needs to be careful once Ashe gets buffed up. It's 2-shot material for Tom, so, or Tom would be 2-tap material, if that makes any more sense. Skyrix is low HP though, should be going down, will be indeed, and so far no damage on save just yet, but much better map control for Tribe as they get the team wipe.
I mean, look at this. This is a very different story compared to the last game. Tom not quite able to do that much with the super there, apart from blocking that lane. Spen is going to move in though, and here we go. This is what Ems is so good at doing, is just crowd controlling a whole area. Not quite able to trap Skyrix inside that super, but 21% damage to the enemy safe. Spen is probably going to go down here, but not before he takes out Pedro as well. A fantastic job from Spen on the Ems there.
Yeah, he did a great job. I feel like Tribe didn't find all that much damage in the end out of it. I mean, 21%, it's a decent lead, but they had so much control and they just got out of the team wipe. They still have mid control for now, and SK Gaming is trying to contest it. They want to get to the bottom side of the map, try to get some of their own damage, but the elimination from Drage is not going to be helping their cause as Pedro is low HP, another team wipe, and this is when the damage starts pouring down. 47% left on SK safe, and Tribe, they haven't taken a single hit yet.
This is such a different story compared to what we were watching before. 35 seconds on the clock now, and Tribe just aren't letting up. They are relentless here. Skyrix is making a push. but does go down at the same time. And now the battlefield is clear. SK need to move in, and they need to move in now if they want to win this game.
There's not a lot of time left, and they do need to deal quite a bit of damage. Pedro in a tough spot. He's going to go down to that Spike Super. Skyrix is so far away from the action, and he's the last player alive for SK. This is going to be Tribe tying things up for yet another close set going to game 3, but still the match point remains in favor of SK.
Now this is what I was expecting from this match, to be honest. Like lots of exciting sets. Again, yes, we're still match point, but if Tribe Gaming can just get another game like the last one, we move on to our third set. We move on to Bounty, and that would be interesting indeed. To see SK eliminated in the quarterfinals would be... I don't think we've seen that all year, have we?
No, definitely not. They've made it to the grand finals every time, by the way, every single time. I mean, they never played with their coach, I believe, in the monthly finals, but still, they made it all the way to the grand finals, so it would be a first. I think they're aiming to, not make it a first today, but there is a chance here. Just one more game won by Tribe, and then we're all tied up, and it's all going to be about dry season in set 3.
Yeah, which would be one heck of a way to end the first quarterfinals of the day. I know that we said that the big stakes are coming a little bit later on. That's not to say that these first few games can't be extremely exciting as this is. I'm loving seeing how much of an impact the Ashe is making as well. Again, new brawler coming in, making waves as the players are showing that, yeah, she's a force to be reckoned with. That's for certain.
Yeah, we've seen it every single game so far, to be honest. So I'm kind of not sure if I'm super happy about it, because I feel like, I mentioned it earlier, like often those kind of brawlers that are a little bit more tanky and that are very aggressive and rely a lot on healers, we don't see them quite as much in the EMEA at release, as often they feel a little underpowered, at least in this region, and we see them a lot more in other regions where they like to be a lot more aggressive. But here, SK, they're bringing it in every single game. Tribe have brought it in Brawl a little bit, have yet to bring it in here in Heist, I believe. But maybe this is going to be their time. I mean, it worked a lot better with Spike, to be honest. It dealt with Ashe really well. We could even see SK switching off the Ashe, and we will be indeed, as they're going to be bringing in the Barley.
Very different, but okay, Barley, extremely strong in Heist in general, as long as Pedro can get close enough to that safe. Although Drake is hunting him down on the left side. He is going to back off a little bit there. Meanwhile, on the right, Tom and Semantic. Tom is doing a great job pushing Semantic back. In fact, it does seem to be that the Tribe have the upper hand once again.
Yeah, positioning-wise, it's definitely better for Tribe. They did lose a player, and only for 5% damage. Tom trying to deal with that Spike. He doesn't really want to be on that lane, just because he can get 3-shot by the Spike. By the Barley, which is not ideal. I don't really want to be in such a type of situation, but Spen is coming in for a nice pinch. We'll be able to take that kill. Rage with the gadget left-hand side. We'll be finding the kill on Semantic, and now Tribe managed to build up a nice 14% lead early on.
Pedro keeps getting kind of close, but Tom and Spen in the middle are just doing a great job of keeping him back and preventing him from dealing that damage. However, here we go. Pedro now has found the opening, and that should quite quickly even out the score. Wasn't quite able to get Tribe safe down to 86, but made a start. Skyrix also pushing down on the left side. However, Drage in the right lane is getting scarily close to the enemy safe as well.
Positioning-wise, it still looks a little better for Tribe, and it has been for the most part of this high set. Semantic is switching it on the right side. Drage, there's a couple of dashes and shots. They should be able to find Semantic, but Semantic is going to be opening up the wall. Still finds the kill on Drage somehow, and actually gets the double kill. How is that possible?
Whoa.
He was so low HP. How does he get both kills here?
Pedro now, though, has done it. He's managed to get Tribe safe down to lower than their own safe. With 10 seconds on the clock, Tribe just need to get to the enemy safe, and Drake just going for it. But it doesn't matter, because it's a base race here. And Tribe Safe ended up lower. SK Gaming are going to take the first quarterfinals, but wow, those last few moments were pretty chaotic.
I have one word, rather one name to say, and that's going to be semantic. Man, that was an insane play that turned around the game as well. That was wild. How do you 1v2 them with 800 HP? You're backed into a corner. That's crazy. And I love how he didn't gadget towards them, which we would see so many Stews do. He gadgeted out of that position, managed to get a clean hit, plus a heal up from Gazo, heal dashing away again, and just keeping his HP up. It was a beautiful play and one of the best Stew plays I've ever seen.
Well, I guess congratulations to Pedro for his first monthly finals win this year. Yeah, and congratulations to SK Gaming, who aren't going to be dropping at the quarterfinals. Commiserations to Tribe, but of course, it's not the end of the world for them. They are already qualified for Worlds. That being said, Teddy, I think it ought to be said, qualifying for Worlds is one thing, but like actually doing well at Worlds is kind of important too. Like, you're not just qualifying for Worlds for the sake of it. You're qualifying for Worlds so that you could then go and win Worlds and take home a lot of prize money, you know? If Tribe are consistently failing to beat these other teams, what's to say that's going to change next month at Worlds?
I honestly wouldn't quite go as far as saying consistently failing to beat the other, top teams. They're probably not, in the top 2 right now for EMEA, but they're still up there, and they've had some really good results, and we've seen them time and time again beat SK, Qlash, EXO, and so on in third-party events too. So I don't know. I would call them out just yet. I have faith in them.
Absolutely not.
Wasn't their best
and as
performance.
I said, they've qualified for Worlds, which is fantastic. Yeah. They are an amazing team. I just hope to see them continuing to work hard so that when they do get there, they can really put on a good show. Because all I'm sort of saying is that losing to SK, with SK playing with their coach, it might be a slightly disappointing result for them, that's all. But we move on. It's going to be AC Milan Qlash versus Free Agents Verified coming up next, Teddy. AC Milan Qlash, the other top team of this region, I think it's fair to say. Chaos, Yoshi, and Lanan, the other team, or one of the other teams that already made it through, up against Jamie, Bruby, and Fidi. I hope I pronounced those names correctly. I don't know this team quite as well.
Yeah, they were ex-Zero Zone, I believe, in Europe. They had some pretty decent performances throughout the year. I wouldn't quite put them, up there next to teams like SK and Qlash just yet. They've made some good progress this year, but it's a pretty one-sided matchup on paper. You never know. In the previous match, I mean, considering Pedro was playing as a coach, I would have said 10 times out of 10 Tribe should win that. They didn't. So who knows? This could definitely be another upset coming up here as we start things off on Gemfort and Gemgrab.
Good old Gemfort, a personal favorite Gemgrab map of mine. This gets really interesting. It's a map where projectiles, thrown projectiles and that kind of thing really do come into their own. It's a map where Sprout is able to particularly shine thanks to the walls again and the thrown projectiles. But we haven't seen the bans yet, so let's take a look at those right now. Gene, Ash banned this time, Rico, and Stu. Well, there goes Ash. It was fun to see for a little while. Bye.
Yeah, I mean, it's to be expected. As I said yesterday, I saw it being banned pretty much all day long. So I'm expecting to see it getting banned more and more today as well. I think Rico and Gene, as well as Stu, honestly, those are all some very interesting bans because Stu is good, but it's not as good as it used to be. And we definitely don't see it being insta-banned nowadays nearly as much as it used to be. Rico, we barely ever see banned, although it is a really strong brawler. And Gene is just not really in the greatest place right now. I just feel like Qlash, they're comfortable playing everything else. And Gene has always been a brawler they didn't like. Now that it's even nerfed a little bit, they still don't want to see it.
No, I mean, fair enough. Again, Gene does have the potential to be very powerful, especially on Gem Fort, because obviously his pull can pull brawlers through the walls and steal the gems. You know, all of the things that Gene's always been good at when it comes to gem grab. And I guess Gene also can stand out when it comes to Siege as well, pulling the Siege bot away. So you can see reasons as to why Gene might be particularly powerful on these game modes. Rico and Stu, I guess Rico is quite good on Gem Fort as well due to all of the walls. So not super surprising there, although Rico is not a brawler we see banned very often at all.
Yeah, it's been really good for the last couple of months, but it never really made it to that top 3, top 4 where those brawlers get consistently banned. And also, it's just a brawler a lot of teams usually like to play, so they just don't ban it because they enjoy playing it and they're good at it. So I don't know. It's interesting to go for that ban, but it does make sense. I think that Brock mid here is something we don't see every day, and I can see the merits of it for sure. I mean, the more you open up that map, the more information you can get, as those bushes will be denying many of that information, as well as that cover, just making their lives a little bit more complicated. Why not blow it open?
No, I mean, exactly that. It's one of the areas in which Brock really does shine at the moment, so may as well make the most of that. Max and Sandy at the top there, just having a little dance, trying to stay alive here. It's a really interesting composition from Verified, actually. You know, Leon and Sandy. It's crazy how much the meta has changed this year.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, it's been a very, very rich year meta-wise for Brawl Stars. There's been so many different options that were playable, and the amount of brawlers that are genuinely just not good and that we never see is so low compared to last year, for example. It's really been a big improvement, and double bans is to do with it, but also just incredible balancing of the game in general, and a lot of versatility in the brawler pool that is playable. Right now, Verified are starting to gain more and more of that center control, and with that, they've been able to build up a really healthy gem count. 9 now in their pocket, 1 more to start. The count on Fit is very low HP, but able to pick up the gem, get out of that fight. But there was a gem on Hamey, and he goes down. And now Qlash, they can interrupt that countdown, or may I say get a countdown of their own just by picking up the 2 next gems.
Well, it's going to be one of those games, isn't it, Teddy, where the teams are having to continue contesting for the center of the map. It doesn't even matter who grabs this gem. Center control is everything right now, as it is going to be FA Verified pushing AC Milan Qlash backwards. If they can just stick around for a little longer and grab one more gem. No, it's going to be evened out. Timer doesn't reset.
Is there enough time?
Now the timer's going to reset. There it is.
I got scared for a second because Yoshi was standing in front of the gem trap, so for a second I wasn't sure if it was spawning or not. Fede trying to go for gem number 12. There's 2 that spawn now, and that is where things can get a little problematic for Qlash. Look at that, now a 3 gem lead. And they need a kill now.
Yeah,
they need to kill on the gem
Jamie,
carrier. It's not looking like it's happening. IKL's kind of just chilling there.
Ruby and Jamu just doing such a great job of keeping the other team back. FA Verified get the first win of the match, and that to me comes as quite a surprise, Teddy.
Yeah, no, absolutely so. Definitely an interesting start here, as Verified are able to take the first game of Qlash. We had an upset in our first quarterfinal, or at least considering the conditions. We might have another one here, at least so far. Things are lining up to definitely be a more interesting match than expected, as we're talking about Qlash, arguably, you know, the second or even best team in the EMEA region.
Exactly. I mean, this is looking like... Well, it's been one game, okay? It's been one game of Brawl Stars. Qlash could easily bounce back here and win the next 2 games and take the set. But it's definitely quite a surprise when the game starts like this. I mean, and it was close, you know, it was close. We were talking 11 gems each, 12 gems each, fighting for the center. It's not like it was a stomp on one side or the other. I'm just a little surprised to see which way the result went. Verified had a very weird composition, but it certainly worked out, and they used it to the best of their ability. I'm curious as to what Qlash are now going to do to counter that.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I mean, I like the Brock, but I feel like for a brawler that does tend to shine late game usually, once that map is really opened up and you have a lot of range to work with, it really didn't, and it felt like it got weaker and weaker in a way. So it's tough. It's really tough. I mean, when you're playing against a Sandy in general, those sandstorms are a huge problem for any sharpshooter, just because you need your shots to connect, because you are squishy and you need to deal that damage. When you don't have information on your opponent's whereabouts in such a large zone, they can just run around and dodge so much easier, as well as you're just going for blind shots.
Yeah, I completely agree. Just fascinating situation. But this is one of the great things about Brawl Stars, introducing, brawler after brawler after brawler. The pool of playable characters becomes bigger, and what we see in competitive becomes more and more varied throughout the year. I love being able to continue to be surprised by different synergies and different ways in which brawlers are countering each other, especially with these new gadgets. Like we're seeing these lollipops from Leon now. What a weird start to a game.
Yeah. I mean, we've been seeing that coming in more and more now, as you can deny a lot of information and provide a lot of utility to your team, and Leon just taking much more of a utilitarian role for the team and support with those lollipop drops, whereas before it was really just focused on that assassin trademark of his. Qlash with a lot of control, and look at that, Lena not even shy to go pick up those gems straight up out of FA verified spawn, and that's already 8, make it 9 for Qlash, 1 more, and that's a countdown.
To sleep, a chance to dream.
I mean, this is more what we expect, right, Teddy? This is more the type of game that we expect to see from Qlash. Although Yoshi is going to go down to Fade here. Fade can survive, which he can't. Lenan going to dash forwards as the Max. Grab those gems and pretty much be done with it. This is the type of gem grab game that I expected. Also, side note, this Max skin is really cool.
Right, the wings?
Exactly.
I love it. Man, you do have to admit it. I feel like Lena played such a ridiculously good Max this game. It was really impressive. He was not shy of going super aggressive with all the gems and just dashing in and out of those sticky situations.
Yeah.
You really love to see it. And honestly, a really interesting part of this game as well is that they switched mid player compared to last game. Last game you had IKEOS on the Brock that was playing mid. This time around it was Lena to play mid on Max. And that's just a mechanic that you don't see very often in teams, at least not being played as fluidly as you can see here from Qlash, where usually you stick to your lane, usually you are a mid player or a lane player. And here, having that extra versatility with the brawler pool versatility that they have as well, it just offers so many different comp possibilities and opportunities to catch your opponents off guard.
Yeah. Again, there's just a wonderful thing about this game. And now FA Verified are going to have to ask some questions or answer some questions of their own. How are they going to manage to switch things up again to take down Qlash? They want to take advantage of the early lead that they have. They really do want to take gem grab if they possibly can. So now it's almost like a game of rock, paper, scissors, isn't it? They were able to get that early surprise for Qlash. Qlash was able to shut them down. Is there some new way that they can surprise Qlash or get the upper hand? Or maybe it's just a case of they just need to play better.
I think it might be a bit of a case of them needing to play better. I do feel like the first game was more of Qlash not playing at their standard level than FA Verified particularly popping off. They just made mistakes. The comp was not exactly on point, and it just didn't feel like they were the most comfortable playing with that Brock mid. Now that has been fixed. It seems a lot better for Qlash, and so far FA Verified have just not found the answer, as Ruby is going to be going down any second now, and AC Milan Qlash, they just keep a very healthy gem lead early on already in this game.
FA Verified are trying to do what they can, but look at Lenan just dodging everything. Fede's super didn't fall on anything there. And Fede is struggling to get into the center. He does manage to find his way in, but gets pushed out by Chaos immediately. Oh, Teddy.
Look at that movement from Lenan. Just look at that movement, man. How he just spins on himself and changes direction very quickly to dodge. I mean, as I say that, obviously he does get hit 3 times in a row because the caster's curse is just, you know, a thing. But it's really impressive, and it's really how you want to be playing Max and how you expect those top Maxes to play. It does get marked up in the end. This is where things could get a little dangerous. I mean, obviously, Qlash are fine. They have an insane gem lead. They're able to pull back for now, but that mark could be an opportunity. Nope. FA verified. They think it's over, and that is going to be AC Milan Qlash to take the first set. Rocky start in the first game, but they turned it around really nicely, and with some comp adjustments, they look really comfortable.
At the end of the day, Teddy, the first game doesn't matter anymore.
No, it really doesn't.
It's done. Like, FA verified won, doesn't matter. That win is scribbled out because AC Milan Qlash went on and won the set. FA verified now have to go and start from scratch. And that is an unfortunate position to be in after things look so promising to begin with. But here are some of the best moments from this match. This first game was a crazy one, and look at how FA verified did this. They managed to get the Max and the Leon, sorry, no, the Sandy and the Leon to slow the other team down and just keep them away from the Max who was carrying the gems. It was a great win for them.
No, absolutely so. I mean, just, you know, really, really solid approach from Qlash. And I like how they were not shy of completely changing their approach to this map by first going with that Brock, which I don't think was necessarily a terrible idea. They just didn't face a comp that they could win against or that they were, in a comfortable matchup with. They switched it around, and then suddenly the results just spoke for itself.
Yeah, there you have it. Qlash, as you would expect, has taken the first set, but it is not over yet, as I believe we are moving on to Siege next. Very exciting. Obviously, Siege is one of the most different game types when it comes to sort of consistency. I think a lot of teams that are some of the top teams struggle a little bit with Siege and vice versa. And Bot Drop is an odd map. We have launch pads.
That's true. It is the only map with launch pads right now in the competitive map pool, I believe. As far as I know, at least, unless there are some hidden ones.
I think Gale has a thing or two to say about that.
That's true. That's true. But that's cheating. That's cheating, Falcone.
Using gadgets, cheating?
I mean, it's not, but it's the map we're talking about, not the brawlers, right? I mean, anyways,
into it.
Yeah, talking about brawlers here, we have them already. We're not going to be playing on that Piper. We'll have a Spike on each team, a Crow for Fade, the Leon on Ikeos, and then facing that Piper will be Hammy on the Bell. Hopefully, some interesting differences, but most of the core mechanics are similar between both teams. It's just some more subtle differences between the comps.
Siege what's going into FA verified now, but it's not looking like it's going to survive very long. No, there wasn't able to be a Bell super to slow it down, so it was actually able to get 5% damage in there. But of course, more importantly, as we always say with the first Siege, what it means AC Milan Qlash has got control of the center, and FA verified are going to struggle to get that back. Is it just me, or does Bot Drop just feel like a bigger map for some reason?
I think that's just Siege maps, but I think
it's
that's just
because of all the
maps.
open space.
Yeah,
I think it just gives this weird illusion of it being larger somehow, but I think it also makes it more difficult to traverse when you've got lots of long-range brawlers shooting at you.
Absolutely. I mean, cover is an important part of getting in more aggressive positioning and gaining ground. And obviously, when it's so limited, you have to work around it. And that's why it's so important to get those early bots. And as you can see, all that damage pouring down on that Ike. Because look at here, the mid area is very open, but right above that mid area, there are a couple of walls where they can spawn trap them on their side of the map and deny them access to those balls.
Very nice limb from Yoshi there, taking down Brooby with the curveball. I mean, this is the final Siege. It's going to go in favor of AC Milan Qlash, and there's not really that much more to say about this game.
Except that match point is coming up for Qlash.
Yeah. FA verified, not able to get quite the same start here in Siege as they were able to in Gem Grab. But that's not to say that they can't bounce back and win the next couple games. It's possible.
No, absolutely so. I mean, we've seen CraZe happen before. It is a little bit of a stretch, to be honest, to expect a full-on reverse sweep here from FA Verified facing AC Milan Qlash. But you never know. I mean, we've been surprised in the past. Why not surprise us again?
No, absolutely not. I find it unlikely, Teddy. I'm sorry.
Me too.
I find it unlikely.
I don't think it's going to happen between us, but I thought Tribe was going to win against SK, and once again, that was wrong. So who knows? Who knows?
What it does mean, though, I mean, what the whole bracket setup means is that we can't have a Qlash versus SK final. It's not possible today.
No, for the first time as well, right? It's second time. They SK faced EXO once a couple months back, but still, I mean, we expected at this point we might see them in the semifinals. I mean, Qlash are just a game away from facing them in the semifinals, so we would still get El Clasico just a little earlier than usual.
Good old El Clasico. Well, that is if FA Verified do not come out swinging and take these next 2 games of Siege again. Chance, probability, experience, probably not on their side, but they're going to go for it. Here we go.
All right. Piper going to be matched now by Hamey, switching off that belt. And actually, they're going for the mirror matchup here. So after Verified, getting the Crow out of the way as well. And going for the full-on mirror matchup. It's working out better so far, as they will be getting that first bout. Yoshi is low HP as well. Gets caught off guard by Fede. Ruby finds that kills as well. And that is going to be a first bout for FA Verified. And they've gotten every single bolt so far.
Yeah. I mean, talking about them bouncing back, it's definitely a good start. That's 20%, 24% damage done. Were they able to take good control of the center, though? That's the question, as it does seem like AC Milan Qlash have managed to dig their heels in there. Jamie's been pushed back, Fede has been pushed back, Bruby was eliminated. 10 seconds left, and it seems that AC Milan Qlash are going to be getting this next siege bot.
Yeah, this is a really important one as well. And look at that bolt leaking out of FA Verified's hands. That means that Qlash, not only will they have the bolt lead, they will get to keep control after this bot and for the third and final bot. And then also does have that super, so could open up the cover. And he's looking to be doing that just about now. And that's going to assist dealing some extra damage. And honestly, it's not even like they really need to, as this last bot is really where it's at. But a little bit of a damage, it doesn't hurt in case they were to lose that bot. You never know. And the nut does go down, which could be an opportunity. Amy is going to go down to Akils. Akils looking for the double kill. Will make it happen. Only Fade left alive. And he goes down to Akils as well. Beautiful triple kill from Akils. Should be about enough to secure that third and final bot. And AC Milan Qlash are going to be moving on to the semifinals to face XK Gaming later on.
Well, there we go. Apparently, Teddy, this will be the first time that we've had El Clasico in the semifinals.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Yeah. So, very different. Again, that's nothing to do with the results of today. That's all because of the qualifications and how the seeding has worked out and that kind of thing. But yeah, congratulations to AC Milan Qlash, who have qualified once again to the semifinals. Commiserations to the other team, who, to be fair, again, had a strong start. That first game of Gem Grab was very impressive, but ultimately FA Verified weren't quite able to get it done.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think FA Verified expected to win this match. I think they wanted to. I think they worked hard to try. But, realistically, no one faces Qlash and thinks this is a free win or this is a match we're going to win. They know it's going to be tough and that it could absolutely end up in a loss. And especially in a situation like this, it's only fair and it's only expected. So I think they'll be able to live with that loss for FA Verified. AC Milan Qlash just keeping up with the winning ways we are just used to seeing from them.
I mean, there isn't really much more to add. You've been seeing it all year. You've been seeing AC Milan Qlash dominating all year long. Obviously, we'll have to see how the final El Clasico of the year goes a little bit later. But then, really, I think for AC Milan Qlash now, it's just all about getting ready for World Finals and putting on the best show that they can there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, there's still more to come here, as we will have that El Clasico matchup again. We've had it. What is it going to be? The 7th time we've had it this year. That's very, very often. I don't think two teams have faced each other as often as they have, or not a lot of teams have, even across all different regions. But now, Dan, now it's getting really, really interesting because we actually
get serious.
Yeah, we have those World Final spots on the line.
Yes, the next 2 quarterfinals matches are ones that you will not want to miss. We are going to go ahead and set those up right now. But first, I hope you're not feeling too dizzy, because here's a word from our sponsors.
Getting to the World Championship Finals can feel like an uphill battle, but we know how to get you there. Daryl's Barrels! Dodge enemies! Powerful attacks! With Daryl's Barrels, nothing can stop you! Daryl's Barrels! The finals are just a barrel away! Daryl's Barrels! Official barrels of the Brawl Stars World Championships.
I'm not gonna lie, Ark. Sometimes I see these ads, and sometimes I do think to myself, I don't want that. I'm not the target audience for that.
I don't know what you mean, Bunkerock. I'm really down for some sleepy tunes. I feel like, honestly, you know, some etiquette from Bali. I'm down with that. I don't mind. I mean, sometimes you've got to just accept that personal injury may come into the mix. It's a risk that you've got to be willing to take.
Okay, well, there are going to be some risks coming up in the next couple quarterfinals. Ark, this is it. This is where it gets real. These teams coming up now, they might qualify, but they also might not. Why don't you talk us through the implications for this next match?
Yeah, this is where today is all going to be popping off. If Bunkerock can win this matchup in this quarterfinal stages, then it will be set in stone. If they can beat Exo Free Agents here, then Bunkerock and Reply Totem qualify for Worlds. But I've got to say, having watched Exo Free Agents in the qualifiers, they are hungry for this. It's going to be a battle of the ages. This is what this year has been drawing towards. And honestly, I'm so over the moon that it's going to come down to this monthly final.
It's exactly what you want, right? It's the ideal scenario. We got Mommy, Darkhoom, Ashil, it's Curse, Sam Bentley, and YDE. This is the ideal scenario, Ark. We've been here. This is the 8th month of competition. And obviously, in a lot of the regions, you know, things have been solved. We know who's qualified, etc., etc. That's fine. That's great. I mean, that's going to happen a lot of the time. But this is what we want. The climax to the EMEA Monthly Finals is right now. We're going to kick things off with some Heist on Safe Zone before moving on to Bounty on Layer Cake, and then maybe a little bit of Gem Grab later. And I'm going to ask you the same question that I asked Teddy earlier, Ark. What do you think of the new map pool mix-up?
I personally really like it. I feel like maybe it could have been happening just after this this month, but nonetheless, these are the best teams in the world. They know, and they are scrimming continuously daily. These are some of the maps that occurred last year. A lot of these players as well obviously were competing last year. Regardless of any map changes, these players know how to handle change. I mean, we have an ever-evolving meta to display exactly what players are capable of doing and changing along the way. So this is going to be very familiar to them. It's just one of those hurdles to get by, and actually it's going to give us like advantage to the team that are able to adapt the fastest.
Yes, absolutely. And I mean, I always feel that adaptability is one of the biggest, most important parts of any sort of competition, because it's one thing to you know, memorize patterns and you know, just sort of learn a very static meta, but that's not what Brawl Stars is. That's not what it's ever been. It's always changed. Speaking of changing, Mortis, Bell banned by Bunkerock, Max and Ash banned by Exo Free Agents. We saw Ash played a lot in the first quarterfinals of the day, but since then, Ash has been banned away. What do you think about this, Ark?
I think the Ashe ban, has to be there, really. It's a wise choice, to be fair, especially considering the Bunkerock didn't go for that ban. It could have been left on the field, and I think it's better to eradicate Ashe today. Max is an interesting ban for EXO because ultimately Max is not really thriving in the meta, but it is starting to creep in. It will eradicate that same comp that we tend to see in safe zone of the Max, the Poco, and the BB. Layer Cake as well coming up, so Bell is the primary ban for that. Mortis as well. That's another smart ban ready from Bunkerock, and Mortis can have a big role as well in Hard Rock Mines, so eradicating those brawls, I think, smart. We're going to see lesser Bell, obviously, in safe zone. Also, Brock, I feel, is the one that we might see as a result of that Bell ban being so ripe in the current meta. And, there's definitely some options for both of these two teams, but the stakes could not be higher. Exo Freedoms have got a long day ahead of them, but if they can get through this first hurdle, it's a big, big step in the right direction again. If Bunkerock come out of this with a victory, then it will be set in stone for Bunkerock and Reply Totem to qualify for Worlds.
Wow, so yeah, I mean, it could all be solved here. We'll find out. Darkoom on the Nani is something I feel like we haven't seen that much recently. But again, this is such a good ranged map. It just makes sense. It feels a little bit like we're playing, the Heist version of Shooting Star, doesn't it?
Yeah, a little bit. I think Nani is a great brawler to be able to bring back the flow of action, and Darkroom definitely going to be looking to get that peep very, very early on here. And, EXO will have to defend that. They'll be very, very cautious around feeding that super, which they have actually done now. So that peep going to be going out. The true gold skin as well. You'll have to see, but Sunbentley is going to be the first to go down. That's going to allow a shield to get a couple of landing shots onto the EXO safe.
YDE taking a lot of damage there. Wow, a quick double tap from Mummy and Ashil going to get that elimination. And Bunkerock are moving forwards once more. Darkoom on the left there. The peep comes out. Where's that peep going? Is it going straight to the enemy safe? Is the teleport in? And more damage done. That safe is crumbling, Ark.
Yeah, but in the meantime as well, Sunbelly did land a couple of shots there on the lower half of the map. Kerr staying back for defense, but Ashil now taking care of that. That's going to force Whitey back to have to deal with this and juggle between that and Mummy Jordan. It looks like Ashil as well coming back to defend this and trying to get a pinch. Does get the double tap onto Sunbentley. A huge defense potentially inbound here. Curse with a tap onto Darkroom also, but now weak. I think the homemade recipe didn't quite connect, whereas the Shills did, and that's going to allow Bunkerock to be able to push forwards here.
And push forwards. They are not at the moment. They are just trying to hold their ground in the middle, which, I mean, to an extent, it makes sense. As long as they can hold the other team back, they do just win.
Yeah, with 15 seconds also, Sunbentley very low and weary, and the Warp Blast coming in from Darkroom. Sun needs to make a choice here, and he goes for the shots to try to connect some damage, getting a shot on the way, but in the meantime, Darkroom is laying down a ton of fire. This has been quite close, actually. Oh my word.
3% in it. Oh, wow. So much just seemed to turn to chaos there towards the end of that game. As Darkoom teleported to the enemy safe rather than holding back and preventing the other team from moving forwards. They ended up going for a base race, which felt a little bit risky, in my opinion, for Bunkerock, but they were able to get the win. They are one step closer to qualifying, to not only qualifying for World Finals, but also, again, like you said, setting the whole thing in stone.
Yeah, I mean, and also, you've got to take this into kind of a account. Bunkerock have had, to be completely honest, pretty disastrous results this year in terms of their quarterfinal performances. They've never escaped the quarterfinal stages. They've never made the semifinals. They've appeared 6 times before today. This is their 7th appearance today, and they've only won 2 sets all year. That was against SK Gaming back in March and Reply Totem back in May. So they're one game away from effectively doubling that previous record. I mean, it hasn't been the best of times for them, but they have been, I know they've been doing a ton of practice as well, but as have EXO free agents. That was the first game. I think this is going to be a lot more of a longer affair. I think we're going to go to the 3rd and final set either way. It
goes to show how important consistency is, because this year, Bunkerock haven't managed to win, haven't really managed to win in the monthly finals, but they've been qualifying for the monthly finals consistently, and that's where they've been getting their points. So it's not all about just showing up once, putting on a really good, getting a big win and then not qualifying again. This team are back again and again and again. I said this earlier when talking about Tribe. My only concern for them would be if they do qualify, what's to say that when we get to Worlds, suddenly they start winning? Like, they really need to put in the work before that in order to get to the same level as these other teams that have qualified.
Exactly that. This is the thing. You know, Bunkerock have been more consistent at qualifying for the monthly finals. You know, EXO Free Agents haven't been as consistent in that respect, but they've also had better performances in general. There was a match where we saw them go all the way to the grand finals and face off there. I think it was against AC Milan Qlash. And, you know, they've had some greater results, but they haven't been present as every month has rolled by. So this one is going to be honestly so close. And I think that Shill, for me, in that last game was doing a tremendous job in that mid control. And a lot of that support behind him allowed the damage to kind of come into play. You know, I think that this time round that there's going to be some team discussion in the background. EXO Free Agents is going to be looking to focus more around a Shill and getting him eradicated to be able to bring back some damage of their own.
Oh, wow. Oh, this is a drastically different composition from Bunkerock this time. We're going with Poco double tank. But YDE seems to be cleaning them up nicely. And already, Bunkerock safe is down to 70%, 66%. What are Bunkerock doing? What is this comp?
It's a risky comp. Again, the max ban now coming so key into play. Without that max speed, you kind of a little bit of a sitting duck. You've got to be able to really cycle the aggressive pushes here. And now we've got Mummy and Dark actually on the safe. This is going to be actually very bad news for EXO Free Agents here. But at the same time, Sunbelly getting some very important taps, and it should be safe and sound. Sun should be able to do it. He does. We are all tied up. As quickly as that, we are all tied up.
Somebody just stood there and just blasted away the safe. And yeah, Daryl and BB were like, you're double teaming the other safe, but it just didn't matter. Bunkerock's safe was so weak, and Sunbelly alone. I mean, Nani deals a lot of damage up close. There's no two ways about that.
You can't leave Nani on the safe. You really can't. I mean, even there with two players, you know, just carrying up the damage on the other side of things. You know, Sun was uncontested, and you know, you don't really necessarily ever want to be a poker on that defense. That's just never going to go well. So I think that's for me, EXO Free Agents played the right comp at the right time. You know, they were anticipating that it could still be a comp that was going to be played. Again, that max ban's going to eradicate a bit more of the aggressiveness of it. But you know, if you've got that range with the Brock and the Nani, there's very little that you're going to be able to do about that on the other side of the field.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Okay, a big switch up in compositions there for Bunkerock. It did not work out. So now the question is, what are they going to do about that? Do they go back to the ranged comp where they were able to sort of be the favored team? Or do you think they try something else entirely? What do you expect to see from them? It could be anything.
I feel like they won't try and run that again. I feel like that was a pretty big indicator that that's not the way to go. Shill was working very much better as Piper for me, and again, that Bell ban is in place, so I feel like we're probably going to see a Shill going back to that mid Piper, possibly the Rika coming back as well. You know, I feel like they're going to go back to the original comp that they are running, but at the same time now, you know, it's information to EXO that they can kind of survive this if they go in with that same idea of the Nani, and probably the Brock's a safer bet, just to be sure that, you know, if there are the event of any mind games, that those can be shut down as well. I feel like at the moment it's going to be very much a battle of the mids, actually, between if Curse does continue to play on that Piper pick, which I assume he'll go back to. Very hard to tell at this moment whether we're going to see any mind games come into play, because Piper could be really a brawler which could struggle against tankier options. We may see EXO Free Agents go on the tanky approach. It's very hard to say. Playing it safe, yeah.
Now again, they were able to take this matchup down the first time. I believe Free Agents have switched one brawler up, because I'm sure they were running a Rico earlier.
They're running now the Nani with Sunbelly on the right. Yeah, exactly that. So I think that's the wise way to go about this. They saw that the Nani pick was one that Bunker really did well with, and it put them in a spot. They've adapted. They brought that out in the previous game, but they weren't playing it in the first game. So that makes a lot of sense. And this is going to be very, very close now with the mirror matchup. Honestly, it's going to come down to just who plays it better.
And of course, we're going to get a stalemate for a little while as Darkroom does take that first little bit of damage. And of course, every piece of damage does count, because it helps build up the other team's super.
Yeah, this is that early standoff where no one wants to feed. That was the mistake as well to point out that EXO had in that first game, was Darkroom had his super very, very early on, and as soon as you got that peep coming in, it really does encourage your team to be able to follow up with a push behind it. So I wouldn't be opposed to any early homemade recipes here either, to allow either Curse or a Shill to make it a 2 versus 3 here, but both seeming to be very, very passive in that respect and taking it slow. Be careful there. Darkroom going for the mid was a smart move. Actually got a little bit of a tap of Curse. Nani's a direct counter to Piper as well, so bear that one in mind, that if we see any of those lane switches happening, we may see some early supers. There's one for Bentley.
Oh, Darkroom's has to be almost ready as well, though. He's dealt a fair amount of damage here. Here comes the peep. There goes the teleport, and now... Oh, Bentley got the elimination, and the damage comes in. Like you said, it does encourage the push. Piper able to deal some damage as well. 13% is not a crazy amount of damage that's dealt, but start.
Yeah, I think that was genuinely the best start for EXO, really, but now Shield getting a little bit of space on that left-hand side does get some damage of his own, just 4%. There's going to be a warp blast from Darkroom here. There it is. It's down to White to just defend it. The rocket fuel did not connect. They're even not the greatest of them in terms of the gadget side, but Kirsten also Sun doing well to defend this mid area, but that was a bit of a hairy spot for me. The damage continuing down. There, Mummy Jordan does get one rocket. That was a good cancellation of that super, but look at the timer. 10 seconds remain, and actually EXO Freeze is behind it. One shot from Kirsten there. Somebody staying alive. He goes down. Oh. That's going to be disastrous now, as Bunkerock now is surely going to be able to secure this first set.
These have been some very close wins from Bunkerock, but they have been wins. We are going to move on to set number 2. Again, a little reminder. We're gonna have to keep reminding you this because it's a lot to take in. If Bunkerock win this set, then both Bunkerock and Reply Totem will qualify for Worlds.
So, go on.
Well, that will mean that EXO free agents do not qualify for Worlds.
Yeah. So much on the line, genuinely so much. For me, I felt like that the passiveness of that early game came back around to bite. You really want to get your supers as early as possible, but both sides, as you could see, were just so defensive around it. They both knew exactly what it would mean for the first person that did when Bentley got it. If he'd just been able to stay alive, it would have been able to put a ton of pressure there in that instance onto Mummy Jordan, but he did go down, and that meant that Bunker were able to clear up that defense and go back on the offense, and the damage to that safe really is the story that says it all for me.
Reply Totem are watching this on the sidelines, and they're going to be cheering Bunkerock on, because if Bunkerock win this and Reply Totem immediately qualify, Reply Totem still have to play, but it takes a lot of pressure off of them.
Oh yeah, I mean, if someone can do the heavy lifting for you, then that's absolutely going to only be something that can go in their favor here. One thing I've got to say is there are a lot of EXO fans. There always is EXO spam in their chat, so I would go as far to say that possibly, the audience would side more with EXO free agents here because, again, they've got such a loyal fan base. But at the moment, that's not the story that says on the scoreline. Layer Cake and Bounty is one of those maps and modes where you've got to be so careful. You've got to be able to reward your aggression and not overstep that mark. If you go into aggressive, then you might find yourself up against the match point very, very quickly. So, watching how EXO approach this one is going to be very much the center of my attention for sure.
Absolutely. You know what was the center of my attention there? As we had the little map, flyover. Poco Loco. I want to play it. It looks like a fun game.
Yeah. Maybe it'd be the next Supercell title to make a beta appearance. I do like the lollipop drop. I've got to say off the bat for Cursor. He was running that Leon in the qualifiers and running it very, very successfully well. It actually got them out of a very, very tight spot and enabled them to qualify. So I'm very much looking forward to seeing how that gets taken care of. Obviously, the Tick will be trying to get the shots to land on that lollipop drop, as will Mummy Jordan. But I like Leon here. It can be a very, very good aggressor without that Mortis.
This is a crazy start arc. The fact that blue star is still just sitting there. Yeah. Bentley, it looks like he keeps trying to make a bit of a push for it, but is getting pushed back, and it's going to be Darkoom that moves forwards and grabs it, which means if no eliminations happen out for the rest of the game, Bunkerock will take it. So it's up to EXO free agents to do something.
Yeah, good aggression as well. That lollipop drop going down was what EXO free agents were trying to hide behind and maintain. So as the map gets broken up with that Brock pick on Mummy Jordan side on the left, it's going to mean that Curse has less places to go effectively. Tick great for control, but if you're caught off the spawn trap, could struggle. Whitey breaking things up as well himself, as he knows that that's the best way to assert some pressure and authority. Shield the minute's not really able to do too much. So Bentley looking to get an angle, but at the moment his range is far too away from the situation. Very few supers on the field as well, so that same passive style, because both teams know exactly what's at stake.
Yeah, both teams are playing for their spot at World Finals. And in doing so, they are playing so cautiously. YDE takes a lot of damage on the left there. Exo free agents, they do find an elimination on a shield with only 9 seconds left on the clock. That sneaky Piper snipe, Darkoon moves forwards, is so weak. It looks like that sneaky little Piper snipe was going to be enough to take the win for Exo free agents. I cannot believe it.
I mean, that's keeping composure, right? I mean, when there's been 0 deaths on the scoreboard, that was the snipe from Sunbendy. It had to connect. It forced a position upon Bunker with only 10 seconds where he had to go on the aggressive. And that is also where that sort of timing is not ideal to go on the aggressive when you're behind. You can really play off of that. Just that 1 kill to 0 deaths for Sun Bentley. Such an important factor. His most used brawler was Nanny, you know, obviously as we saw in Safe Zone, but it was on the Piper where it really mattered most.
Yeah, honestly, amazing from Sun Bentley in particular. Again, this is the thing. Sun Bentley, Cursed, YDE, these 3 players have got so much experience in Brawl Stars Esports. Last year, they performed so well in the competition. This year, they've not quite managed to get the points that they need to qualify just yet. It is still possible for them to qualify today, but it's a tough road in front of them. And I sort of like, as someone who's been, you know, a fan of competitive Brawl Stars for several years now, seeing names like Cursed and YD and Sun Bentley not in World Finals, that would kind of make me a little bit sad, Ark. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I'm going to go out right out there and say it. There's very few occasions, Falcone, where I will bring on the Challenger Colt skin into a stream, and today is one of those days. It really is all about what happens in this lower part of the bracket in terms of the deciding factors for World. So, so much is on the line. Curse is going to make an early grab for that blue star. They want to have the power early on this time round. But again, we saw in that last game, just 1 kill is that can sometimes be all you need. It can be the deciding factor in bounties. So again, this early retreat back into the spawn could go for or against EXO. It's such an early stage. I would say that it's actually more power to Bunker. Let's see how they handle this one.
I mean, it's a fantastic push, getting EXO free agents back at their spawn. Feels like it would have to go horribly wrong for Bunkerock to mess this up. Now, look at the tick onslaught going in there. Cursed just about managing to stay alive, but the other brawlers both getting eliminated, and now Bunkerock can sort of let up a little bit. They can relax, they can back off slightly, but they're not going to want to because they're in such a great position.
Yeah, time on their side still, but yeah, Cursed did exceptionally well there to stay alive, as that was almost an entire team wipe. It would be a little bit of a saving grace, but again, they've got to get out of this spawn position, and no one is feeding Cursed. That's ideally what Bunker wants to do here, is avoid Cursed having that super hand. The hand, very, very low left-hand side lane there. Mommy Jordan has to retreat, so this is the chance for Exos to push forwards. They've got to do that. Again, they do not want to be faced off against match point in this particular series. This would be so much as they can take this to the third and final set. Oh. 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 EXO free agents just went on an absolute tear. That is 7 stars to 4 with the blue star and another follow-up. It's all going downhill for Bunkerock here.
Unbelievable. EXO free agents are going to somehow take the win and take bounty. Now, Ark, I gotta tell you, the most unfortunate thing just happened to me. I think my internet dropped for about 4 seconds, and I missed the key part of the action there.
I had you covered.
So I need to watch the replay because I actually missed the best bit. Let's
honestly,
take a look right now.
That to put it in a nutshell, Falcone, escalated quickly. Let's say, my goodness me, that was unbelievable. I was thinking that was in the bag. I thought it was in the bag. Such a great start for Bunkerock there. EXO free agents were just able to continuously tap in the final moments, and this is the moment. Sun Bentley with that one there, and then after that, the walls came crashing down. It was one thing that led to another. EXO free agents survive on. They take it to the third and final set.
Wow. Well, there you have it. You called it, Ark. You did say you think that this match will get to the final set. You called it.
It had to.
Here we are. It all comes down to this. Bunkerock are 1 set away from qualifying for World Finals. EXO free agents, it's a little more complicated. We'll get into that later, but let's just put it this way. EXO free agents have a chance to qualify for World Finals if they could beat Bunkerock. It's all going to come down to gem grab on Hard Rock Mine.
Yeah, EXO have got a busy day ahead if they can get through this final set and come out on top. But if Bunkerock are the one and the team to do so, then this is much easier to call. I do admire the way that EXO Freedoms came back in Bounty. It's a very, I would go as far to say that for me playing it, it's one of the most terrifying game modes when there's so much at stake. So a very much needed boost for EXO, considering that they were a little bit behind in that first set now. No, Hard Rock Mine. What better map can you have really for gem grab? In all honesty, one of the most competitive maps that we've seen, one of the most balanced maps as well. So this is where it's all going to come down for one of these two teams. It's such a sad thing that we're going to be waving goodbye to one of the three front runners this year that are fighting between those two golden tickets. But again, I still feel like it's the best way to decide it in the last monthly finals. So Hard Rock Mine, very keen to see what the comps will be here.
I agree. I mean, but that's what top competitive gameplay is about. It's about success, it's about celebration, but on the other side of that coin there is loss and heartbreak, and that is all just a part of it, and that's a part of our show that we are putting on for you guys today. So for two of these teams they're going to be very happy, but for one of these teams there will be disappointment, and that will be EXO Free Agents right now unless they win this set.
So much on the line, and you know, one kill here, a drop of the gems, everything could change. I like the 8-bit here. I'm surprised to not see it combined with the Byron, to be completely honest, but it's going to allow Sun Bentley to have that lane control that he needs to get over Mummy Jordan here. I like the comps in general, wouldn't be opposed to a Sandy here myself either. It's going to be an early 2 gems for a shield playing on the Gene, so watch out for those magic hands that could honestly turn the game if EXO Free Agents are not fast enough to the draw. Curse will have that cheat cartridge on the side of 8-bit, so 2 gem carries with a lot of survivability.
Typically, historically, Bunkerock have been a little bit better on gem grab than EXO Free Agents. They have a 63% win rate, whereas EXO Free Agents have a 58% win rate. But that's only 5% in it. It's very, very close. Cursed, just about escaping with those gems from Darkoon, or with that super. It is going to be Bunkerock with control at the moment, but Ashiel is taking so much damage.
6 gems with Bunkerock. A lot of pressure being applied from Dark on that right-hand side as well, just trying to get the angle wide. Very low as well, no super to hand, so that's going to pinch him between a rock and a hard place. There's the gas hill coming in very, very clutch, but not enough. The final shot from Michelle, and that pull to hand as well. Curse doing a tremendous job of holding firm on his own here, pops down another damage boost for that additional speed here, but there's a lot of pressure being applied to EXO right now from Bunker.
Bunkerock are in a great position gems-wise, but they have been pushed back as both teams are now sort of hiding inside their own little, well, the invisibility, the lollipop, the 8-bit turret up above. A missed pull, but still a 9th gem picked up from Mummy. And there's gem number 10. Ashiel has managed to grab it. Can they afford to escape here? I don't think the other team can get 3 more gems, can they?
Mummy Jordan is potential target here. He's got one that will split the countdown to reset things. They got to go on the aggressive here. Curse is low as well. There's a good pinch coming in. Wiley goes down very quickly. That's disastrous. Curse goes down. That is going to be match point to Bunkerock.
Bunkerock 1 game away from qualifying and pushing Reply Totem into qualifying. EXO Free Agents, for them, this is now do or die. The entire year, every single moment of competition and training for them, it all comes down to this next game. They cannot afford to lose it.
As far as the win rates are concerned with gem grab, Bunkerock have a little bit of an edge. 63% to the 58% of EXO, the stats we have in the background. So that would be reflective in that last game for sure. Will it be reflective in the game to come? 25% damage for a shill, 9 gems collected. That Gene was definitely doing a great job, but it didn't turn the game the way that we tend to see Gene do. We didn't see a connection of that magic hand that was very important. So I think this battle kind of lies outside of the mid for me. I think that's where this is going to have to come down to. I would not be at all surprised to see a match point to decide this one, and that my heart's already going, Balcony. I'm not sure how much I can take.
Honestly, Ark, today it's been crazy. This match has been crazy. Of course, where it gets interesting is if EXO Free Agents do win this, the next game ends up being just as crazy, and then potentially another semifinal later ends up being just as crazy. But if Bunkerock do win this, they're on match point now, then everyone can sort of just calm down a little bit because it's solved at that point. Like, the qualifications have been selected. Everyone can just breathe and play for today.
Yeah, that's definitely the easier way, to be able to announce it. But I have a feeling, that this is not going to be nearly as straightforward, at least in this next game. Composure going to have to come into play again for Exofringe. They are behind here. They are up against the match point that is held by Bunker. No change to the comp that I'm kind of surprised to see, in all honesty, but it's going to come down to, again, those side lanes being won and the gems in the middle, and Curse is going to make the early snatch for those three. I think it's the wise way to go about it. Watching out as well for Darkroom, who was doing a great job in that last game of bringing back the flow of action. So a shield with no super is going to need to earn that. He wants that magic hand. Sometimes just having it, which he does now, is a very, very good thing to have. And no, what a pull on Curse! Curse, they would stay alive, but only just Sun had to come in there to help out massively.
Big lead for Exo free agents at the moment, but Cursed, YDE and Sun Bentley are all, again, they're back in that corner. It's not the worst place to be, as Cursed is able to do just that, creep forward, grab a gem, and creep backwards again.
And he goes down. That's going to leave Cursed alone here. Darkroom in the shield, trying to get the angle to put maximum pressure. The shots there going straight onto the damage booster is not what Cursed wants. He wants that maneuverability. He wants that additional damage to be able to rain down. And Sun Bentley's super did not rain down and connect there massively onto Shield or Mummy. Mummy doing a good job to keep the aggression whilst the shield healing up. He's got that magic hand again, and he did hit it this time around. He's going to surely go for a wide there. Chose not to. Cursed taking a lot of hits from Darkroom.
Oh my goodness. Bunkerock able to get a great pull from Ashil. They've managed to get complete control of the center. Curse is doing what he can from the left side to try and tear the team down, but it's not happening. 8 gems to 7. That lollipop still just allowing Bunkerock to get in these weird positions where they can just dodge everything from the other team.
A much more aggressive damage booster with that maneuverability there. Curse can really start to own this mid. Sun there didn't quite connect. Bunker doing a great job. It's got to be said in terms of their juking abilities today. 9 gems to 8. It's going to be a countdown for Exo, but they've got to hold this mid control. This one is not over yet. Sun Bentley low. Does not use the gadget, which I assume he's then exacerbating that respect. Down there goes some gems from Mummy. That's going to put a ton of pressure onto a shield.
Oh, no.
The mismatching hand disaster struck for Bunker as Exo looked to take this to match point. Match point. Oh, it's got real.
Exo were able to get some crazy eliminations at the end there. Some vital eliminations that just stopped Bunkerock from doing anything. Bunkerock, Ashil was waiting with the magic hand ready to go. It's like, yeah, okay, they're going to get the next gem, but fine, I can pull them in. But by managing to go around the Gene, or go around Ashil and eliminate Mummy and Darkroom, there was really nothing that Bunkerock could do to save that game. It all comes down to this. If Bunkerock win, they qualify. If they lose, they will not qualify. If Exo win, they... Actually, hang on, that's not even necessarily true, is it? Bunkerock can still qualify, potentially, if they lose. But the team that it's most vital for now is Exo free agents. If they lose, they're out.
Exactly that. This is the most important game of this year. Can I just put that out there? No pressure, guys. No pressure. I feel like I'm feeling it for everyone at this moment in time, but it's going to come down to a single game of gem grab one way or another. Such an important outcome. Everything has to go right for both of these two teams. Again, so much is at stake on this game, and I've called it. I said that I felt it was going to go to the third final. When it did, I felt it was going to go to a match point, and here we are. It's too close to call. It really is.
This game of gem grab on Hard Rock Mine is a game that is going to stay in the losers' nightmares for the coming months. I think it is fair to say. But without further ado, the game is just about to start. Bunkerock or Exo free agents. Bunkerock could lock in their qualification spot right now if they win this, eliminating Exo free agents. Exo free agents can fight to earn their spot right now if they win and then get a few more wins later on. But honestly, anything can still happen at this point, Ark.
honestly, if you're watching at home, try to connect with your inner Wusar and just breathe a few breaths and just know that we're in it every step of the way with you guys as well. So team's taking a little bit of time, obviously, because you don't want to go home as the result. Yeah, it's a huge game, the biggest game, and the comps are so important. We haven't seen much variation on them so far, it's got to be said, in this particular map. So are we going to see any changes? Imagine that decision-making process for the players as they're looking to decide what they're going to do. Are they going to switch? Are they going to stay? It could make all the difference here. Let's see what they bring in. It's going to be Gene for Curse. They're going to take out the 8-bit. They're going to bring as well in the Leon for Whitey. So EXO are taking the risk here. Hugely so. No changes for Bunker. EXO are taking the risk.
Yeah, and so far it's paying off for Bunker at the moment. They've got the mid control as Shill is managing to get a little bit of damage on Curse, who does sneak in from the lollipop, grab the gem, and sneak away again. Sam Bentley sneaking down the left lane. Wow, goes all the way around the back and is wanting to cause some real difficulty for that team. Can Sam Bentley get rid of the lollipop? No, not quite going to head for that, but Darkoom does do that to the other team.
Maybe Jordan's in Beers, and that's the reason why Sam Bentley has come back. That little shot there will allow them to see where he is, but he got a takedown there. A very important one onto Curse. The gem still sitting there. No real threat for the moment, but the positioning is all with Bunker. And Darkham clear that right-hand side, and Curse comes in with the magic hand to clear it up, and that's a very important thing. But Mummy Jordan is not done on that left-hand side. Curse has got to be very, very careful.
Yeah, Curse alone isn't going to be enough, though. With both of his teammates eliminated there, that was a struggle. Curse goes down to Mummy as well. Bunkerock are in a much greater position. Darkoom sweeps up the next 2 gems. All they have to do is escape. It doesn't work out. The magic hand comes in. YDE falls, and Ashill and Mummy are going to be pushing in the center. But Cursed has managed to get control, and Cursed has the magic hand ready. This could still go either way, Ark.
Yeah, Sun's really got to hold on to this super, and if he gets it, he's got to land it. Curse getting some very, very important gems, a very important takedown, and it's got to be said, those 2 gems could be their saving grace as Shill is lurking beneath that lollipop drop. Mummy Jordan is low. They've got to go for this gem, but they can't because EXO are holding it down. Curse, we're going to... Oh! Darkham with a connecting super! Why is he going to come in for the snatch? Invisi Hill inbound! Oh, disaster for EXO! It's going to be a countdown, 7 gems for Shill. They've got to stop this to survive on in this championship, or this one is all over.
Cursed is pushing Magic Hand at the ready. YDE coming in as well. Can they take down a shield? Darkoom gets in the way. The Magic Hand misses. Curse falls. Bunkerock, Esports, and Reply Totem have just qualified for the World Finals. And unfortunately for them, EXO free agents have lost their spot. We will not be seeing them next month, but right now the moment is Bunkerock's. Mummy, Darkoom, and Ashill. They have done it. They've earned their spot. That is it. EMEA is locked up, Ark.
The most pinnacle moment of this year for EMEA, for those remaining spots, has been decided. Gem grab, hard reminders where it went down, and that is it. Bunkerock and Reply Totem confirmed, but they had to go through the might of EXO to get there, and that really did have to come down to the wire at the end of that match. Congratulations to Bunker, congratulations to Reply Totem. EMEA, as you rightly say, Falcone, completely locked up.
Oh my goodness, I cannot imagine how these players were feeling during those games. The sense of relief that both Bunkerock and Reply Totem must be feeling right now, versus the crushing defeat from EXO. Like, my heart does go out to them. Again, 3 fantastic players with so much Brawl Stars experience, so many Brawl Stars fans. You guys love them, we love them. It is a great shame that we won't be seeing them in World Finals, but I'm sure that they'll be back next year.
Final moment there, the body blocks were on point from Darkroom. I felt like, honestly, he really came in to shine in that series of gem grab, putting so much right-hand side lane pressure the entire way through. Mummy John with the 32% team damage also, and, you know, everyone doing their bit on the side of Bunker. I know they've been doing a ton of preparations for today, and they were able to make it through, and they went all the way. We've still got to see out the rest of today, but as far as that one is concerned, we have got our finalists for the World Finals in EMEA up next. CraZe Clan against Reply Totem, who again were able to watch from the sidelines and let Bunker do the hard lifting.
Yeah, I can't imagine how Reply Totem must be feeling right now, because on one hand, they need to be getting ready to game. They need to play, they need to compete. But on the other hand, they probably just want to take a minute to just breathe in, breathe out, and, you know, register the fact that they've done it. They've qualified for World Finals.
Yeah, exactly that. I feel like I need to do the same.
Yeah, me too.
Very, very hot with this hoodie on, may I add, as well. Especially when there's that much going on the line.
It's a comfortable hoodie, but yeah, it gets hot in these studios.
It gets hot.
We got Madara, we got Naui, and we got Meow up against Sold, Maori, and Maru. In a game that certainly doesn't have the stakes that it could have had up until about 5 minutes ago. But still, now they've qualified, Reply Totem, they need to show that they've got what it takes to win in World Finals. We want to see them kicking butt in the last monthly final as well.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, they also themselves want to make that statement. It's potentially a matchup to come in this lower part of the bracket where it could be Bunkerock versus Reply Totem. That would be a very, very interesting one to see for sure. Sneaky Fields will be the first map. Brawl Ball, of course, the mode Ring of Fire will be following for Hot Zone. And if we get to the third and final set, Factory Rush and Siege will be what is coming then. Sneaky Fields, of course, a new map into the pool. One that recurred, actually, we had it in the very early part of this year, coming back now. And it is one of my favorites for Brawl Ball. So I'm very much looking forward to seeing these two teams battle it out.
I love a bit of Sneaky Fields arc. It encourages a very different type of gameplay as opposed to some of the other Brawl Ball maps that we see. We tend to find a lot more of the close range brawlers, obviously trying to be a little bit more sneaky. Let's take a look though at the picks and bans and see what brawlers won't be played on Sneaky Field. It is going to be Barley, Ash, Max, and Ash. Ash actually banned on both sides. Okay, so Barley, Max, and Ash are the 3 bans. Does that make sense to you?
Interesting to see Max getting some ban time today. We saw it previously with the Bunker Exo match. I think it was Exo that banned Max. So okay, I'm kind of curious to see where Max is going to sit in the meta. We've seen a little bit of her coming back, but ultimately, worthy to be banned? Question mark there for me a little bit, but perhaps it's just, you know, one of those brawlers which can, you know, make a big impact. I mean, it makes sense. Sneaky Fields is a really good map to combine Max with Rosa. That is a really tough one to shake in that particular map. So I think that's specific around this first set. Reply Totem clearly wanting to get that early advantage. Ash, let's be honest, let's get rid of Ash for the most part at the minute. We've seen already Ash tearing it up today in that game with SK and Tribe. Barley as well, great for control. No problems there for me. I think that could be one that could make a big impact if we go all the way to Factory Rush, but also in Sneaky Fields can have some area control.
I have a question for you, Ark.
Shoot.
Do you like watching the Brawl Stars monthly finals?
I think it's fair to say I do, Falcone. I think that's okay to say, yeah.
Do you like free stuff?
I love free stuff. Free stuff is what I live for. I'm constantly nagging Supercell for free stuff.
Do you like getting free stuff because you were watching the Brawl Stars monthly finals?
That is the best combination of things.
Well then, I have a surprise for you. If you type #B23 and your in-game player tag from your player profile in chat in the next 10 minutes, you will be entered for a chance to win one of 15 Arc Villain B skins. Only one tag will be considered per person, so only type it in once. Once again, that is #B23, your player tag for Arc Villain B. One of your favorite skins, right, Arc?
Yeah, I cosplayed it. Yeah, I very much have a lot of love for this skin, and yeah, it's you know, again, I've got to say, I love that new feature in game where you can have the choice of skins and randomize them.
I love that as well.
So now no longer it's not necessarily my go-to, but it's definitely in my rotation for feed, no matter what way you look at it. So
now I don't feel bad about the fact I have multiple skins for each brawlers, because you know I get to mix them all up easily. It's great. I love it. Anyway, here we go. We got Spike, Bell, and Sandy up against B, Brock, and who was the third brawler? That is another Spike. Okay, all right, sure. So not like crazy close range brawlers, but not also particularly long range compositions there with the Spikes and the Sandy. A little bit of everything.
Yeah, I do like the Bell here as well. It's the safer brawler to have in a defensive position, but also B can pack such a sting. And I think that the Reply Totem were very much considering the prospect of Rosa here. So that's with the Spike and with the B, some very hard-hitting tank counters here. You know, at the moment, it's, for me, CraZe kind of got in with a bit of a hybrid, I would say. But I do like the fact that they've got the Brock to be able to break open these bushes. At the moment, the Reply Totem are struggling a little bit. It's got to be said, as CraZe can take the mid.
Reply Totem now very much stuck in their spawn, and CraZe Clan definitely in a better position, but they did just sort of sit around and wait for Reply Totem to come at them. I wonder what their plan is here.
Yeah, playing it slow and steady, I guess. At the end of the day, though, you know, B is going to do wonders in overtime for Reply Totem, so they know that if they can just hang on and not necessarily have to go massively on the aggressive, they got all that range going in to overtime and that slowdown as well, with Maori connecting really nicely onto Madara there, forced back as well. The curveball coming in does get cleared up. Sort of did well there, in my opinion, to ensure that was the case. 3 versus 2 now. Maori needs to get realistically a super onto that mid area if he can, but again, just playing the long game here to try to take this to overtime, I guess.
Meow taking a lot of damage there, is going to fall. Madara now sitting back at the goal on by themselves is also going to go down after getting an elimination. There's eliminations flying backwards and forwards, but so far no goal, and that ball still scarily close to CraZe Clan's goal. Looks like it's going to come down to overtime here.
Yeah, I genuinely feel like that is going to be something which Reply Totem are absolutely okay with. Now he's going to really struggle as the standee there on that bottom left, as the lack of range there is going to be something which, you know, Meow and Madara have really got to take the reins on, and it's a really important takedown there. But Maori just creeping in. Soyabrett's got super as well. This could be a great opportunity. The flashing there, and that's a great chance. But the stun of the sweet dreams, Maori sitting duck. That would surely have led to a goal as well, and Soy didn't get the super up in time there.
That stun was actually incredible. A great super for Maori, though. Maru, not quite able to get close enough to the ball to take advantage of that. Now he despite being slowed, is going to dodge a lot of that fire before falling. It's still CraZe Clan with their back against the wall here. Can Reply Totem get the goal, or is this going to be a draw?
Could well be. A shot from Maori does not go through, but the shots that followed absolutely did connect. As a team wipe for Reply Totem, that should be the goal.
Not a draw then. Reply Totem are going to take the first game of Brawl Ball. Congratulations to them. That was quite the onslaught at the end.
Yeah, that's safe to say. Yeah, that was exactly what Reply Totem were like. You know, they've been maybe a bit of a slow start to the season, a bit inconsistent, but now they're starting to really understand a bit about patience in their gameplay style. And I really appreciate that about watching their games play out. And they know that if they get the right comp from the outset, that sometimes it's worth being patient. It's worth waiting for those overtime moments. Maru
going to be our featured player here. 47% of the team's damage.
Wow.
That's definitely significant. 8 eliminations, one death. Yeah, you're pretty happy with those stats.
Yeah, I would be. I mean, that's almost half your team damage. I mean, you know, Brock is in a great place. I'm surprised that we're seeing so many Max bans as opposed to Brock bans today, actually. But it does seem to be that, you know, Max being very map dependent, the rotations could just be swaying more towards maps which Max would thrive in. But yeah, you cannot underestimate Brock right now. It's a really, really dominant brawler to have in your arsenal.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Brock just really does pack a punch. It's fair to say Brock really is able to pack a punch, both with the gadget and also just with the regular shots. Brock deals damage very, very quickly. We're going to move on to the next game of Brawl Ball on Sneaky Fields. Will this be as long as the last one? I was quite surprised when that one went to overtime, but here we go. It's similar comps, so here we go again. Sandy's been switched out for a Brock, but otherwise I think this is pretty much the same as last game.
Yeah, I like the Spike lane. Spike being such a great brawler to have. It's great at control, but also in the event of any tankier brawlers coming in, which are not chosen, but I think these are the safer comps in the event that someone were to try to bring in something with a tankier edge and some heals behind it. Shots from Naui and a very quick thumb from Soyabrett's to get the life plant down. Maori as well, trying to seek his way to the right, but going down for his troubles there. Soy's going to have to hold very, very well here. He's very low on HP. Maori going to have to hold his own as well. Otherwise, we could see an early goal.
I mean, Reply Totem are just falling apart here as CraZe Clan are able to get these many eliminations and they're able to stay in this good position. Maori falls as well this time. It just seems the Reply Totem are getting eliminated over and over and over again. But they're still doing a good job of defending that ball. CraZe Clan aren't able to push too close to it.
I feel like for me, CraZe could be doing more to go on the aggressive. They're good at getting these takedowns and they're good at applying pressure, but when the ball needs to go further up the field and they need to get behind it, they're not really doing so. They kind of just always find themselves in this position where Reply Totem are able to recollect themselves, and then they find themselves on defense. The early game for CraZe has been really, really good and promising, but they're just not really going on the aggressive as much as they need to. They've got to get a goal. That's the objective of Brawl Ball.
They really have. The ball is right there, and look, Meow, now we just aren't quite touching it. Now he might go for it now. Super is going to take down Brock. Okay, this could be the opportunity. The pass to Madara. Madara's got a super ready. Maybe a super shot will be enough to get this in.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Madara didn't take the ball and go for some pressure then onto Soda Breza. It doesn't really make sense as to why they're being so patient and passive here. I mean, again, they're going to be having a decent comp going into overtime, certainly better than the last game. This is surely a great chance as well to get that ball forwards and to try to juke along the way, but they're just not going for the opportunity. They're not seizing the moment.
Yeah, it's almost as if they're afraid to touch the ball. Genuinely, that seems... They've definitely... out-fragged the other team. They're getting all of the eliminations, but they're just not capitalizing on that. And now we're going to head into overtime. Maybe this will be their opportunity. Maru goes down as well. Mauri with the B is going to need to try and defend this single-handedly.
Shots are connecting nicely. Got an amplified one there in his pocket. Also, Soda Breza taking some fire, but that life plant coming in with the heals, very important, as do those, going back in the favor of Meow there. Now he's going to land some of these shots to put the pressure on. The nest egg pops and down goes Maori. But will they be able to recollect this situation? Oh, the shot from Sawyer, the line! It's going to go in! Oh,
Reply Totem are going to take Brawl Ball and Arc. That feels... to me, that's not how this game should have gone. I'm pretty sure if we look at the stats, if we look at eliminations, I am certain that CraZe Clan got so many more eliminations than Reply Totem did.
I would agree. I think so, but I think we called it. And I was expecting Reply Totem, in all honesty, in overtime to be able to make it happen because they felt like, surely we all did watching it, that they were behind for the majority of the game. But when overtime struck, they were able to utilize the map in its full potential and have no barriers to have CraZe Clan hide behind. They took their moment and they embraced it, and that's what you've got to do. CraZe Clan are playing really well, but they're just not seizing those moments. They've got to, because that's what Reply Totem will do if you don't.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. 5 eliminations, 1 death from Madara. 3 eliminations, to be fair, from Maru, but 6 deaths. I mean, you can see there how the stats, the elimination stats are skewed towards CraZe Clan. Either way, that is going to be Brawl Ball over and done with. We are going to move on to set 2, which I believe was Hot Zone. Is it Ring of Fire? Yes, Hot Zone on Ring of Fire. So we're going to have some more chaotic fights going on in a moment. Just one zone to fight over. And Reply Totem. So this is interesting because in a hypothetical this didn't happen world where EXO free agents beat Bunkerock, Reply Totem, I believe, now would have qualified anyway for winning this. So they will feel extra good about themselves now if they do win this, because okay, yeah, we qualified twice, essentially.
Yeah, that would have been the case, and they would have been facing up against EXO to consider how their prospects would fare as well in that semi-final stages. But got to get through Ring of Fire first. And again, this could be a map which I feel and mode which favors CraZe Clan because the objective is to stay in control. That's what we saw all of Brawl Ball. I would not be at all surprised if this goes to the third and final set because it just seems to cater very much towards the playstyle of CraZe Clan.
There is 1 minute left on the raffle. So make sure if you haven't already, make sure you've typed in the code B23 for your chance to win Arc Villain B. That is B23 and your player tag. Of course, it only gets counted once. But yeah, do it now if you haven't entered yet, and good luck.
Get those tags in, get those comments flying. But yeah, after a minute, we'd like some peace and order in the chat, as I'm sure we'd like to discuss the games at hand. But yeah, looking forward to seeing who will be winning those skins. And I do get a ton of tweets saying thank you. Don't thank me. Thank Brawl Esports.
Yeah, thank me. I chose you. I didn't really. It's CraZe Clan very much ahead here, though. This is very much a game where the eliminations are actually having more of an impact. CraZe Clan don't seem to be as afraid of the zone as they were of the ball in Brawl Ball. However, Reply Totem have managed to get themselves in a really great position.
Yeah, they've really started to get their act together, it seems, as now Maru as well, able to keep the heals coming in. They've actually gained back a ton of deficit here. Soylent Bread's going to evade that shot there also, so he's going to be able to hold firm on the right-hand side. That is honestly a really great comeback. It's very close, however, with a couple of takedowns. Naui going in with some shots. Maru is going to go down. Also, the nest egg's going to pop, but actually a great time to allow CraZe Clan, because ultimately they would have been under so much heavy fire if they hadn't done so then. But Reply Totem spawn in and take back that control. Match point for them.
A 4% in it at the end, but still Reply Totem able to take it down. That was quite incredible. I was convinced that CraZe Clan were winning that one. So let's take a look back at just how that happened. Just look at the great comeback here.
Yeah, genuinely, I felt like CraZe Clan were doing so well. The early game, again, the early games are so good, but Reply Totem have just got that experience and that knowledge and that competitiveness being here time and time again to know that it's not over until the final moments. You can always turn a game round more often than not, but just by having a good mentality.
However, what is over is the raffle, so you can go back to just chatting about the games. No more typing B23. Good luck to those of you who entered. I hope that you win. You specifically watching right now, I hope that you're the winner. But yes, Ark, we're on match point. Reply Totem are 1 game away. Do you think that they take this one all the way?
Yeah, now after that start, I feel like they've got their flow. I feel like they've been able to demoralize CraZe Clan actually in that first game of Hot Zone because, like I said, I felt like it was the perfect map and mode to go in on this second set. Now, I'm sure Reply Totem will seal the deal. They're going to want to. They want to go into the semis feeling good about things and not feeling like they've gone through too much strain. They want to reserve some of their energy. So, but it is a good start. It's going to be set for Reply Totem. The nest egg gone down in the mid as well. Soy in the right position, that right-hand side low, but now healing, and Maru as well, just going to be able to chip away on the left-hand side.
Yeah, look at Maru just sitting there, invisible thanks to the lollipop. Just look at that. That's busted. And meanwhile, CraZe Clan is in the bottom left corner fighting it out. I like the penny turret going on there. Can the penny turret find an invisible brawler inside the lollipop?
It depends whether the turret's sin prior to going into the invisibility. I'm not too sure the mechanics.
Okay.
We rarely tend to see Penny, to be honest. It's actually, ironically, one of those brawlers that Reply Totem would bring in on this map. So it's kind of interesting to see. But one thing it will do, as we saw on the right-hand side there, is it will lock on to the lollipop drop regardless. And that's the key, really, to having Penny when you've got such a map which favors Leon in that respect.
Yeah, I mean, the penny turret does do a lot of work here, but it's not quite doing enough to prevent Reply Totem from scoring. Mari and Soldi are both sitting in the zone. 10% remaining, 5% remaining now. I don't think anyone could do anything about Soldi. And there you go, Reply Totem are your final semi-finalists today. Even if EXO free agents had won the previous set, Reply Totem would now have qualified anyway. They are through to the World Finals, and you will be seeing them again next month. Of course, you'll also be seeing them now for the rest of today because they've got semi-finals to compete in. Let's take a look at the best moments from this match.
Yeah, honestly, I felt like this could have been a lot closer. If CraZe kind of taken more of these opportunities and got a couple more goals, because there was definitely some goal-scoring opportunities there for the taking, in my opinion. It was overtime, really, where Reply Totem were just able to keep so calm and collected enough to bring those goals in when they mattered. And then, you know, going into Hot Zone, that goal for me, though, as well, from Soy was absolutely on point just prior to death. And then Hot Zone, you know, you're going in with a great mindset. You know, you're feeling great because you've already qualified, and, you know, they were just able to seal the deal in Hot Zone.
Yeah, they honestly, very impressive performance. Reply Totem struggled a little bit in the first game of Hot Zone. Again, they only won by 4%, but they definitely came out swinging in the second game. No penny turret was enough to deal with them. And unfortunately for CraZe Clan, they have been eliminated. But we now have our 4 semi-finalists. We have got some very cool games coming up. El Clasico going to be coming up next in the semi-finals. And then, of course, Bunkerock up against Reply Totem a little bit later. The 2 newly qualified teams for World Finals. So you're not going to want to miss these coming games. We are in for a treat. But okay, Ark, I think we can take a deep breath. I think Teddy, who I'm sure is pulling his hair out, can also take a deep breath. and everyone can take a deep breath and we can relax. The region has been locked up. Now we're playing for prize money. We're playing for pride. And just before we do, we are going to take a little break. The quarterfinals are out of the way. Before we get to the semifinals, though, we have got one more episode of Grind Guide for this season. And of course, perfectly, this time we are focusing on Maori of Reply Totem. They have just secured their spot at Worlds, and they are a force to be reckoned with in this region. Let's see the strategies that they've employed to get them to Bucharest.
Welcome back to Grind Guide, the series where we break down the greatest tournament plays from the top pro players in Brawl Stars. This is your chance to learn from the best, and with a few simple tips, will help you to broaden your skills and sharpen your game knowledge. Today, we're stopping over in the EMEA region to take a look at a dark horse in this year's competition. We're talking about Maori of Reply Totem, a team who this year have taken EMEA by storm. With so few points now separating them from EXO free agents, Bunkerock and Tribe, Reply Totem have a very high chance of securing one of the last remaining qualification spots for the World Finals if they can clear one last hurdle. With only one monthly final remaining, let's take a look at some of Maori's best plays that he and his team will be hoping to replicate to earn their golden ticket. Tip number 1, hold the high ground. Without a shadow of a doubt, in Brawl Stars, kills and deaths just matter. And as an accomplished mid/support player, Maori understands better than anyone the importance of valuing your life. Brawlers like 8-Bit possess more survivability than most and can be incredibly difficult to shake when combined with Byron, providing of course that your teammate hits those all-important heals. Maori places his damage booster here, as he is running the cheat cartridge gadget alongside the plugged-in star power. In the event he becomes overwhelmed, he knows that this cover will provide the best chance to heal, while its radius catches the zone just enough to allow for some additional speed while capturing. Blink and you'll miss it. Maori's thumbs are fast on the draw, and his aggression here was responsible for a dominance victory while conceding 0 deaths along the way. Tip number 2, it ain't over till it's over. June saw one of the most exciting siege matches of the entire year between Reply Totem and Bunkerock, which served as a valuable demonstration as to why it's essential to battle on until the final blow is dealt, regardless of how bleak the outcome may seem. The full reverse sweep is required, and after a disastrous start, Maori must defend against a push that is supported by a monstrous level 15 siege bot. The assault completely decimates their Ike down to just 1% HP. A single spitball from BB or last call from Barley and they are out. Maori goes straight to work, where some healing puffs help Soidabreza go on the aggressive. As soon as his magic hand is earned, he flashes super to ensure that his opposition communicates the threat. He hits an essential pull on boss and proceeds to evade Darkrum's furious bat swings, which are crucial to ensure his super is not fed. With a little bit of luck and a huge sigh of relief, Maori and his team not only clutched the victory, but also went on to win the entire match. Tip number 3, live to fight another lane. As much as we all want to, it's important to accept that not every battle is one we can win. And in Brawl Stars, you have to realize when you've outstayed your welcome. While this may seem like an obvious tip to some, switching lanes is something all too often overlooked in Brawl Esports. In what is a close-scoring game, Maori and his team are prioritizing the capture of their zone first before making the push to overrun the left side lane. Maori comes under extremely heavy fire from Overload. Despite his use of the bouncy castle gadget for additional healing, he quickly goes down, and all things considered, Maori is incredibly fortunate to have come off so lightly. Despite attempting to stay in position, Maori knows he's outnumbered, as well as outranged, and decides to make a hasty retreat, but not before calling in his supply drop, providing Soidabreza with a parting gift power-up. He breaks the wall for good measure using the air superiority star power and leaves behind the best possible chances for him to contest the lane before switching his attention back over to the right side for a more favorable counter. The results speak for themselves. The game is quickly brought back under control and Reply Totem secured both the win and a spot in the semi-finals. As we approach our last monthly final, will Maori and Reply Totem have what it takes to make it to the world stage? Make sure you tune in to the EMEA region and follow Brawl Esports socials to find out. Thanks for watching. This has been Grind Guy, and we'll see you at the World Finals. Say we did very well to time that clip in. A few months back, the question was, what do we do for Grind Guide? I thought, well, I've got a funny feeling that this one could be a good one. Teddy, of course, welcome back. How did you feel? I've got to ask the question, how did you feel watching that from the sidelines? Were you as nervous as we were casting it?
I really was, man. Like, usually I get to take a break during the games I don't cast, right? I get a snack, a couple of sips of water.
Yeah.
I did not move on my chair. I was paralyzed for the entire match, man. Wow. It was something different. And the craziest thing, Ark, is that when you think things are calming down, right now we have El Clasico coming up.
Yeah, I know, absolutely. It's one of those rarities that we've not seen this year, but we're seeing it now in the semi-finals. We're not going to see it in the finals. It's going to be SK Gaming up next with AC Milan, Qlash, going to be battling it out. And, Pedro, I assume, is still playing, so that's going to be exciting to see whether he can continue that Pedro hype that we've been seeing in the YouTube and Twitch chats. Later on, of course, the outcome of Bunkerock versus Reply Totem. That is a match that I am very excited for also, because it's going to give us a glimpse, a bit of an inside scoop as to what we may see later on at the World Finals. So either way you look at it, it's going to be an exciting day to come.
Absolutely so. I mean, I can't wait to watch those two semifinals. They're great matches, indeed. And as you said, I'm super excited for the second one as well, as they haven't played each other in quite a while. I mean, SK versus Qlash, this is a match we've seen so many times already, and every time it's impossible to predict who's going to win it.
Absolutely that. I'm talking about predictions, Teddy. I'm curious to see what the community predicts for this one, because again, we've rarely seen AC Milan, Qlash and Reply Totem in this position. So are the troops going to rally in for that support, or is everyone going to stick with the usual suspects of SK Gaming and AC Milan Qlash? Make sure that you write in the chat the team of your choice. Hashtag Brawl SKG for SK Gaming, hashtag BK Rock for Bunkerock, hashtag Forza Clash, sorry, for Qlash, and hashtag Reply Totem for Reply Totem. I'm very curious to see what the results are going to be.
Yeah, this is your chance to tell us how you feel about this and also support your favorite teams, so make sure you use it. Getting back to this particular match, a lot of history, one of the most iconic rivalries of the Brawl Stars Championship 2021, whether it's in EMEA or in every single region. Everyone talks about this one.
It has been the centerpiece, let's say, of this year in this region for sure. And again, to see it at such an early stage in the competition, a rarity. And Pedro's already made a mark. I'm not sure whether Jetton is able to compete in this one yet. We'll soon find out. I'm assuming Hot Potato is going to be the first map for Heist. Minecart Madness, for Gem Grab in the second set. Backyard Bowl for the third set. If we go to the fourth set, Dueling Beetles for Hot Zone, Nuts and Bolts for Siege. I actually quite like this map rotation. So as well, when it comes to the bans, I'm sure they're going to have to be on point. I was surprised, I've got to say, earlier today to see SK Gaming not so worried about the Ash ban at all. And I wonder whether we're going to see that recur this time. Yeah,
I mean, they were playing it in almost every single game. I think they just didn't play it for one game out of that entire match. So definitely happy to utilize it if they can. And honestly, I don't blame them, especially if they're playing with Pedro. It can be a great way to use his Byron, which is one of his best brawlers, and try to mitigate, the consequences from not having their regular Trojan in the mix.
But having said that, yeah, I agree. First and foremost, I'm surprised that Qlash have not banned the Byron. They banned the Ash. SK Gaming clearly not too common ban for them actually to ban the Gene. We actually do have the results in terms of the predictions in as well to see what everyone at home is thinking about this matchup and who is going to go all the way. 30% feel that Qlash are going to win this month's monthly final, but look at the Bunkerock and Reply Totem scoreline. It's actually split 21% each. SK Gaming coming in at a very close second, it's got to be said. So it's fair to say the majority still siding with the El Clasicos, but again, one of them is about to go out this month, and it's going to be one of these two teams.
I mean, the really interesting part here of this bracket is that they're on opponent side usually, you know, every single time, 7 times in a row, there was one team on the top side of the bracket, the other one on the bottom. They meet in the grand finals almost every time. This time around, they're both on the same side, which means that there's a little bit more space for another team to attend a grand final. And so far this year, there's only been 3, SK, AQM, and XO. We'll find out later on who the 4th team will be, as we are ready here for the first semi-final. Yoshi was Sprout, an interesting pick, and a little bit of a scary one facing an Edgar.
Yeah, and all you Pedro fans out there, you're just gonna have to calm down because Jen's back. He's back on the Rico as well, the brawler, which I feel is one of his true strengths and has been in this Rico meta all year long, and already utilizing so much of the space around him. Somehow he's not going down. Milan and Qlash took a while to get it. I like the Edgar pick as well. Gotta say with Semantic, Edgar is one of my top favorite picks here in Hot Potato recently. No wall breakers as well. Again, that Brock ban so crucial, I feel, in terms of the strategy that SK Gaming are hoping to apply.
Yeah, going for the super, trying to gather some information mid, deny some of that mid presence for SK. So far, 12% lead in favor of SK. It's a very slim lead, but it does force Qlash to make a move and initiate some sort of a fight. Semantic just holding on to that super until someone gets in range, whether it's the Rico, the Barley, or the Sprout. They're all prime targets for him, and I feel like that Edgar pick can just really go a long way here for SK.
It's a great thing to have, especially when Yoshi's running on that Sprout pick. Of course, Yoshi's, in my opinion, one of the most accomplished Sprouts in the entirety of EMEA, but ultimately Edgar's such a dominant force to have. The bow pick is an interesting one as well with Scarex, and he's already landing some good shots with it, but now a chance potentially here for Milan and Qlash to push, but Jet and Super says anything about it. It's a no from him. Semantic will clear up the left-hand side lane now as this aggression continues from SK Gaming. Milan and Qlash are struggling, and it's an unusual thing to see.
Yeah, that Edgar has been putting in some work and overall some decent control. I mean, especially considering they have a bow, which is just not a brawler we'd expect to see on this map. SK are holding on really, really firmly so far. There's still a little bit of time left here, 15 seconds for Qlash to make a play. It's definitely possible, but it's going to be very, very hard as time is running out and the clock is ticking. They need to find damage now. We'll find a couple of tags, but I don't think this is going to be nearly enough, and SK Gaming will be taking the first game.
That was a powerful shutdown when it mattered. I felt like Qlash played that really well. That's one thing you cannot deny about AC Milan Qlash, is that they are so incredibly patient. And they will play into that final second, and sometimes, more often than not, they'll get the clutch. It wasn't the case that time round. I feel like going down with a double thrower, maybe not the best of strategies to have, but look at this from Jeton as well. The pinch between himself and Skyrex, and that wall from Yoshi just didn't quite work out the way that he was hoping. Trying to protect his teammate, but it did not go that way. 24% damage for his team was Semantic. His most used Brawler Mortis is still not banned in this occasion, but I don't think we're going to see it at all, at least as far as Hot Potato is concerned. 6 kills, 4 deaths, a good start for SK.
Absolutely. So, I mean, comp-wise, I do feel like SK had quite a big advantage, especially with that Edgar, which you typically use to counter any sort of thrower. So Sprout and Barley are amazing targets, but even Rico, it's been used quite a bit in modes like Hot Zone, for example, to straight up just counter Rico. You jump on him, you can't lose that fight. Worst case, it's a trade. So really, really good matchup for him. And even then, it was a fairly close game, only about 11% setting both teams apart. So maybe with some comp adjustments from Qlash, something a little bit less extreme and a little bit less squishy with less throwers, they could have a really good shot, because honestly, in the end, this game was really close.
And exactly that. I don't know why Qlash came in with double throw, because SK have not been hiding that card of having Rico and Edgar for a while. It's basically been their go-to in Hot Potato for a couple of months now. If Edgar's banned, then that makes a difference. But if it's on the cards, you've got to kind of expect that SK are going to go in with Rico and the Edgar. So double throw it is just like, it's just a tasty treat as far as SK are concerned. I think you're absolutely right. I think that Qlash have got to make a change. They're going to be definitely switching something up in this next game. And I think going in with Edgar themselves wouldn't be the worst of ideas. Matching that idea is definitely the way to go. It wouldn't be at all surprised to see Barley continue and then drop the Sprout. It is a bit of a pick that I'm not too sure about myself in Hot Potato. We saw it a bit in the earlier stages of this year, but now it's kind of been pushed aside. But again, Yoshi does some incredible things with it. So there's a bit of a give and take there to be found. But if you were AC Milan Qlash, what would you be looking to change to?
I mean, I would definitely just make sure there's a little bit less of one common weakness for everything, because SK, that's what they did. They covered their ground. They had a really great mix of brawlers that can deal with a ton of different situations. And here, having all the same weakness on the side of Qlash just doesn't work quite as well. And they will be matching the Edgar, keeping the Barley and the Rico in the mix, which is an interesting decision. And so far, it's not paying off that well, as they already take 21% of the bat.
AC Milan Qlash have just, got into my brain here and done exactly what I suggest, but they've got to make it work as well. And Semantic is being very, very aggressive on that Edgar pick. Yoshi as well doing a good job, but that's the thing there that you can see the way that the game was brought back there. But Yoshi had to really stay in the mix. He is going to have to hide behind this wall and try to land some of these shots. The control can be brought back. The wall breaker there really is going to rely on Skyrex. So some really well placed mines there will start to break open this mid. In the meantime, it's AC Milan Qlash still in the defense.
All right, Qlash have yet to really make a move yet on that save. Got 3% damage so far. Yoshi was a nice kill. Can he make it a double? No, Jeden is able to take him down, and in the meantime, his teammates are able to deal some extra damage on that red save, winding up that lead furthermore, as Qlash finally manages to clear out that push and start going for themselves. They have yet to really pierce through that SK defense. Semantic was a nice jump in. It does end up being in a one-on-one trade, but Qlash maybe can finally find a chance to push forward.
Yoshi didn't quite win that transaction earlier on. It was a bit of a misplay, but now he's in a good spot on that bottom right-hand side, still trying to bring back the force of action. But I'm pretty sure he's got maybe just the one gadget left, or none at all, perhaps. And Semantic is just, for me, the superior on that Edgar pick as he continues to rain down the damage. A load of that damage is his responsibility in this game, and he's definitely the one who's been earning it down. Good Josh again with the help of Skyrex, the jet and tapping as well. So honestly, I feel like this is going to go the way of SK. They haven't missed a step so far. Just that 3% damage is all that AC Milan Qlash were able to gain on the safe, and I just feel like they've got the perfect combo. It's such an interesting one that I just didn't see them bringing in, but for me, that Edgar pick is the key to this success and making it look very, very easy.
Absolutely. So, I mean, if you look at this comp, the first thing you're going to look at is that bow. But honestly, I don't think that was a key component. I think he was just holding his lane, doing his thing, not throwing the game, and just, being solid and doing his part. But it was really the Edgar and even the Rico popping off here for SK, able to find the most value, and eventually that first set.
Yeah, Yoshi just didn't look to me as being as comfortable with that particular brawler. I mean, ultimately, I feel like Semantic has had like so many games playing it here, and like he just seemed to land every single jump and just tear through the AC Milan Qlash defenses there, and that is going to be a quick first set then for SK Gaming. As far as the El Clasico is concerned, I wonder whether any changes potentially in the predictions as far as they go, but I wouldn't think so. I think AC Milan Qlash were behind by just a little bit, but with that first win for SK Gaming, no doubt going to only be increasing the team the viewer support going on in the chat.
Yeah, look at the difference in damage on safe as well. In the end, Yoshi did get more kills, but maybe should have targeted that safe a little more. Edgar does have quite a bit of a burst of damage, and he can find a lot of value on that save. It's one of those brawlers that can just jump on it and deal tons of damage, unleash 3 shots like it's nothing, often even a 4th or 5th with some solid dodges. Really good value over there. Minecart Madness is going to be up next, and I just want to say the madness is going to continue. A really tough map here, and one we've seen so many times, where just that minecart can have such a big influence on rotations, on pushes, on that mid control, but sometimes also on finding kills.
Gotta make sure they stay out the minecart's way. We've seen time and time again people just not, or rather underestimating the power of that minecart. You got to make sure your positionings, like you say, are on point. You got to have the ability to read the momentum of that minecart and use it as your best friend, like I always say. You know, again, keep cheering in the chat. Hashtag Brawl SKG for SK Gaming and hashtag Forza Qlash for Qlash. You know, they want your support. We want to see it also. How do you think this one's going to go, Teddy? Obviously, it was a bit of a slow start for Qlash, but you know, are they able to bring this one out to tie things up in Gem Grab?
I mean, you can never say that they couldn't do it, right? Yeah. We're talking about Qlash. Even the most dire situations are absolutely winnable. It is not necessarily their best mode either, and they've had their share of struggles on this map particularly as well. I'm not sure, man. I feel like SK, they did build up some nice momentum. I'm really curious to see what kind of comps they want to bring in. If bow is something they want to maybe translate into their gem grab vocabulary as well. We've seen it being played in Bounty earlier too, so who knows? It could definitely be possible. Bow has gotten some decent buffs, and a lot of pros have been starting to talk about how it could be viable competitively. SK Gaming applying it so far. I don't expect it in gem grab, but I'm sure they have some other creative processes that will surprise us.
I'm not sure. We saw, well, at least I remember watching the North America games, and it was actually Tribe Gaming which did bring in the bow here, so it is an option, but definitely not one that we're going to see, at least as far as the first game is concerned. The Max is going to come out for Jetten, the Sandy also, and the Crow. I actually kind of prefer the AC Milan Qlash comp here. I've got to be honest, if Yoshi can break open that wall as well and just kind of leave Scarex there, or maybe go on the aggressive and try to break open the mid with a couple of team wipes here and there, it'd be a great place to break and really allow Yoshi to be able to do his thing as that Piper.
What an amazing start from Qlash. Having that super so early on as well means that he can have a multitude of options, either use it for destruction as you mentioned, or just as a safety net. In case someone pushes up close, he can try to get a little more aggressive, pick up a gem and just fly away, keeping it very patiently so far. But in the end, Qlash do have a 4 gem lead early on. Now looking to build up furthermore on that. Jetten going to be stuck there because of the minecart. A nice phase shifter to get out of the way. Will be surviving. Semantic not quite as fortunate. And Yoshi going to be picking up gem number 8 now.
Well, minecart's going to come in and only really favor AC Milan Qlash here, in my opinion, if they can just hold this control. Chaos doing a great job, but is going to get that side lane taken care of. And yeah, now Yoshi's way back here. He's going to have to really come in and do some work to allow him to come forward to get this last gem, or go for it himself and just bring it back. That would probably be my personal preference, and it might be something that he's considering to do. He's going to place down the life plant as well to have some protective fire. Would prefer it to be in Yoshi's hands. I think that's the way to go as well. And either way you look at it, it's going to be a countdown. SK Gaming are a little bit behind. The speed coming from Jetten could be a last saving grace though.
Final push here for SK. They need to find a kill onto Yoshi, but I don't think it's going to be possible at this point as a team wipe comes through. AC Milan Qlash take the first game of gem grab, and their first game in this match so far very comfortably, I have to say, and I think they managed to capitalize off those initial taps from Yoshi mid so well. He got a couple of tags really early on, really early super as well, which I don't think he used in the entire game as far as I remember, but man, he played it so well, and they managed to capitalize off those that early control just really impressively, man. I don't know what else to say. SK Gaming, they just never were able to retake that mid area. It was just under lockdown in favor of Qlash.
I liked the comp. I felt like it was going to work well. Either way you look at it, the decision to not break open the map allowed GA to then really utilize a lot of those spike supers as well. So I feel like that whole thing was very orchestrated by Qlash, and they played it really, really well. It's, again, nice to see that Piper mid coming through and being so dominant. The Byron was doing great for me as well in that left-hand side lane, and definitely causing some problems. You know, Starks did really well in trying to take out Chaos there, but Chaos was doing such a great job. And yeah, Jetton is now going to bring in the Byron of his own. The Sprout pick is actually kind of interesting for me from SK. It can do a great job of shutting down Piper and having some more defensive measures. But if Yoshi can get it taken care of early on as he's hitting the first shot to do so, might have a homemade recipe as well coming into that early control. Nope, not going to go for it, but nonetheless, the minecart now coming into play, and that's going to be a big help for Qlash here.
All right, a better start from SK than the previous game. Not impeccable just yet, but I do like that Sprout pick. I think they do need to be really careful about that mid control, because if they lose it and if Yoshi's able to find a super, it can remove a lot of those walls, and they're just so important for a Sprout to be able to find some grip on his own wall placements and cover as much ground as he can. So far, it is looking much, much better for SK as they double the gem count from Qlash. However, they do at last lose that mid control, and Qlash can start building up on that.
Sounds like they had to pop a Garden Mulcher to remain high on health, and the heals on point from Jetton. Those 7 gems safe and sound for now. Two Totem going down from Skyrex to allow Semantic to get that wall down. That's the power of Sprout versus Piper, really. Break there, very important, but is it too little too late? Nice heal from Chaos, but 3 consecutive shots from Semantic take care of that left-hand side lane. A good thing considering Jetton was down, but that final gem not able to go into the pocket of Semantic or anyone else on SK for that matter. So a chance for AC Milan Qlash now to start to clear the deficit.
Yeah, Semantic knows that the next gem is going to spawn on their side. That's why the wall is placed, so he can pick it up, and that means that Qlash, they can't interrupt that countdown unless they get the kill onto Semantic. Semantic is retreating, making sure he stays as far away as possible. Yoshi in a tough placement there will be going down, and that should be SK Gaming tying things up here in Gem Grab.
I mean, that jump of desperation from Yoshi there did his best and did well in fairness again, but that Sprout wall, such a big deterrent of those Piper picks. And, you know, again, I'm unsure when I see it, but I can absolutely see why it worked in that instance. And I think SK read it really, really well. They were going on the idea that they were going to continue playing that Piper pick and bringing in the counter to it. Was very smart. Very got to mention as well, Semantic was very low at the end as well. I think that AC Milan Qlash tried very, very well and hard to get that countdown taken out. I think it was Chaos or maybe a super from GA over the top, which did the damage, but not enough. And that's the most important thing to take away from it. Just that one kill there, all game from Semantic. But again, makes perfect sense really when you think about it, because Sprout doesn't have the most amount of damage per second over some of the other brawlers, much more in terms of control. But the damage, 57%, you see, like, it's trickling over time. And that's what Sprout does, and just brings home the goods. So it was a really, really commendable countdown for SK.
Exactly that. You know, he doesn't really have the burst to full-on get kills. It's more about getting that chip damage, and on a map like this, especially once it gets opened up, your opponents are going to be playing around with the range, and it's going to be very rare that you hit more than 1 or 2 shots in a row, which usually are not going to be enough for kills. So great stuff from him, great stuff from SK. Qlash are going to have to be very careful getting into the next game. I feel like Piper is going to be too risky to bring in at this point. They could, but then they need something that can really work around those Sprout rules in case Sprout comes back again for SK. So yeah, it's a bit of a tough one, you know. I feel like Piper could have worked if they were able to have a good start like in the first game they had here in Gem Grab and open up the map, start having a nice setup for that Piper. And I think those choke points are so important for the Sprout, being able to get that grip on those walls and just significantly increase the size of your walls. It goes such a long way, because you can go from, instead of blocking a couple of squares, you can block, you know, 10, 12 tiles in a row just because they're connected to some other tiles. And that can just really go a long way in having that map presence. So Qlash, if they want to keep playing that Piper, or if they want to play a similar playstyle with a sharpshooter, they need to make sure that they open up the wall as soon as possible.
Yeah, they need an explosive start to get things going. And ideally the team wipe, and that's super on the Piper side needs to be earned quickly. You kind of ideally want to break that kind of middle part of the map as far deep into the spawn as possible to, really be able to utilize, and capitalize on that spawn trap situation. It is a strong one, especially on this map. If you time it well and the minecart comes into play, you'll find yourself so far back, but that's not going to be the approach. I think that's probably the wisest thing to do. Yoshi playing Sprout the way that he's been doing so this year, it would make sense for him to match Semantic, and now Semantic's going to have to really demonstrate his worth in that respect because, Yoshi, in my opinion, does have a little bit of an edge here.
Yeah, absolutely. So, a good start as well from them, but look at a boss plays from Skyrix. Will be picking up that kill. It's going to be very low HP. Nice dodges from Skyrix. Even if he does end up going down, that's 3 ammos used by Yoshi, and that helps Semantic do better in his own fight mid, and in fact pick up a couple extra gems, putting SK on 6 now. A very, very nice early lead for SK gem-wise.
Yeah, I fully agree. Skyrix did so well in that situation to juke, genuinely. But that buzz is going to be a threat. That is very much on the minds, I'm sure, of Qlash, because Sprout is going to struggle and it can cycle. There's a nice takedown. Skyrix surely very close. And there is just that little bit of range. And he was able to come in and really wreak some havoc. And now SK will not even be worried about the gem sitting there. They're just going to want to keep this mid control coming in because they are starting to shake and stir AC Milan Qlash.
Yeah, and Skyrix, he doesn't even need to value his life whatsoever. As long as he's causing a distraction, buying time, and creating space for Semantic to pick up those last couple of gems. This is exactly according to SK Gaming's plan. And Qlash, they've pretty much given up here. 5 seconds left. They're still miles away from the action. And that means that SK Gaming pick up yet another set. So far, a very strong SK with 2 sets in a row.
I mean, it would seem fitting for me, if I'm honest, but given the scoreline between these two teams as far as the El Clasico is concerned, it is SK that have that lead. It is a 4-2 this season in their favor. The pressure now mounting onto AC Milan Qlash again. These two teams, the first to qualify for the World Finals in this region of EMEA, but still a lot on the line in terms of how they're going to approach going into the World Finals. It's fair to say that, honestly, recently SK Gaming have been playing a little bit behind themselves. They've come into the number 8 seed, the lowest seed that they've had all year long. So this is a really important game for them. It's got to be in their minds going in to Worlds that they want to start to kind of shake off those and they are doing that today so far. AC Milan Qlash not able so far to gain a set in their favor.
Yeah, I think a lot of it has to do as well with their decision of when to take a bit of a break. And since they qualified really early, they could take a step back, relax during the summer, and, make sure that they have that final grind and reach top form right before Worlds. And this is now, right? This is now right before Worlds. We're only a month and a half, 2 months away from it. So we see them playing at a very high level now again. And I wouldn't be surprised to see them keep it up like this all the way until Worlds.
Backyard Bowl up next for Brawl Ball. Maybe the final map of mode that we see between these two teams, the rate that SK want to speed through the semifinals. But again, nothing wrong with seeing some comeback potential on the side of AC Milan Qlash. They're fully capable of it. We've seen them do it time and time again. So, I mean, for me, I think Byron is going to come out on both sides. I think, I've got to be honest, I'm going to ask you, Teddy, what are your thoughts on the Ash and Byron here? Because the last time, I didn't necessarily see it come out in Backyard Bowl, if I'm honest. And I'm kind of curious as to what you think we'll see.
I think it's very dangerous. I feel like I don't personally love it. I think sometimes it can work, but you need to have a clear read on what your opponents are going to be bringing in comp-wise, because if there's any sort of controls and way of shutting you down, you're not going to make a step near that goal. But I mean, luckily Ash was banned, I believe, for this matchup.
As I said, yeah.
So at least that's avoided. But it is something that's scary that you need to take into account while making your comps or bans, for sure, even on a map like Backyard Bowl, where it wouldn't be necessarily the first thing you think about. But so far, we do have some different strategies here, going for the Byron 8-bit on the sides of SK. Qlash with something a bit more traditional, with the Piper mid, Spike on lane, And maybe not quite traditional is the word for Leon, as he's only been in the meta very recently. But he's been very, very present on maps like this, where his lollipop drops are very hard to deal with.
I like the pressure from AC Milan and Qlash, and the heal's very important here from Jetting onto Semantic. But as time goes on, if AC Milan and Qlash can secure a takedown, it's going to really put the pressure on, especially as Yoshi has got that jump. Starting to bring back a bit more pressure of their own now. Bringing forwards the damage booster will allow Semantic to go a bit more on the aggressive and have some more maneuverability in this mid. Yoshi going over to the right-hand side, and Scarix again with that bow pick, getting a ton of value and pressure. The mines to hand as well, and they're going to go into the right side. That's a really nice spot for them. Triggered quickly by, I think it's Yoshi there on the top right. But SK is starting to bring this momentum forwards, and they're in a danger spot now.
Yeah, I you know, with Bo, I feel like the mines don't have the most value at a pro level, because it's going to be rare that you actually hit those stuns. But there's still something to take into account. They will make your movement a little bit more predictable as you try to defuse them. But also just his core shots are such an interesting mechanic and have such high kite potential. You can cover so much ground, and as you see, it just keeps tapping and hitting so much consistent damage across the board. Looking at that, another kill from Skyrick, Semantic finding Gia as well. And SK Gaming was a big opening to try to make a move now right before overtime.
I really like the way that SK were able to come out of that situation there. Great heals from Jet and Semantic with that cheat cartridge. So much going on to be able to bring back the flow of action. And going into overtime, though, I feel like AC Milan Qlash might have an advantage, especially if Chaos can get super. But that's what we're seeing. You know, SK are being very, very cautious to not give it to him, because that would be a really difficult thing to go up against. The pressure now mounting. Guille throws down the super there onto the damage booster, but Low himself heals from Jetton, and a replacement taken down very quickly. But the positioning is with SK, but can they get the ball over? There's no supers to hand either, so they're gonna have to earn some more of them to really be able to apply some pressure, and they're just not able to do it. Chaos now coming with super.
Yeah, strong push from Qlash. This is their chance. Yoshi looking to maybe find an angle with a charge shot, but it's gonna get dissuaded by Semantic and forced back. Now SK Gaming with a bit more ball control. However, map control still in favor of Qlash. Scarix did find a pretty wide angle on the right-hand side, but so far no real possibility to find any value out of that just yet. 10 seconds left. This might end up being a draw. Not the wildest thing to see in basketball. The pass to Gator, charge shot. It's gonna go in. No, just barely not. Scarix saves it, and SK Gaming, they managed to force out that draw.
I thought it was gonna be a pass, actually, because Chaos put the invis. It would have made sense. I think that's where SK would not have been feeling necessarily the ball would go. But my word, if that had gone in, that would have been a corker. And it really almost did. Cleared just off the line in the nick of time. We have to be replaying this one out, but you can just see how closely matched these two teams are. The minute SK Gaming got that slight advantage in terms of the sets, but that really was a close call.
It certainly was. I mean, you know, it can't really get much closer than draws, to be completely honest. So we draw this one. We'll have to see next one if they want to make any changes. I feel like both comps were fairly solid. I do believe that SK had the edge for the most part of this game and had the most opportunities, but Qlash had the biggest opportunity towards the end. So who knows how comfortable and how confident they are with those comps they brought in.
Yeah. I mean, I gotta say, though, the Byron 8-bit from SK was very, very strong. The bow, I mean, it's clearly a pick which they want to keep and have been enjoying playing today. You know, we saw it earlier in Hot Potato, of all places. So clearly part of their strategy. I would suggest that they change it, but I don't think that that's what they're going to do. I think they're going to probably keep with it. You know, just kind of a surprising pick for me to see. In a way, like you rightly pointed out, the mine's not necessarily going to get that much value in the way that we saw them placed in the very early part of that game. Yoshi popped them and actually kind of only served to make his brawler of the Piper stronger by having more space to be able to land some shots. So those things need to be taken into account, in my opinion, when you're playing Bo. But I think that AC Milan and Qlash have done really well to be able to slow that advance down, to be able to take back some more control over the outcome of this game. You know, as we tend to see, you know, a lot of teams teams discussing, AC Milan Clash being very strong in Brawl Ball in general. So they know how to play it best. They know how to bring down that slow pace of the game. The question is, will they get this lead that they need to start establishing, because they are behind in terms of the sets?
Yeah, no, they definitely need some sort of an adjustment, because there's no room for luck here, right? There's no room for mistakes at this point. They need certainty, and they need to certainly win this next game or two to try to stay competitive in this matchup here. Semantic taking a lot of damage early on, so did Jeden. The heals do come true, and we have a very early damage booster from SK. As now IKEOS did switch over to the Sprout. I do like Sprout quite a bit on this map. I feel like it can be so good at opening things up and then creating those very creative angles with those walls, as we see here, helping take down damage boosters or just get better positioning and trying to capitalize towards a goal.
I've got to say, big shout out to the homies for Ruby coming on the Sprout. Let's see whether that pick is going to bring some additional luck. It's one of two very good skins recently brought into the game, in my opinion. Bit of a discussion, I'm sure, no doubt, in the chat as to which is the more superior, but I know that a lot of people definitely voting for Ruby. At the moment, though, it's SK still in this back position. We saw them in it and getting out of it nicely in the last game, but now with that Sprout pick, honestly, it's going to apply some pressure onto the whole thing. Having so much control at the disposal of AC Milan Clash may just be enough here if they can take down Semantic, but look at how dominant that pairing with Byron can be, and they still got Qlash, and there it is. I mean, so much survivability to the SK Gaming comp, so much control-based abilities to the AC Milan Clash comp. It's honestly so close.
Yeah, good positioning from Qlash here. Yashi going aggressive, and this is going to be a huge super from him if he decides to use it. He's waiting a little bit. I love that quite a bit, actually. Waiting for IKEOS to find as much value of the Sprout pick. Is not going to use the super. I feel like in the end that might be a missed opportunity, even though IKEOS did find some value of the Sprout. I don't know. I would rather have seen those walls just out of the way.
Oh, SK still under pressure, but that pressure is mounting and going in towards an overtime in 25 seconds. Yep, continuous takedowns from Chaos, and now Jeton is just between this damage booster. Just everything is starting to minimize, but takedown very importantly done onto Gia on the left-hand side will allow Jeton to start to come through on this left-hand side, and consecutive shots getting onto Yoshi. Yoshi's going to take down and die now, which is a great outcome for SK, especially with these walls going down, the damage booster as well. They've got to get out of this fort.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the idea of that push from Qlash, because they went for a very slow and methodical approach. With a Sprout, overtime, it's just not really a situation you want to be in. They do have two supers to work with. You're going to go for the slow. Yashi with the ultimate recipe, and this is surely going to be a goal as Qlash take another game on the board and are definitely still in this match.
Very much so, yeah. Especially if they can just bring a step back, it could do so much for them in terms of their mentality. I'm just amazed that they were able to take it down, considering no Byron and no heals. Like, you know, saw just how much damage Semantic has been soaking up in that game, but ultimately all that damage is only serving to enhance the super abilities at hand at the disposal of AC Milan Clash. 44% team damage for IKEOS, 6 kills, 1 death. You know, how much can SK continue to withstand? Because they've got the survivability, but under that kind of pressure, eventually you're going to snap.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know. I feel like there were some conflicting ideas in Qlash's play. Even though they did win that game, I feel like it was kind of contradicting in a way, because sure, you do have that Sprout and you can spawn trap them and find a lot of value over there. But at the same time, you kind of want to open up those walls and have a very wide open goal, remove that cover for the 8-bit turrets as well. It's a tough goal, to be honest. And I feel like playing that Sprout and pushing it in overtime was a really risky move. It did pay off, but wow, I'm really surprised he actually went for the decision.
Yeah, it's, again, like a very control-based comp, but it has a lot of weaknesses also. As we mentioned and pointed out earlier, you know, back in Minecraft Madness, it's gonna tickle your opposition. It's gonna chip damage over time, but it's not necessarily gonna bring in some big takedowns. It can definitely help to put people in the right place to allow your teammates to come in with some really, really heavy hits. But it really does require everyone to work together really well. But that's what AC Milan Qlash do best, and that's what they did. But can they do it again? Can they bring back a set, or will SK Gaming start to recollect themselves? They've been, very much flowing in their pace of this particular series, but haven't been able to seal the deal in Brawl Ball, getting some resistance in that respect. And they're being very stubborn, it must be said, with their comp.
Yeah, no, absolutely so. And to be fair, it's been very slow games and taking a very long time here in this Brawl Ball set. And that's not going to be the biggest way to, carry on momentum either. Look at that, though. Poco, Frank, Mortis, and maybe a goal that mine almost clutching up here, but surely this is a goal as we have a very early team wipe and SK Gaming not messing around.
Yeah, Pedro's ears were burning when I said that, and it's like, okay, stop comps, huh? Okay. And but honestly, look at the difference, and it speaks for itself. I think that AC Milan Qlash were not expecting this. Shatter with a smash, and that is gonna be match point for SK as quickly as that. That is the power of being unpredictable.
No, exactly that. And also, some mistakes in Qlash, not really having any answer to something like that. I mean, Poco double tank, it's not a surprise anymore, right? We expect it to happen. I feel like with any comp, you should have that X factor to deal with, those outlier comps. I feel like they didn't have the worst comp to do so either. 8-bit deals tons of damage. Bo deals really decent damage as well. It was just a comp that takes too long to set up. You have a 8-bit that needs a turret. You have a Bo that needs his mines to cover some ground. A setup that takes a long time to be prepared. And when you have SK that just swings at you, is instantly in your face, well, that setup is just not there in time.
Yeah. Especially when you're not expecting it. That stuff takes time to discuss. Who's taking which brawler? What lane is each person going to go to be able to handle this situation? And SK know that, and they just stormed towards the goal. The surprise sneak attack. This is putting Qlash in a really difficult spot, and what a time to do it. I'll be honest, I didn't see it coming myself. I thought that SK Game was going to be continuously stubborn. They changed when they needed to, and that is still as well with the community sided by just that small narrow percentage, 2% in their favor. But that 2% could well be enough. They could be going to the grand final again today.
Yeah, I actually, curiously enough, when we were talking comps earlier, I was thinking maybe they could go Poco double tank. But then I thought if they go for the mirror matchup and go for something like the 8-bit and the Bow, they deal enough damage to deal with those tanks, so it's not a good idea. That was my reasoning and why I didn't mention it. But then I didn't really necessarily think about the whole setup thing, and I do think it makes a lot of sense with those brawlers because, it's just like a Penny, for example. Having that setup takes time, takes hits, takes reloading that super, and Poker double tank, you don't really need any of that. You just, push forward and try to overwhelm that defense, and they did so really, really well. And I really like what you said as well about the surprise factor and how quick it is, because those guys have 2-3 seconds since the moment they know the comp and the moment the game actually starts. Yeah. That's not a long time to adapt when they spawn so closely to you, and you need insane communication and teamwork, synergy, all that stuff to be able to react in time.
It's also very interesting to see how much Leon has just dropped out of Backyard Bowl. In the last month's meta and the meta prior to that, we saw Leon be so ripe, and now you just see how Bo's mines can just get rid of that lollipop drop very, very easily. 8-bit has so much survivability, and it wouldn't work. As soon as that cover's gone, Leon kind of sits stagnant. So I can see why it's occurred, but just an interesting thing. We saw so much of that particular brawler and very little of it so far in this particular matchup. But it is match point to SK Gaming in this particular episode of the El Clasico. Again, it's the first time we've seen it happen in the semi-final stage, but they've got to go all the way to make it to the grand finals today. And have they got what it takes? It's 4-2 in favor of SK in terms of the scoreline between these two teams in the El Clasico. Will it be 5 for SK Gaming today?
So far, that's what the trends have been leading towards, but you never know. Qlash is the kind of teams you can never Vocal out of the running. So far, we start off with a bit of a stalemate, but look at that sneak attack from iChaos. Gets the 1 kill, almost finds Skyrix as well. Mines are placed. We'll be opening up a couple of boxes there. And that will help towards getting some more control here for Qlash. But they're not looking to capitalize too much just yet. Those wolves out of the picture on the left-hand side. Jenen is going to get stunned. Not exactly what he planned to do there. Will be taken out. It's only Skyrix left alive. The ball is cornered and iChaos doesn't have the time to make anything happen.
Interesting that SK brought out the B, just anticipating the idea that Qlash would respond with tanking this off there. Right? We know they like the Frank pick. Gear can do wonders with that particular brawler, and just that caster's curse, bringing out the Leon, but at a good time, in all honesty, to do so, because the Sprout pick is going to harm SK in that respect. Chaos is able to go on a tear shutdown now, but it's going to be a real thorn in the side of SK right now. Semantic going to throw down that wall, gain some positioning power over the situation, but they ideally need that lollipop drop taken care of. I'm not sure that was the wall that Semantic wanted to go for, possibly to close the gap and limit as to where iChaos can travel, but I think he might like to have closed that off a little bit better there, as now AC Milan Qlash continue this assault on the SK Gaming spawn.
25 seconds left, and so far no clear winner of this game, but control-wise it's been a little bit in favor of SK Gaming. The question as well is always, how much utility does your team have left for overtime? And do you have any spare gadgets? Do you have a super ready for a charge shot? Well, looks there like there's 2 supers here for Qlash. iChaos sneaking up here on Semantic. He's not ready for it, goes down. And here is the pass, should be the follow-up goal, and AC Milan Qlash will be pushing things to set 4.
A great time for it as well. It was a risk that paid off very nicely for them. I was worried to see the Leon, but that was honestly the strength that AC Milan Qlash brought to the table with the comp that SK were running. The perfect time for it. I'm sure they were licking their chops when they saw the Sprouts, and that was that early goal that just narrowly missed AC Milan Qlash. But they have been able to deny the match point then for SK. That is going to make things very, very interesting, as I'm sure SK would love to have just had the whole day tied up as far as this matchup is concerned, because these two teams have gone back and forth this entire year long. But this one's going to be stretched out just a little bit more.
Yeah, absolutely. So Qlash not giving up just yet. I mean, we know them for their Brawl Ball, right? You think Brawl Ball, you think Qlash, you think Qlash, you think Brawl Ball. At this point, we've established how good they are at this mode. So it's not the biggest surprise that that's where they start their comeback. The question is, can they capitalize on this? Can they transfer some momentum moving on to the next set in the other game modes? That's the only way they can come back, because they need to win 2 more in a row, and they can't lose a single set. There's not much room for mistakes here for Qlash.
Yeah, exactly. And a little bit of a saving grace. Another game mode for them to try to match SK in terms of their strategy, which I do feel like SK's strategy has been, for the most part, the stronger of the 2 so far. Dueling Beetles up next for Hot Zone. This could be a good chance to tie up the sets. AC Milan Qlash gaining some momentum, but still behind as far as the score is concerned. If SK can get this first game under their belt, they'll be able to exert a ton of pressure upon the situation. This could be a close call. I feel like the long-range brawlers will thrive under these circumstances, so I'm looking forward to seeing some B again. Hopefully, I think Sprout, we should be seeing them on both sides, both Qlash and SK coming out potentially again here as well. What do you think in terms of the picks here? Like, honestly, it's been quite unpredictable between these 2 teams.
I mean, certainly. So we've seen plenty of Bo, which might be the most predictable brawler of this match, which is pretty odd because you would not really expect to say that. But honestly, it could work here. It could certainly work, especially with those one-zone hot zone maps. Those mines, they cover a lot of ground and deny a lot of just possibilities movement-wise. So could be a really good shout. I really like what you said about Sprout as well. I think he can do really well, and considering we have Yashi and iChaos on the same team, both considered as being some of the best Sprouts in the game, it wouldn't be surprising to see them bring it in. Also, something like an Edgar could happen, or straight up go for the old school, break the whole map, bring in, you know, the Colt, the B, maybe an 8-bit. But look at that. We have Pocos, we have Jackies, we have a Stu on Yashi. It's a little hard to say when they're invisible, but is that four different brawlers, I think, or 5 different brawlers? A lot of variety for sure.
Yeah, massive variety. Jackie has also had that rework, so now a bit more viable. Did receive a bit of an emergency nerf, actually, but can still be viable, can still be very strong and fast and quick to the mark alongside that Mortis as well. But the moment it's AC Milan Qlash that have got that early advantage, that early lead, actually look at how much points they've been able to establish in the time that it's taken SK to respawn back in. Over 50% captured already, and SK are playing catch-up.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, Skyrix went for the utility in the back line and wanted to take it out of the way. Oh, Semantic goes down there, which also means that Ikeos is not forced to use any of his ammo, can stay invisible longer and surprise Skyrix next. Skyrix with some great pulls, but just not enough to find any kills. And now it's getting really problematic as AC Milan Qlash are at almost 90%, and that would only keep them 1 game away from tying things up. And here you have it already. Set point for Qlash, 1 more game, and then we're on a reverse sweep, 2-2.
Yeah, they're doing it. They're actually doing it. And I think that they played the safer of the comps, in my opinion, going in. There's still many options to potentially explore here, however. Jackie's a bit of a risky one for SK. It's still in a really good spot, but again, with that lack of DPS really, and Semantic needing to close the gap on that Mortis, a bit risky from SK, but they are a daring team. They do daring comps. It just seemed like AC Milan Qlash were kind of ready for it that time.
Yeah, certainly so. I mean, interestingly enough, Qlash started off the year as a really bad hot zone team. They had terrible win rates across the boards on all the maps, were struggling massively. And suddenly they started getting better and better, and they really worked hard on this game mode, and they started, you know, becoming really good at it, actually. And recently, it's become one of their stronger game modes and one of their more iconic ones as well. And it's really interesting how much that changed, considering in the beginning, they just hated it, absolutely hated it. So a lot of improvement there, and right now, I mean, it is a little fortunate for Qlash, I would say, that Brawl and Hot Zone are in a row, because they can start building up that momentum. But it's also unfortunate that they were game modes 3 and 4. Maybe if we started with that, it would be 2-0 in their favor right now.
Rosa, Frank, Daryl, triple tank for AC Milan Qlash. And that's a lot of HP. The heals are going to have to come in from Jetson very well to be able to cope with this one. I'd like to get some of this taken down probably as well. Semantic, they're not going to go for the breakthrough. Going to leave those walls up for now and put the speed zone down to allow some more maneuverability. This is going to be a tough one for SK, but they're doing pretty well for the most part already. But as those tanks start to take that mid control, they run a risk. They run a real risk.
I love how you mentioned the breakthrough, because yeah, once he places the auto gadget, and that's not happening anymore. That's not happening anymore. Well, so far SK was a really good start, and I think you read the situation correctly. I'm just as confused as you are about how this is working so well for SK. I mean, Qlash are catching up, but Semantic is doing some work, maybe not dashing in the right direction there, as he does end up going down, and Qlash are catching up. Jen has been doing a phenomenal job at finding a lot of value of that Poco, healing up his teammates as well, and extending their match HP count just by keeping them consistently healed up. Almost all tied up again, and Qlash were just waiting for each other to do a push all together.
Yeah, I wonder whether Semantic's regretting that decision. Speedzone's an interesting choice for sure, but definitely would like to have got some of this covered down. No one else able to do so either, because there's no wall breakers. That Brock ban, I feel, definitely a good one to have. But it looks like SK should be all right here. They're going to try to just get the bodies rolling into the middle, but the scoreline is very tight, and actually that could be enough for AC Milan Qlash to take it.
Oh my goodness, it's so close. Oh, they barely get it, 2% in it as well, but this is a match point once more for SK Gaming. Qlash, they fought some off earlier already, but it's still a scary situation to be in. You never like seeing a match point on your enemy side.
I felt Qlash had that. I genuinely did. I thought there was not going to be enough time, and so much HP as well that it just really required just Samantha just to scoot on in and try his very best to get into that zone as quickly as possible. Such a clutch finale there, as that, you know, those dashes really came in. I'm not sure whether the knockback from Scarex into the zone helped in any way. I'd like to think it did, but 41% team damage for Jeton, 6 kills to 2 deaths. I think SK did very well to manage that situation. Again, I think it would have been a little bit better if they were able to break open something to be able to see where the tanks were lying in their healing process, but it is what it is, and SK did well. They are on match point again, but the last time they were, AC Milan Qlash were able to steal it from their grasp.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the move was to go triple tank. I do still kind of prefer something like a poker double tank, just because I feel like it has a little more versatility. It's a different playstyle, to be honest. With triple tank, it's really just about cycling your respawns and constantly having someone in that zone. SK were just able to read it and deal with it so well, despite not having an ideal comp to do so. Really, really impressive stuff. I mean, don't get me wrong, it was really close, but considering the comp they had and not too many tank melters, I feel like they did a phenomenal job at dealing with what Qlash threw at them.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Semantic on that Stu, as we've seen him all year long, definitely doing immensely well to evade those rank hammer shots, but now AC Milan Qlash, they like what they saw. They are going to copy it exactly, and just the switch up there for Scarex going on the bow, but I don't know about bow here. I can see the mines, you know, being able to lock down the mid, but they're being triggered very quickly in the time that's at AC Milan and Qlash's disposal. They've lost control though now, and that could go against them.
Solar Screech played as well by Jeton, by the way. I don't know if it's the case for Gia too. Yeah, it is as well. It makes sense without tanks in your team, to be fair. A little bit more versatility because of that. And they've been able to find some kills with it already, as Qlash have a very, very slim lead, but the extra control from SK and the man advantage should be enough to keep them in position. SK Gaming setting a foothold in that zone, and Qlash have yet to find a way back into it just yet.
Very important heals coming from Jeton. We'll keep SK Gaming in the control part of this for a while longer. Now, Screeching Soda coming in again, and Yoshi just going on the aggressive, and now Chaos as well in Biz on the left-hand side, in a great spot just to be able to hold down this momentum that is slowly going in favor of Qlash, and they can just win this game again. They'll be able to take the 5th final set. Score is so tight. Jeton here with GA just trying to dance this one out, and it's going to be Jeton that comes out on top. A huge win of that mid in favor of SK.
SK close to the finish line here, 10% from the grand finals, but they have to get back in that zone. Some nice damage on Gabe will help. Akios is low HP as well, but Invisor helping out, and it's not going to be enough here from Qlash to stop SK Gaming. SK take them down 3-1 and will be attending yet another monthly grand final arc. This is 8 out of 8 grand finals, right?
It is. I was just double checking. Every single grand final has had SK Gaming this year. That is insane.
Man, that's a level of consistency that is never heard of in this region, and in not many other regions either. 8 out of 8. I mean, they lost some of those grand finals, but they were there every single time in the top 2 of EU, and most of those times they were the number 1. What a statement from SK Gaming this year. What a powerful team, and I am just so excited to see how they will perform on the international stage at the World Finals.
5 monthly final wins. 5, and looking to make it 6 today, and that is looking scary. Looking very scary for this region going in towards World Finals. They've obviously got a big task still ahead of them today, but with the lower part of the bracket, none of those 2 teams have had a grand final this year at all. So I think it's fair to say that they are the most qualified going into today's grand final, but we have yet to find out who they're going to face, and we're going to do so in the next match.
Yeah, I think what you meant to say, Ark, is that none of those teams are Qlash, because in fact, Qlash is the only team that's ever beaten SK Gaming in the monthly finals. So right now, either they're gonna win it again, or they're gonna lose to another team for the first time for a monthly final this year. I mean, no matter what, it's been an absolutely crazy year in this region, and I can't wait to see how this is all gonna unfold. But we'll have, of course, the other semifinal before that to see who is gonna join SK Gaming. Stats overall, very similar to be fair. Guy was a really good KD as well, being positive despite a 3-1 loss. Shows that he's been doing pretty well overall, and he had pretty decent damage too. Just not enough here, and you know, some individual plays sometimes just aren't enough to make the difference. And it did feel like SK overall were playing more as a unit, had the better comps, and just that alone, that's already a big package that is really scary for any pro team.
And very commendable for Qlash to be almost able to take it to that 5th and final set, because it came very close indeed. And just that tiny edge, that small edge in favor of SK was enough to do it. Well, Bunkerock and Reply Totem, what a day it's been for these two teams. If you missed the earlier part of the stream, here's your spoiler alert. Bunkerock qualified in the quarterfinals. That 2-1, the match point insanity that we saw in that quarterfinal stage just did see Exofreedens out of the running for Worlds. Bunkerock, in that process of doing so, did also qualify Reply Totem, but they were still able to do phenomenally well in their quarterfinal stages to get to now the semifinals. So we're going to see these two teams face off. It's the first time that Bunkerock have featured in a semifinals. Reply Totem have done previously. I think both instances were to SK Gaming, so that didn't fare too well for them because, as we already pointed out, we know how that went. But this is going to be a little bit of an inside glimpse as to what happens when you put these two teams together.
Yeah, well, I think they played against each other once in a quarterfinal. That's how Totem made it to the semifinal last time, by beating Bunker 2-1 a couple months back already. Overall, those teams are fairly closely matched. Personally, I feel like Totem has shown a little bit more potential throughout the year, especially in taking down underdogs and making those stories happen. Bunker have been consistent, but also kind of consistently losing against some of their competitors. So it's going to be a tough match, and I think that no matter what, both teams, they're happy with their day. I think their day has been made. Now it's all just bonus for them.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll be on cloud 9 right now, I think it's fair to say. Almost getting towards the atmospheric area of Shooting Star, but not quite. Not quite into the space, but definitely looking for victories here. I like this map to start, gotta say. I feel like it's going to be one of those kind of slow-paced starts to feel each other out, to see what we're going to have. I will probably go out on a limb and correct me if I'm wrong, Teddy, but it's likely, I think it's fair to say, that we're going to see the Tick, the Piper, and the Nanny combos coming out to play.
I don't think you're taking the biggest risk here, Ark. I'm not going to lie. I feel like I could probably have predicted that comp as well. And God knows my predictions sometimes can be awful. But yeah, I'm absolutely right. I mean, it's the comp that you see here every time. There are some variances. Sometimes you see some different stuff. But 99% of the time, it's really just that. Unless it's banned, but it's not going to be Mortis. Yeah, Mortis and Bell here for Bunkerock. I mean, Bell is, you know, the second option to Piper as well here. So it will be pretty much forcing on the Piper fight. Buzz and Ash make a lot of sense. I mean, they're pretty strong brawlers that have similar roles, I would say, overall, and just taking a lot of ground and being able to just take a kill if anyone gets close enough or in range of either a pool or just your regular attacks. So I don't mind this approach from either teams. I think you're probably thinking of Brock. Ark, you mentioned it earlier as you thought it was under banned. How much value do you think they can find of Brock or any other brawlers still in here?
Yeah, I mean, for me, Pinball Dreams can be broken up really nicely, and that's the kind of strategy that I would go for in this current meta. It kind of started out as being something which favored Rico, but now it's like, nah, just if you get rid of everything, that becomes a B, a Brock, and other options, even Colt potentially on that map. Gem 4 as well, you know, being able to break open the map is going to go a long, long way. Shooting Star, I like the Brock mid over the Tick mid. That's my preference, but I'm not sure whether we're actually going to see it on both sides. Yeah, so interesting. We're going to see no Tick in this particular matchup. So, yeah, it's been taking a while to get teams accustomed to the idea of actually going in with the Brocks over the Ticks. Some teams are being stubborn still, but now with Brock in a much better place, it definitely feels like it might be shifting ever so slightly there.
Yeah, you used to see it once in a while, but usually you would still have a Tick on one of the two teams. You know, I mean, it's pretty rare to actually see the full-on mirror matchup Brock fight mid. Very interesting for sure. Those homemade recipes from a Shieldo do be hitting different, as he already picks up 2 kills. Blue Star on the side of Bunkerock as well. That's 5 stars in their favor, and right now, I mean, terrific beginning for this game for Bunker.
Yeah, honestly, Shill's been so hot on that Piper all day long, and getting that early lead, very important. Sort of Breza just very low, though, as a result of that peep coming in there, but surviving in enough to gain back almost full health before that shot from Darkroom to get back to half health. Pressure being applied well by Reply Totem. They've got time. They've got no kills, though, and they're going to have to get one in. Darkroom, the return to center, return back, though. Not enough for the takedown.
That was close, though. 500 HP left, and that creates a lot of space for Murray to push forward. Homemade recipe does connect, but that's only 2 stars. Blue Stars, though, is going to be going to Reply Totem, so if they can find some valuable kills, it could go a long way, but even then, Bunker are able to respawn very nicely, building up a nice 7-star lead and making things very complicated for Totem now.
Shill is tapping as well. It's narrowly missed their rocket fuel from Maru there. Return to center from Darkroom. Everyone in Reply Totem is so low. Enough for a Sil just to jump into the mid, and very comfortably taken there by Bunkerock. And I gotta hand it to them. They came out very, very strong in those early stages. That meant that the whole entire time it was down to Reply Totem to make the push. As Shill there was honestly absolutely on fire.
Yeah, I mean, he played amazingly this game. He got, I think, almost every kill besides one this game for Bunker. I might be wrong there, but I think he got like 4 kills or something like that, and just overall a really good performance. I think there's the 1 kill from Darkroom and 4 from a shield. I mean, Piper is supposed to be the one finishing those kills, right? Those homemade recipes at a pro level, usually they have to be a kill. That's kind of the rule, and what you assume from the role you take when you're going to be playing Piper on a map like this. But still, that's a lot of value, and especially how early on he was able to give that lead to Bunker, and how much they could play off that defensive position and just gain the advantage from that.
Okay, now the Flights have been coming out very strong this time round, wasting no time. Turn to sender though. I think Soyda Breza may have stepped out of turn there just a little bit, because no need to hit those now. You can just wait out the gadget use of that return to sender, and Darkroom there able to capitalize off the back of it. But it's going to be the blue star, which is the deciding factor here, and giving Reply Totem that lead. But very early days in this particular matchup. It's going to be played out just a little bit differently. As you know, last time around it was Bunkerock that never really dropped that lead.
Yeah, that blue star can definitely go a long way, especially in the right hands. So the Breza going to be opening up the map on the left-hand side. Peep heading upwards. That was a close call, man. I would not have been comfortable tanking that. 72 HP. I mean, you know, you can say calculated, but I'm going to say a little bit lucky as well.
Yeah, I think you're very right to say it. It's a hard thing to predict as well, because ultimately it's down to like the air time in terms of travel. So you can't really judge those. Bit of a risky maneuver, but nonetheless, it will keep the lead with Reply Totem as the peeps go out now and going straight for the nannies there. Return to standards going out as well. I think both players have the same idea, more or less.
Well, actually, the peep from Darkroom went for Maru, but Maru hit Darkroom a millimeter before his peep would have killed Maru. you'll see it in the replay, man. It was insanely close. It was right in front of his head. Like, he was dead.
Dark on 2 loads of contest the mid. The peep coming in, though, could be disastrous. He jukes it. It's going for Mummy John. It does connect. Replies it with a lead. The sewer shot. Oh, the turnaround. But then back in favor of Reply Totem in the final millisecond.
Wow, what a back and forth game. I hope we have it in a replay, Ari. That was so funny. The peep just stopped right in front of his head. I think we might not have it, sadly enough. But anyhow, a great game here from Totem, able to bounce back after a tough first game and barely take the win here. But it was really, really narrow, man. It was really close. Look at that damage, though. 51% here on the Nani. And if you guys have played any Nani at home, you know it's hard to hit those shots. And it's going to be extremely hard to hit 51% damage.
Oh, honestly, the back and forth of that last matchup, the final millisecond clutch sort of pressed it well to pick up those stars at the end. If he'd missed that snipe, it would have been very, very costly, and I'm sure no doubt his team would have had words. That is not the case. We are all tied up in shooting star, and this one all for the taking. And again, you know, this is the first time Bunkerock have been in this position in terms of the tournament. They've never made the semifinals. This is the first time today. Better late than never. Reply Totem been here, I think, once before, or twice. But ultimately, the pressure has got to be more so with Bunkerock in that respect, because this is the first time they've been in this spot. Reply Totem, I remember looking back now, it was SK Gaming, wasn't it? Which they saw twice in the semi-final stages, and they were not unable to come out on top. But Bunkerock would love to. I mean, imagine that. Imagine not making the semi-finals, but then being able to say that they made the grand final on the final day.
or win the whole thing.
Yeah, or win the whole thing. Yeah, absolutely.
It's still on the line, right? I mean, imagine going from not winning any matches in the monthly finals for 7 months and then winning a monthly final. That, I think that would be quite epic.
Well, this is more similar to a 3 spot there. The return to center actually was absolutely... I saw you there. That meant that the peak was able to do its thing. Had that connected prior to that connection, it would have been a very different outcome. Fantastically well there to bring the lead back in their favor.
All right, a 2-star lead for Totem as the peep heads upwards. Nice escape there from Soy de Breza, able to pump that super in time to stay alive. That will keep his stars on his side. Would have been enough to give the lead to Bunker as well. Some returns to sender won't be finding all that much value, but at least it will have them pop as we head towards the last 20 seconds or so of this game. And Bunker are gonna have to make a move. They don't have a peep available to do it instead of them, so they need to push forward themselves, and they need those tags, they need those stars, they need those skills, but they're not coming through just yet. Darkum low HP, everyone low HP here for Bunker, and no chance anymore. Totem will be the ones who take the set in the end. A great start from Bunker, but Totem were able to turn around the set.
I felt like it was a very slow to the mark push from Bunkerock. They had the low HP, which would be definitely the reason why, because ultimately that's that final moment. Very, very clutch there. But when you're that slow to the push, you're going to run out of space. You've got to get there faster, in my opinion, to be able to contest those final stars. It just didn't quite happen enough. But such an impactful first round fireworks that we didn't necessarily expect to see. I was expecting more passive play, but we did not see that.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. It was very aggressive on both sides, and they needed to be honest. There were some really quick taps here and there that gave some early leads that had to be dealt with. And the earlier you get into it, the more likely you are to eventually get through that defense. A close first set for sure. I'm definitely interested in seeing how those teams are going to be playing for the next couple of sets, but this one was already an absolute treat.
Well, the comparison, very, very similar. Just that one death really separating Darkroom from Maori on the nannies there. But But I gotta say, I feel like it's probably one of the last times we'll see Nani. We may see a little bit more if we have Heist. I forget the rotation, but it's such a niche brawler currently in the competitive side of things, and those peeps, as we saw, being very essential in the outcomes. Going straight into Gemfort then, up next. Pit stop will be the 5th for Heist, and maybe we'll see the last of Nani today. If we get that far, if we go all the way, then that's a possibility. But Gemfort is the map up next, and you know, another one to come in fresh to the map pool, one that we saw similar to others, you know, like to come back into the metas in terms of the map pool. Wondering how teams are going to approach this one. I'm sure, no doubt, having scrimmed it tirelessly. I gotta say, I do love Atara here. It's my go-to. Bands, if you just joined the stream for this, Morton, Bell, Buzz, and Ash, so you don't see any of those, but still very much many options on the table.
No, absolutely so. I was trying to think of comps and picks as well, and I'm just overwhelmed by the amount of possibilities. You know, you can go for tons of different stuff. I think destruction is probably one thing I really like that can be played on this map, and it is kind of overlooked because besides for the lanes, there's just not that much cover. You know, except on that mid area, that central square. But Leon, a great pick. We've seen it over and over again. Sandy as well. The Sandstorm, of course, super strong, but also really good at dealing with those shadows from Tara. So a really good counter pick to that extent. I feel like Jean is a bit more of an OG pick on this map. When I think of Gemfort, I definitely think of Jean, but I don't know if that's all that up to date. I mean, so far it's working out pretty well for them, but Max was being played earlier today and looked really strong as a brawler as well for mid.
Yeah, I honestly like the comp from Totem as a nice magic hand there from Mari. Also, it's a very suppressive one, and with that mid control, having those magic hands can go a long way. A shield's gonna have to do and bring in a lot of those let's goes with the supers to bring in the speed really to go up against it. Mario as well, they're able to get behind these walls and just hold their supers to great effect. Mummy Jordan did a nice sweet dreams there, but it's not going to win the lane. Maximum pressure as now the gems just continue to mount in favor of Reply Totem.
Yeah, 9 gems for Totem. One more is all they need, and it's spawning right about now. Countdown starting now for Totem. Mari taking a lot of damage off that. Super is able to dodge the next one. Will be staying alive, but the shield is on the hunt for him. He's quite far away. Then 1 versus 2 on the left lane. I don't really see that happening, as Reply Totem will be taking the first game of Gem Grab quite comfortably. And honestly, I mean, I was complaining about the Jean pick. I did not feel like it was the most impactful. It had one good pull, not gonna lie, that was a really good pull. But besides that, the other 2 lanes were just being won very consistently by his teammates.
Yeah, I feel like Tara and Sandy can do so much. That unpredictability of their mechanics and the lollipop drop, and so much questioning that had to be on the minds then of Bunkerock. And at the end, it was the shield all alone. No one really there to help support him. Mari did really well looking at the stats as well in that game. 42% team damage, 4 kills to the 1 death. And I just felt like the comp was on point. I don't mind the comp that Bunkerock were running, but ultimately it definitely seemed like the control and the patience, and just also the way that we saw Reply Totem being so composed with what they had, it kind of already smelt warning signs for me.
No, I completely agree. I mean, I like Rico a lot. I think it can do well in this map, but I do feel like it's a little too limited to your lane sometimes. Like, you can have a really good matchup on your lane and scout those bushes and have some really nice bounces over there, but when it comes to actually helping mid or helping the other lane, it's just kind of tough to find too much value to that extent. We'll see the same comp coming in here for Totem. Let's see with Bunker. Always hard to say when they're in that lollipop drop, but I think they went for the mirror matchup. Yeah, indeed, they are going to be matching up that comp from Totem, which is definitely an interesting decision. Mari does already have a pull, knock back onto Mommy Jordan. He's going to take the kill anyways, and actually might retreat with all those gems, will get taken out in time, but the shield has a pull, and that means that those gems, they are at risk of getting taken as soon as someone picks them up. Won't be able to find Mori just yet, and Bunkerock will have to satisfy themselves with the 3-star lead. So far, the pull onto Mari, that's a kill. Huge kill, but Maru is there, retrieves 1 gem, is looking for more. but no opportunities just yet as Darkroom is going to go for a pull of his own.
Great connection, but no reward there for him. Sadly, didn't quite manage to get the takedown and saw himself going down the process. It felt like he was hard done by that. He made a great connection. The double suck, but yeah, just at the moment, trying to get back into the game. Shield could choose to maybe even pull this lollipop drop, in all honesty, if he really wanted to open up the lane side, but playing it patiently and slow. Again, those Gene Magic hands, he's actually going to do it right now. I don't think that's the worst decisions. Time is ticking, and you kind of just want to get back into the mid to contest it. So I can understand and relate to that decision. On the right-hand side, the Darkroom and Maru, they both go at the exact same time, and they both get taken down simultaneously.
Oh my, look at Mommy Jordan though, going for the flank. A bit of a risk. What the pull from Maru out of this world. Connects and drops all the gems here from Bunkerock as Reply Totem are running away with the countdown.
10 seconds for Reply Totem to hold on, and a shield going down. It's going to leave Mummy Jordan all alone. I don't see how he's going to be able to get there, and Soy's pin would suggest the same thing. Reply Totem will take the second set.
My awards, what a beautiful pull that was, man. I loved it. I miss Gene. I miss Gene Meta. Not gonna lie, it's just a brawler that we took for granted, I feel like. But right here, we got a treat for all of those Gene fans.
Absolutely, there's enough for a shield to drop the max idea. It can work. I've seen max being played it before, but it's still very early days in Gen 4. I think that Gene in the right spot can do wonders. I think that others that we didn't see, brawlers like Ems can do well. I've seen Pam do really great things as well, but ultimately, the comp I felt was very consistently on point for Reply Totem. They just seemed like they were leading that idea, which was always being followed then by Bunkerock, and just getting it right first time can go a long, long way. And we could be seeing Reply Totem in the grand finals if this continues. Still work to be done, a third and potentially final set if they continue on like this to play. But Bunkerock have not been taking it lying down. I felt like Gem Grab actually was not doing them as much justice as I feel they deserve, because going into Bounty, they were so on point. Just a couple of broad decisions here and there, and I just felt like the map and the mode catered more towards Reply Totem in that instance.
I completely agree. I feel like Bunker, even here in Jamgrad, had some great moments, just not enough, and not the moments that mattered the most and that turned around those games. It definitely wasn't bad, but Brawl Ball might be where they find redemption. Pinball Dreams as well, and on maps like this that just enter back to competitive map pool, just like we just had on Gemfort as well. I think what can really go a long way is just your preparation, how much you've studied the map and how much diversity you've had the chance to scrim, how many different teams have showed you different comms that you tried yourself, and how much you've been able to experiment in the short time since those maps were released. So we'll see who is more prepared here, especially in Brawl, which can be a very fast game mode. We'll find out who is the more prepared here.
Well, I remember the predictions for who would go to the grand finals. This is the same thing I was going to say. It was 21% in favor of both. Well, both teams were tied at 21% as to who was going to win the monthly finals. They're 50-50 as to who's going to take this series. So, I mean, as far as the viewers are concerned, it is absolutely straight bang the line in every vote that we've had so far.
It's really, really close, and to be fair, I absolutely would understand why. I mean, I said it before the match, right? I feel like Totem is a little bit stronger, and it is a matchup that they've won multiple times in other events as well. But Bunker, you can't call them out, you absolutely can't. They've been really, really solid this year as well. We'll find out if they can come back. Right now, it is a 2-set lead for Totem, and Bunker are going to have to put in a ton of work if they want to attend to those grand finals.
And I feel like this is exactly where Reply Totem wants to be going into Brawl Ball. They definitely are a team that thrive on momentum, but the momentum at the moment is sided more so with Bunker. It's a very explosive start, and I was wondering whether Darkroom was going to be able to make it to that ball. What a off-the-mark play there with the rocket fuel and the dashes at their disposal, but now Reply Totem coming back with some fight of their own as Mara gets to take down to a shield, who's playing the surge pick, which I really quite like here, but as time goes on, those walls are going to go down as well. A dangerous spot for Bunker here.
Yeah, I'm looking a lot at a shield here. He needs to get that second stage as soon as possible. What a kill! Perfectly timed with the ball crossing the line, and that's already Reply Totem with the first goal.
very quick rockets there from Maru. And I'm not too sure whether that surge pick now was something which Bunker are regretting again. You know, if you've got the ability to break this map open, then, you know, you've got to have those stacks, and the shield not even able to get off the first one. But Mummy and Darkroom there could make something of this. The super shot! Oh! Off the line by Soy. I did see it coming, and I wonder whether they find the angle, but just too much distance between himself and the goal, and now the pinch will be inbound, and Reply can reset. They can leave that ball in the corner even because they've got this lead.
Yeah, I'm not convinced by the Surge either so far, to be completely honest. I mean, I think Surge is a great pick, but you definitely want him to be at level 3 once the map is starting to be really opened up. Otherwise, it struggles. And so far, his gadgets have been not exactly the most convincing either. One ended up in a one-on-one trade where he went down, but the thing is, you're the one using a gadget and using your utility for a trade. That's not exactly worth too much value. Did get the second stage, so he can start utilizing that extra movement speed, but that's already the third TP being used, and he is close to going down. A strong push, though. That's going to be the goal for Bunkerock, and at the perfect timing as well. 25 seconds until overtime, and they're still in this game.
Asho honestly did so well there, juking that rocket with the jump over the top, and now they can get this momentum with a chance, but Soy has got super. That could be a drop of the ball. It is a drop of the ball, and that as quickly as the goal went in from Bunker returned to make match point for Reply Totem.
Man, those are tough games to lose. You know, you just barely start building up some momentum for yourself. Again, you realize an objective, you score, and 10 seconds later, the game is over and it's match point for your opponents. That's just heartbreaking as a player.
The rockets going down the shield, and it was a shot from Maori actually which connected there. Yeah, I wasn't sure because Mario was honestly very quick. This moment here was great, and surprised under the circumstance that Bunker were not able to remain composed enough. And that opening there just left very much unattended. Soy knew it was going in before the ball even crossed the line with the drop of that pin. Yeah, that's got to be a tough pill for Bunker to swallow there.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, this is where it gets scary, right? Because now it's match point. And not only that, it's hard to see the end of the tunnel. You know, you need a full-on reverse sweep right now. They need to win the next 2 games and then the next 2 sets. That's a lot to ask, but it's possible. That's why we don't stop the match here. We still, you know, play the match point as well.
Yeah, it's again, you know, so much pressure for Bunker in the respect that this is a place that they've not ever been in this year. But they'll be absolutely riding off the back of that knowledge that they've got their golden tickets secured for Worlds, but as have Reply Totem. So the in that sense, everyone is in high spirits. I don't think that anyone's going to go away feeling, you know, bad about, you know, the outcome of this particular matchup. But it's a huge statement to get to the grand final. It's an even bigger statement to go on to win that grand final. So both teams will be eagerly wanting to have that opportunity for themselves. I don't think this one's all over yet. I think Bunkerock will make some adjustments. The surge pick, I get it. I've seen Skyrex playing it quite recently on this map, and when I saw him doing that, I thought, yes, I love the fact we've got a map that can bring surge back into the forefront of the meta, but Brock is not banned, and you know, that is just for me the stronger go-to. And once that map continues to get open, you really want to have some brawlers like the Bees to be able to support that idea. And I just don't know, you know, even if it still gets those early stacks, whether they're going to be able to hold firm enough to get the game under control, to be honest.
I don't even hate the surge pick. I just feel like he found value way too late. I mean, yeah, he definitely did a big part in finding their goal towards the end of the game, but before that it was the weak link. He took forever to get to the second stage. He used multiple TPs to end up being traded out, and once again, a trade is not the end of the world, but when you're using a gadget and your opponent is not, you're burning through your utility for not all that much. Sure, it can help you reach the second stage, but at some point you need to build up, you need to survive for longer, and you need to start finding more value. And with Brock destroying that map, it's so hard for Surge to level up early on. So that's why we see a spike now. However, the result is fairly similar as Mero gets the kill anyways, and actually this could be a goal. Yeah, it certainly is. Reply Totem not messing around as they get a goal here 40 seconds into this game.
I don't know why Bunker have not brought in B here. They're going to really struggle as a result of that. Ultimately, you see Darkon going to the left now to handle the stew, but the range is going to be with Reply Totem. Look at those taps from Soy's got the super as well. The pass through, the shot, will it be on the line? No, it goes inside. Braza finishing strong. Reply Totem going forwards to today's grand final to face off against the monsters, the 99 boss that is SK Gaming.
Man, if you just place yourself slightly too far away from that goal, Totem, they're looking at you, they're thinking there's a gap, there's an opportunity to score, and they absolutely seize it every single time. Man, that's some impressive Brawl here from Reply Totem, and not just Brawl, they played phenomenally in the other sets as well. Looking really, really good today, and you know, Totem is one of those teams that rides on momentum. They also fall on momentum, but they do absolutely ride on that momentum, and qualifying for Worlds today, winning against CraZe Clan earlier, now against Bunker, this could be their shot at actually maybe winning an actual monthly final.
Oh my word, if you're just joining and you're a Bunker fan, don't worry, they have still qualified for Worlds. The golden ticket was already in their grasp going into this matchup, as was Reply Totem's. So just to clarify that for anyone who may be having their heart in their mouth at this moment in time, but this is the first time this year that Reply Totem will make the grand finals of a monthly final. But SK Gaming, they did face off against them before in the semifinals. They did not come out on top. I don't recall, but I think no set was gained in their favor in that matchup. We're going to see today whether they've grown and learned from their mistakes along the way, because it was in the earlier part of this year when it went down. Yeah, it was a 3-0 in favor of SK Gaming that semifinals back in June, so they're going to want to turn that around this time. But what an achievement. Reply Totem coming in so strong today. Bunkerock started strong, but they weren't able to keep up, Teddy.
No, they really weren't. I mean, they had some good moments, some good attempts, just not consistent enough to, you know, turn it into games and then into sets. That's what you need in the end if you want to win a match. And in a best of 5, you don't have that surprise factor where you can just, you know, sneak a play here and there, take a game and set, and overall it's done very quickly. Here it takes a lot of time. You have a lot more of those moments that are required to convert it into a victory. It just wasn't there here for Bunker. Totem, on the other hand, they played really, really well here in the semi-final, and I can't wait to watch those grand finals.
It's been such a well-earned victory, honestly. Reply Totem thoroughly deserving of the position they're in. Teddy, talk us through the bracket today. If you know, viewers are just coming to the stream, what have they missed?
Well, first of all, they missed SK Gaming winning with their coach against Stripe Gaming EU. They also missed Qlash with a fairly easy sweep against FA Verified. They missed Bunkerock, earning their World Finals ticket by taking down Exo Free Agents 2-1 with a double match point. And that also automatically qualified Totem, that also won their 2 matches, making it to the semifinals where they will join SK Gaming, that had a really strong performance against Qlash in their semi.
We've had it all today. It's fair to say it's been non-stop. We have been feeling it as we've been watching it, as I'm sure everyone at home has also. I'm going to take a little step to the side. We're going to bring back in Falcone. I don't know about you, Teddy. Jesse has been looking mad sus recently. I have got so many questions and I need answers.
The trophy, it's gone!
Our evil plan is working. She has followed her orders.
I know who stole it!
They must have really had a grudge. Glad she ain't my kid.
That's right. I waited till Frank's party. Uploaded a virus to the security system. And with my feline friend, I stole the trophy! Oh, no one will walk over this kid again. And now that I'm part of the gang, this is just the beginning. Say hello to Cat Burglar Jessie.
What a day we have had today, Teddy. We have seen two teams qualify for World Finals. We have seen the heartbreak of one team failing to qualify, but great sportsmanship online from them. But now, for today, it all comes down to this. It is SK Gaming up against Reply Totem. Of course, it should probably go without saying, this is Reply Totem's first time in the finals of a monthly finals. Maybe they'll make this one count.
Yeah, I mean, I think they certainly would like to. They're a team that had a lot of progress throughout the year. They had to learn a lot of things as they also attended their first monthly finals this year. They were, known in the tier 2 scene last year, but it took a long time for them to build up the confidence and the skills to perform at this level of play. And right now, today, they secure both their spots for the World Finals, but also, a possible title of monthly finalist winner in Europe. There's only two teams that have gotten that this year. That's SK and Qlash.
We have got some amazing games coming up. Let's take a look at who's playing. Semantics, Skyrix, and Pedro Gajaro up against Soid BS, Mori, and Maru. Of course, the story of the day for SK Gaming is that Pedro has stepped in for Jeton. For those of you who don't know, Pedro serves as the coach for SK Gaming, but also the fourth player when required. And today, it has been required. And you know what? He hasn't disappointed.
No, he certainly hasn't. I mean, he played amazingly well in their first match against Stripe today. And I mean, I wouldn't quite call it, at the level of the other pros in that match, but he was holding his own. And that's the thing. He's not supposed to be performing as a pro player. He's a coach. And if he can stand in and still be solid enough to sweep teams like Tribe, I mean, respect. Honestly, respect. That's some solid versatility.
I completely agree. I think that we have got an interesting match coming up, and you never know, Teddy, it might not go the way that we expect. Though that being said, SK was still able to take down Qlash in, of course, our El Clasico match that we had a little bit earlier than usual today. We'll have to see if they can do the same against Reply Totem, who are flying high right now after their success, having just recently qualified for World Finals themselves. We will be seeing them at Bucharest next month. But let's see if they can perform here and take it all the way. We have got, of course, the best out of 5 finals coming up in just a few moments. We'll be taking a look at the maps and modes in just a few moments. I'm already thinking about those bans, Teddy. I want to see Ash in action. I want to see her fighting again.
Yeah, I know you want to see that, Ash. I know you want the rats mostly. I feel
want the rats,
like you're a rat person.
I'm a rat person.
I actually had pet rats, so I like rats. Yeah, I did. They were very nice. They were very nice. Very, very smart, actually. They're very smart. I feel like Ash's rats are not quite as smart. They just run forward and explode, which I don't think is really how a rat is supposed to work. But
I'm quite happy with a dog.
I get that.
Ruffs is pretty great pet though,
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Anyways, we're not going to keep you waiting for too much longer. This game is going to be underway in just a few moments. The games with SK have been a little bit slow to start today, probably because of the substitute. But here we go. Let's take a look at the maps and modes. We're going to kick things off with Hot Zone on Split before moving on to some Bounty on Dry Season, and then Gem Grab on Hard Rock Mine. And then, if we get that far, some more Brawl Ball and Sneaky Fields, and then Siege on Factory Rush. So kicking things off with Hot Zone Split. Personally, Teddy is one of my favorite Hot Zone maps. I feel like it's been one of the maps that we've cast over the most over the last year because it was, one of the first ones in competitive. I remember back the old meta of the Ricos and the Surge and sort of watching how it's evolved over time. I always find Split a blast to watch.
Do you know why this map is called Split, Fortoni?
You're going to have to tell me, Teddy.
Basically, there's like a line of walls in the center area, and it like splits the map.
Great.
You're welcome. I mean, they pay me for my competitive insights. I might as well bring them in.
You're just a brain box. You just got so much logic. It's amazing. Right, Brock and Bell banned by SK Gaming. Stu and Ash banned by Reply Totem. There's that Brock ban. We've been talking about it all day. Brock being very dominant. Well, he's out of there for now. Bell also banned. And yes, Stu and Ash on the other side. Again, none of this is too surprising.
No, I feel like overall it does cover a lot of the grounds that you'd expect to be covered at this point. Bell just pretty much always getting banned at the moment, or if not always, very often. Ash makes sense for Totem, especially with Pedro in play. We saw what was Byron and Ash, SK were able to pull off in their quarterfinals. You just want that out of the way. Stu, exactly the same. Semantic popping off in their quarterfinals match with Stu. They're basically removing the brawlers that SK Gaming were relying on a lot. And if you remember their quarterfinals, but even their match against Qlash in the semis, they played a lot of Stu on that Semantic, and they want it out of the way. I think that's really smart. It's very targeted, but not only targeted in general, it's very targeted to what they saw today as well, and the conditions that SK are playing at the moment.
Absolutely. I mean, banning away Brock and Bell is very clearly banning away a specific strategy. All of these range brawlers, not that there are other range brawlers, Pipers and Nanis, etc. can come into play, but Bell and Brock seem to be the most prolific ones at the moment, and getting rid of them it definitely is going to change up Reply Totem's gameplay a little bit. I'm excited to see how Reply Totem are going to perform in their first final. Obviously, we're going to be seeing them in World Finals next month. This is like this is, I think, a good proving ground for them.
No, absolutely so. I mean, they're barely made it this month, struggled through the qualifier, but also struggled I mean, they didn't struggle in this monthly final, but in the long-term race for those points for Worlds. So they want to prove themselves, and taking down a team like SK Gaming in the Grand Finals is definitely a way to do so. I think they may already have overtaken the 4th place from Bunker, but if they win here, they certainly will, and they will create a little bit more distance in points, which wouldn't matter too much anymore, but just makes things look a little prettier, a little more convincing.
Yeah, Jackson's playing.
Oh, okay. Well, no Pedro. Then I guess, I guess we were lied to, Falcone.
That's fine. I get lied to occasionally. It's okay. I'm used to it. Not everyone on the internet tells the truth. Just keep that in mind. Very valuable life lesson.
Actually, yeah.
These are some mad comps, by the way. Jeton is not only back, but he's playing Bull.
Yeah, a lot of those tanky boys on the sides of SK Gaming. Semantic on the Primo as well. And with that jump pad, we've seen this strategy over and over again in the EMEA. You just jump in the zone and you do that all over and over and over again until you die,
you go back in again.
Exactly. Here he goes again. Thing is, it doesn't always work all that well if your opponents are able to take some better positioning. But look at that. The defense is actually really on point. Jeden does end up going down, but SK, they're able to build up a nice lead because no one was contesting Semantic on the left-hand side.
Semantic goes down again, but yeah, I mean, this is very much the same old story. As long as Jeton and Skyrex can keep those brawlers out of the right side, then Semantic's just going to keep jumping in and keep gaining those points. Although, that's kind of backfired a little bit. Okay, Semantic's still going in getting those points, but Maori is alive in the right zone anyway. This is a bit of a race going on here.
Yeah, Semantic forced to pull out. It's gonna gadget Sordebreza out of position. Interesting, but Reply Totem, they're not far behind. It's only 8%. They need to get in that zone, and Semantic,
the problem is Primo gets back in there so quickly and then just sits in there for ages. Maori still alive on the left, though. Oh, sorry, on the right, though. Jeton is dashed in as well. This is intense, Arc. Jeton just needs to stay alive for one more second. SK Gaming ultimately are going to brute force their way into the first win.
Yeah, man, that was close, but honestly, I really like how Jeden decided to destroy that wall because it would also prevent any bounces to backfire from the Rico. So missed shots that would, backfire towards him. Whether it's for the super or the regular shots, it actually went in his favor, interestingly enough. Look at that. Those could have bounced back, So I like that approach quite a bit because not only did he go in the zone, but it also gave them a bit of an advantage and removed some of that funneling advantage that Rico can have in defense when you are going through narrow corridors, and he can just bounce and take you out so easily.
Yeah, very, very interesting ways to manipulate the map. So that's one of the cool things about maps like Split, though, you know? Like, now that there's so many brawlers that can do that, they can manipulate the map in different ways. You can completely cancel the other team's strategy by just deleting the right part of the environment. It can be very interesting indeed. SK Gaming, though, in my opinion, unlikely to try the same thing again because, you know, that can now get countered pretty easily. The old Primo run in, die thing. Though it was always fun to watch.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, it's really hard to keep up with in defense because the pacing is just so much more rapid than it usually is, and it's really hard to deal with. But look at that. Very, very different approach this time around. And a bit of a scary one here for SK, because if you look at the amount of destruction that Reply Totem are bringing in, and the amount of brawlers that rely on walls on the sides of SK, that's not exactly ideal for the later game once those walls are completely blown out of existence. So far though, SK, they have a better start, but that's logical due to their comp working so well with those walls, so much better at least than Totems with those walls early on.
Solde on the left is able to get that elimination and stay alive with the Griff. Maru, Maori on the right have complete control of that zone. SK Gaming are struggling to get to grips with this map once more.
Yeah, a bit of a lead now for Reply Totem. And the more the map opens up, the more complicated it's gonna get for SK. So they need to maximize the value they can find now. Should be able to capture the right inside. Beautiful spray from Jalen, finds Maru. And this is going to make things really complicated for Reply Totem, as SK is 14% away from taking that first set. Maru still fighting very thoroughly on that right-hand side, but he barely takes down Jedon. I think Jedon wants a gadget there as well in the process, and now things start to look better for Totem. They might be able to catch up. They're only a percent or two behind.
Vital elimination from Jeton there. SK need to keep Reply Totem out of that right zone. And Jeton, with that elimination, did a great job in that. Skyrix takes out Soldi. Reply Totem have come so close, but not close enough. As SK Gaming take Hot Zone. That is their first set down. 2 to go.
Yeah, that was a good try from Totem. I felt like we were going to be seeing their comeback at some point, but they weren't able to pull through. Is it an SK Gaming? They take the set nevertheless. Strong performance from them. Very different approaches as well to the two games we saw there from SK, going first for the Gil and tanks with those jump pads, and then going for something much more control-based and using walls as much as possible. It was a little scary. I feel like comp-wise, Totem had a bit of an advantage if they were able to pull into that late game and really open up the map, but unfortunately for them, it was a little too late.
Too little, too late. A very nice attempt, though. I did like how Reply Totem played that game, you know. They really were able to take advantage of the big open field to the best of their abilities. You know, it's cool to see Griff pop off in situations like that. And it just didn't quite come together, but it was close. That's not to say that it won't as we move forward to, I believe it was Bounty up next. This could be interesting. Obviously, the strategies are very different with Bounty. I don't recall which map it was. Oh, it's Dry Season. Oh, right. Okay. This will be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like throwers particularly shine on this map, but because of that, also so do tanks and mortis and stuff like that, you know. So you need to be really careful with what you play, because a buzz or a mortis can absolutely ruin your day here if you don't have anything on your side that can deal with it, because otherwise it's just going to be chaining bats and getting some really, really quick eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of different strategies on Dry Season, but here we are. We're going to end up with Byron, Bo, and Tick up against Gene, Ruffs, and Tick. So very different strategies, only the Tick in common. Murray is going to go ahead and grab that blue star immediately, which is a nice lead now for Reply Totem. SK Gaming needs to get 2 eliminations to catch up.
All right. Solid start from Totem. SK a little bit behind so far. Just going to be looking to farm a couple of supers to maybe force an opportunity open, but none of them are rising just yet, as Totem is staying at a distance and not really taking any risks just yet, not really overextending or giving any opportunities to SK.
No, I mean, it's just very difficult for SK to approach at all here, as Reply Totem have got the top part of the map locked down. They have no need to push out. Skyrix does find a kill, though. And now they just need one more. Eliminating any of Reply Totem's players at this point, like Maru, will give SK the lead, and now they can retreat back to their half of the map.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maru has been removing all those mines, but it's been also opening up all those walls. And I get that you don't want to leave mines in a way where you accidentally run into because you're escaping a fight, but I did remove a lot of cover that I could really use. We have a kill for Totem, now a kill for SK. Semantic is going to be giving the lead back to the blue side. 15 seconds left here. Mines going to catch Mori off guard. He's going to blow up. And this is looking really good here for SK Gaming. Jeden and Soderbrez. That was a bit of an awkward tick fight, but Skyrix comes in to get the kill. Semantic finds Maru, and SK win another game.
Very well played by SK. Again, a bit of a rough start, as Reply Totem were able to lock down the beginning, but they found their opening. They managed to push through. I believe it was Skyrix on the bow that was getting those vital eliminations there. And then they were just able to snowball from there. A big win for SK Gaming, who are now one game away from taking their second set. You don't necessarily expect this to be the closest finals, because obviously for Reply Totem, it's their first time there, whereas SK are veteran finalists here in the EMEA Monthly Finals. But I would like to see Reply Totem get some wins and hold their own a little bit more.
Man, those stats from Skyrix on the bow: 4 kills, 0 death, 47% damage. What? It's a bow. It's a bow. You don't see him in Bounty usually, you know? Wow, this is absolutely wild. I mean, at this point, I expect to see him everywhere because he's played it everywhere. I feel like he's pulled it off on every single map today. Really, really insane how much value they've been finding on that bow. We'll see if they can keep it up as well. Maybe at some point it becomes a little too predictable and they're able to exploit that. But so far, Totem haven't really found any solutions to that problem, and every team that SK's faced so far today haven't either. Yeah,
no, it certainly has been a struggle, you know, but Bo popping off. I don't know what's up with that. It's not something we've necessarily seen much over the last few months, but he's certainly done a lot of work today, just in general.
Yeah, he got buffed, I believe, 2 balance changes ago, but it took some time before players really started picking it up. And right now, we're seeing the value, and those sort of plays will make sure that people at home, but also other pros, feel like they probably want a piece of that and have to try it out for themselves.
Meanwhile, we've got Mortis now, I think for the first time today, unless, was there Mortis in the semifinals? I don't recall seeing one.
I think it might be the first one.
Yeah.
That's rare, to be honest, because it wasn't even banned all that much. It was banned a couple times, but there were definitely opportunities to play it.
Well, here's the push from Reply Totem. Mari is going to find Skyrix. Maru escapes. Soldi does get eliminated, but Reply Totem do manage to stay on top. As long as Mari can stay alive on the Poco there.
It's not ideal for Mortis, that tickhead, but does go the other way around. Semantic picks up the kill on Maru, and that means that we have a 1-star lead in favor of SK. And Totem have to go aggressive. Now, it's not a big deal for Totem to attack with a comp like this. You can even wait really late into the round to push forward, because if you do have that Poco super, you can heal up really quickly. But oh, the stun connects onto Soy as he did not see that mine coming.
Yeah, Reply Totem are struggling at the moment, as SK have just got them locked down. You know, they've got... Oh, hang on. Maru dashes in, but does get eliminated very quickly. You say that it's easy for Reply Totem to push, but I think SK are doing a great job of just dealing enough chip damage to sort of prevent them from doing that, whilst also having supers ready when they need them. 13 seconds remaining. Reply Totem, it's now or never.
Yeah, they need to get a push going. It's been so long since Maru has managed to get a super. Maru with some misclicks against the wall, and that should pretty much settle it here for this set. 2-0 now for SK, and all they need is one more set to win their 6th monthly final of the year.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say, Teddy. The Mortis just didn't work out.
No, I clearly did not.
Obviously, it was a very different composition that they were going for with the Poco Dow Mortis. It's something that, again, we've seen a few times on this map because Dry Season is a weird one because it does open you up to a lot of different possibilities. Long range, short range, like everything kind of works here. But on this occasion, it was going to be SK Gaming with the long range strats that paid off. And the bow, dude.
Yeah, the bow is really versatile because that's the thing as well against comps like this, you know? Sure, when you're playing against a long-range comp, you're not going to deal a ton of damage, but you will get some pretty easy kiting and just poke damage from afar. But up close, that's a lot of damage. Honestly, it is a lot of damage that you can deal with that bow. If someone rushes on you like a Mortis, you're going to kill him really quickly, especially if your teammates can heal you up or help you out.
Absolutely. So yeah, well played again by SK Gaming. We have got one set remaining for them to win now. It's going to be Gem Grab and Hard Rock Mine. If they win this, the day's over.
Yeah, no, exactly. And that would be the last EMEA monthly final of the year going to SK. Now, they're not there just yet. They do have to win this set, but they're getting awfully close, and that would be their 6th title of the year as monthly finalist winners out of the thousands of teams that competed in the Brawl Stars Championship this year. It is crazy how consistent they managed to be.
Well, there you go. Consistency is one thing. Can they take it all of the way? Can they win the final EMEA monthly finals of the year? We're going to be finding out in just a few moments. The game is loading up. SK Gaming versus Reply Totem. Gem Grab on Hard Rock Mine. Spyro and 8-Bit Rico up against Rico, Max, and Sandy.
All right. Interesting. I do like Byron and 8-Bit quite a bit myself. We'll see if they can make something happen with that. But before anything can happen, they need to make sure that they have those that damage booster as soon as possible. So far, unable to do so. And Maori is left alone in mid, free to roam around and pick up every single gem that spawns.
All right, Skyrix may be able to take those gems. Got the damage turret up so he can teleport away when he needs to. It's one of the things that makes 8-Bit such a great gem carrier. Max just about manages to evade that fire by popping the gadget at the perfect time and absorbing that damage that would have finished the job. But the downside for Reply Totem is that SK Gaming now have complete control of the center. Skyrix is able to teleport away whenever he wants to. He's got that damage turret. He's got that little speed boost. Things are looking very solid for SK.
Yeah, they certainly are. They are just a gem behind now, and we'll be tying things up now. And now that they have their setup, they'll need to work on on obtaining those damage boosters quite as much, and as a spare super as well. He's gonna keep it until someone really starts getting in a very close area to him. 8 gems for SK, 2 more for the countdown. Reply Totem need to make something happen because SK Gaming, they're on the verge of reaching match point.
Skyrix grabs the 10th gem and now just needs to stay alive. Actually so confident, puts the damage turret in front of him. He's not even worried about teleporting away. Instead, they're going to just deal with the other players. Reply Totem are not able to do anything about this. SK Gaming move on to match point in this final EMEA monthly finals. They are 1 game away from taking the whole thing home.
Man, they've won 5 already. They've been to every single grand final of the monthly final. Just as a reminder of how big that is, we have hundreds of teams competing every single month in the championship, in the monthly qualifiers. Before that, it's millions in the championship challenge, and in the end, one team has been there for the EMEA region every month in the grand final, and it's SK. They've won 5 of them, looking to make it 6. That's honestly just mind-blowing, and those numbers are just so scary, man. And look at that. Beautiful stuff from SK, just so consistent, and so consistent at the top.
SK Gaming, potentially the best team in the world right now when it comes to Brawl Stars. We're going to be seeing if they can take their next monthly finals, and we'll be finding it out for real next month in Bucharest. But here we go. Byron, 8-bit Rico once again up against Leon Rico and Piper. I couldn't... Do you know what? She was so invisible I couldn't see her.
Oh, nice jump from Murray. Gonna be escaping a sticky situation, removing some cover in the process as well. And removing cover against an 8-bit goes a really long way because you need somewhere to place those damage boosts. And look at that, now it's in the open. It's gonna be much more easy to deal with.
Maru lasering down Skyrex, who's just about staying alive thanks to the Byron. Instead, Jeton is gonna run out and die. And it's actually Reply Totem with the upper hand here. Skyrex goes down. Maru gets a fantastic super on Semantic. Saldi is pushing Semantic there as the Leon. Reply Totem might be about to take their first win, Teddy.
Yeah, it would be a good time to start. But they're not there just yet.
To start winning, right?
That's fair. I mean, the earlier the better, right?
Yeah.
But preferably before the match ends is also a viable option here. 15 seconds as the countdown starts, but oh my goodness, Jeton, there's a beautiful bounce, and those 3 gems, they're gonna make sure that there's no more countdown, at least for a couple more seconds here for Totem, as they'll be capped at 7. And actually, SK, they're not that far behind. There's a couple of gems in the middle, and look at that, we're all tied up, and SK Gaming, honestly, they have a little bit more control as well.
That's a big key takeaway there. Jeton could have gone a little bit further in and grabbed more gems, but there's no need to be greedy and risk dying. When grabbing 3 gems is enough to prolong the game, that's all Jeton needed to do. They've gone from from what looked like an unwinnable position to now actually having the upper hand. They've got 9 gems. It's 9 gems apiece. The rest of this game is the battle for control over the center.
Yeah, now with those gems also spawning on a fixed pattern. 1 up, then 1 down, 1 up, and then 1 down, and so on. It's going to make it really complicated, and it's going to require some sort of a breach through their opponent's defense.
This looks like a breach.
Yeah, it
Maybe?
definitely
No?
does, but actually, they can't find Jeton, and they gave up so much space. Totem gave them so much space mid, that's 12 gems, now 13. SK Gaming, they want to pull out as Reply Totem is looking to find a kill. They lose a player in the process as well, and I think that should be GG's. SK Gaming take a 6th win in monthly finals, attended every single monthly final this year. Every single one made it all the way to the grand finals, and then 6 times out of 8, they actually won the entire thing. What a team, what a story, and what a year for SK.
Certainly the best team in the EMEA region, and potentially the best team in the world. We won't have to wait that much longer to find out, but the biggest of congratulations to SK Gaming. Again, this is a tremendous achievement. Looking back at Hot Zone with the good old Semantic and Jeton just running in and brute forcing their way into the points. I loved that first game.
Yeah, we had so much versatility regarding the game modes and the play. Some beautiful bow plays from Skyrex. Look at that, just chilling on 5 stars like it's nothing. Makes it 6 as he takes down Soda Breza. It's a bow. It's a bow. You're supposed to play him on Snake Prairie with a Totem and a Tara, you know? Not everywhere. We're not used to that just yet, and honestly, Skyrex is just playing it so well.
Yeah, I mean, the whole team were playing exceptionally well. And of course, shout out to Pedro as well, who wasn't playing in the semis or the final, but got them through the quarterfinals quite nicely. You know, if Pedro wasn't around and available to play, they would have just not been able to play. So Pedro stepping in there, it was vital.
Absolutely. I mean, he left bodies behind on the crime scene. He absolutely did. Look at that kill there from Jeton. So cheeky, so classy. Takes 3 gems, doesn't even bother getting another gem or trying to be too greedy. He knows exactly what he's doing, and that's turning a losing game into a win for SK, and eventually into this match going their way.
Yeah, the gem grab got pretty intense. There were some moments where it did look like Reply Totem were going to take a win down, but it never happened. Here's Semantic with 34% team damage. That's about average. But again, he's playing as a Byron, so what we're not mentioning here is there was a lot of healing that was involved there. A lot of keeping his teammates alive, which he did a fantastic job of.
Yeah, absolutely so. And, even though he did die quite a bit and doesn't have the most shiny KD or anything like that, in the end, it's about what you make out of those skills. If you can capitalize on them and complete your objectives, that's really going to go a long way. And that's what makes the difference sometimes between some of those teams, as they're just able to make more out of those skills, more out of those plays. But yeah, beautiful stuff from SK, man.
Well, speaking of SK, I have got something really exciting coming up. We are going to have a little interview with the man himself, the coach of the team, who stepped in triumphantly and won the quarterfinal game. Hey, Pedro, how you doing?
Hello, Falcone. How are you doing, man? I'm good.
I'm doing great. I'm more interested in you. How did it feel to compete in your first monthly final this year?
I mean, good. It was really good. We have a problem. 5 minutes, literally 5 minutes before. And I guess that I just did what I had to do, man.
You stepped in, you won the game, and it felt pretty good. Yeah, you must have enjoyed actually getting to step in and have a moment in the limelight for once.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not the first time that I need to get carried by two of my players this year. But yeah, that was the plan. I just play slow, play with head, and let the other two guys carry, man.
Well, I guess it worked out. I don't think you're giving yourself much credit there, but I guess at least it worked out. Pedro, tell me a little bit about what you do. You're the coach for the team, right?
Mm-hmm.
What does that... For anyone that's watching that doesn't really know what that means, what?
In my day-to-day, I just do what the team need to keep improving.
Okay.
Can be fixing errors, can be choosing comms, can be finding new meta, can be work on communication. And in match day, mostly I just help the team in comms and reminding the basic of our strat for the game.
Okay, so are you like sort of in charge of helping pick which brawlers are being played, what the meta's looking like? Do you do a lot of the research?
Yeah. I don't like to decide it by my own, because at the end the players are playing it, right? And they need to be confident. But yeah, we all, in my team at least, we all decide what are we gonna play.
All right, cool. And as far as coaching goes, obviously, I mean, I was just saying SK Gaming, potentially the best team in the world right now. We'll be finding out next month.
Sounds good, man. Sounds good.
But how does it... How is your sort of everyday life changing as we get closer to World Finals? Are you and the team having to put
right now we have 1 month and a half, kinda. I don't want to burn the players, so right now our strategy is to keep the performance that we have right now, and the last month just do the rush and get ready to do one step forward for Worlds.
So what does preparation look like as you head into Worlds? Like what changes?
More time and different. I don't want to leak it, but different type of train. More talking about more taking the matches with more knowledge, I would say, instead of just playing and find the comms or find the meta, just playing. Take a few minutes, think about it, talk about what are you going to do, why, and then you get more value of those train time.
Okay. Obviously, for the whole year so far, you've been having to do a lot of research for the other EMEA teams. I'm sure you've spent a lot of time watching AC Milan Qlash and preparing for El Clasico every month. But as we head into World Finals, are you having to spend a lot of time researching teams from other regions as well?
I am. Not as much as I should, I have to say. But I still have time, and yeah, the meta change. I will be ready. We will be ready.
Do you think you're going to have to, of course, don't say anything you're not comfortable saying, but do you think you're going to have to start to employ different tactics if you're against other regions?
Yeah, sure, for sure. I mean, we do it already on EMEA, depending on the teams. So imagine if we are talking about different regions, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. All right, cool. Well, thank you so much for your time, Pedro. Congratulations once more.
Thank you.
I cannot wait to see what you guys do next month.
Yeah, me too. Me neither.
All right, we'll see you then.
Bye. Bye, guys.
Oh, there you go. What a great guy Pedro is. And we've got some more great guys sitting next to me right now. Hey, Ark. Hey, Teddy. Ark, what did you make of that final?
It's just been such a long year, but it's blown by so quickly. Honestly, every step of the way has been exciting for me. In all honesty, I think that everyone has had moments where they thought they knew it all, and then something changed, and everything was up in the air. EMEA has just never ceased to keep me on the edge of my seat.
All right, and Teddy, I mean, we cast it together. SK won. The result wasn't not to be rude or show any disrespect to reply to him, but the result wasn't particularly surprising. Are you happy with how today's gone?
I mean, absolutely. You know, we finally know who is going to Worlds for the EMEA region, and that in fact locks every single region, as I believe that the other regions are all already decided. So we have some form of closure as well, you know, and we can wrap things up as we move towards the biggest point yet, and that's going to be those World Finals, Dan.
Yeah, it's coming up. I mean, it is the next event for this region. Of course, everything is fully locked in now. We'll be again showing visually what the teams are like that are locked in very, very soon. And of course, congratulations to SK Gaming, as it says in big bold letters at the bottom of the screen, which I need to keep repeating. But Ark, how did you feel about today's excitement? Obviously, there's been a lot of chatter about this region. Tribe managed to secure their spot in the qualifiers before, so we weren't able to make quite as big of a deal about Tribe, but of course, huge congratulations for them to locking themselves in as well. Are you happy with how this region shaked out, Ark?
EMEA never disappoints. I mean, you know, Tribe did so much in their qualifier, and I was, you know, able to be fortunate enough to follow their journey. So they had done that hard work earlier on, and personally, I think I would have liked to have seen today going a little bit into the semis to have more unpredictability at play and to have a bit more drama and such. But ultimately, you know, it's been decided, it's done, and I think that's honestly a huge relief to the entire region, just to have some clarity, some certainty over so many things that we've been questioning over the months. So it's just been such an enjoyable year.
All right, well, it is now locked in. This region is done. Shall we take a look at the final standings? We have our number 1 seed, SK Gaming, on 874 points. AC Milan Qlash in second with 702 points. Reply Totem, third place, having had a great performance today with 391 points. Tribe Gaming EU having secured their spot by qualifying for this month with the 377 points. And then finally, Bunkerock, who were able to secure their spot by taking down EXO Free Agents today. They are your 5th seed. Sadly, EXO Free Agents weren't quite able to make it. But we also have Big, CraZe Clan, Blood Diamond, and FA Verified, who also put in some work and managed to get on the leaderboard. But it's those 5 teams on the left that you will be seeing again next month. Teddy, have they got what it takes to compete with the rest of the world?
I mean, you know, EMEA is arguably the most competitive region for competitive Brawl Stars. So many different regions have their own skills and assets, and I'm just so excited to see how those are going to match and how, you know, the different rumors, rivalries, even beef sometimes is going to be impacting those matches and teams, the pressure, the different conditions, and the play styles finally matching against each other.
Absolutely. Now, Ark, it is one of my favorite parts of the end of the show. It is time for us to take a look at the play of the day. And I believe this was... Yeah, this was from Bunkerock versus EXO Free Agents. So you were casting this one with me. Which moment was that? Oh, the bounty end! The part I lagged out and missed!
Yeah, but no, I had you covered. That was the quick turnaround, and from there, honestly, it could have still changed hands. Curse was in a bit of a compromised position, but went on the aggressive. In the end, the soldiers started to fall, and it gave them that lead that they needed going into take things to the third and final set. And very, very exciting to watch that matchup. And you know, how often you get to see a match point happening before your eyes to decide a qualification spot for Worlds. It was crazy.
A cool moment for an unforgettable match that, Teddy, I know that your eyes were glued to the screen the whole time, because even though you weren't casting, you just couldn't miss a second, right?
Yeah, man, I was absolutely astonished by that match. I had never felt, you know, this emotional about a match, because I'm friends with pretty much all of those players in that match as well. And even for me personally, I want to meet those guys at Worlds, you know, and that's what makes them that happen or not. And obviously, I want those guys to be happy and to be successful. And it's heartbreaking to see that after a year of tough work, EXO Free Agents were not able to realize their goals. But you know, that's life. It is what it is.
And this was the final moment. This was where it all ended. The final gems were collected by Bunkerock, and EXO Free Agents sadly were eliminated. But you know what? They were eliminated, but we've had some fantastic sportsmanship online. It's something I love about the Brawl community, is that all of the players across all of the teams, they seem to genuinely really care for each other, and they like each other. And I'd like to just highlight this tweet from YDE shortly after being eliminated. He tweeted, "Congratulations to BKR, Totem, and the other qualified teams. Represent EU well. Curse and I have both had our ups and downs during the year. We fought through it and benefited from your support all the way until our last drop of blood." What a heartfelt tweet, Ark. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, blood, sweat, and tears is, what it takes. And, I love the openness. Whitey's always been very, very great on the Twitter side of just, commending teams and players. And, I think that's the best part about this region, in my opinion, is the way that people are able to take a loss and also to commend someone else. We see it a lot on Twitter. It just shows great sportsmanship, and that for me is what Brawl Esports is all about. I want to see that at the forefront of everything, and it takes a big man to commend upon a loss, and to be able to go on the day you play better, respect, and good luck.
All right, and Teddy, let's take a look at the other regions now. These are the leading teams at the moment, although I believe we are pretty much locked in now.
Yeah, potentially some seeding being impacted here and there, but those are going to be your world finalists, guys. For the first time, we actually have the whole list. INTZ and Affiliate Esports will be qualifying from LATAM South. Tribe Gaming NA and STMN will be qualifying from NA and LATAM North. Zeta Division and Quinai from East Asia, Navi and EECA, Team Qlash from CESA and ANS, SK Gaming, AC Milan Qlash, Tribe Gaming EU, Bunkerock, and Reply Totem in the EMEA region. And finally, Nova Esports, Trick of China, and TIG Origin will be qualifying from mainland China.
Absolutely. And I, for one, cannot wait to see those teams throw down next month. But that is going to be it for EMEA today and this year, believe it or not. Wow, it has gone so quickly. Ark, hit me with your final thoughts for the EMEA region.
Good luck. Good luck at Worlds. I mean, that has been something that I've been looking forward to saying, all year long, but it's taken to this month to really know who is going. So yeah, best of luck. And, I'm looking forward to watching and seeing how everyone fares. It's going to be, for me, very enjoyable to see how the rest of the world impact this. We've had no opportunity to see that yet. So that's my most exciting takeaway, is watching how this region is going to fare against all the other regions, and just watch the fireworks.
Absolutely. I mean, I think all three of us have cast this region for most of the year. I think I've done 7 out of 8 of the monthly finals. You guys might have done them all. Teddy, you said that you were getting a little bit emotional earlier. How are you feeling right now?
Man, it's been a crazy day. It really has been a crazy day. I still have to process some of those things. I think it's the case for a lot of you guys at home and a lot of the players as well. Some heartbreaks, but also some beautiful moments this year. And as Ark said, I want to see them compete internationally. I mean, we are from EU, so I want them to make EU proud, but also just overall, I want everyone to succeed, and I want them to play at their finest, because we've seen this year so many beautiful Brawl Stars matches and how high the skill cap can be in this game. And I'm just so excited to see, how much they can push those limits all the way.
Well, that is going to be the end of the show for today. So as usual, I would like to give a huge thank you to everyone who was involved in this production, our wonderful production team. Of course, the Supercell, the Brawl Stars Esports team, everyone involved there. Yourselves, Ark and Teddy, always a joy to work with. And of course, everyone watching at home, you guys are great. I hope you enjoyed it. And I hope that you will be back to join us again at 9 p.m. CEST tonight for the North American and LATAM North Monthly Finals. Don't miss it. We'll see you there.